Darkness plagues this world, unseen by mortal eyes. People prayed to the Immortal One to safeguard the sanctity of peace.
The ceremony's starting! It's Suyo! It's Suyo!
I bear this mask, for this duty is mine alone.
What is that? Is the ceremony over?
Mommy, I'm scared.
What is that?
Let's get out of here!
Let's get out of here! Let's get out of here!
In their hearts, fear festers into darkness. But deep within, there is hope to crush that fear. Through this mask, I see no fear.
Go. Akan.
Nice.
Mapating. Dia.
Take. Okay.
Or take it.
Yo. Kata.
Akan. That's dead.
Abot ako sa TP. GG. Keep going.
Andito ako, pre.
Gege, pre. Sige mo dito yung carry. Correct.
Nice. Good trade.
Good trade.
I'll go home. Ito. Mapating. Dead.
Clicker. Clicker take.
Oh.
Okay lang.
Fine, get mid.
Mid.
Mapating. I got it.
Wala.
A faster this.
Game na dito, may running.
Bin. What the
Nice.
doing?
It's two. Uy, bang.
Mapating.
Nice.
Nagasin!
Agak buti.
Hey, paalala nga kay chicken, pre.
Dito.
Patingin, wala nga na.
Let's go.
End the ball, pre, end the ball.
Sino ult?
Bin. Bin dead. Nice. Mapating. Solo.
Hun, pre.
Hun.
Ito.
Third.
Buhay ako.
Galo.
Ay, end the ball.
Fight that.
Yeah, chase them. Wala.
Kill Ruby. Bane.
Ah, fuck. Bin. Is it dead?
Tara, tayo natin to, pre.
Kill this guy.
Tara, 5 man meter, pre.
Hey! Don't even end. Let the minions end. Hey, it's a flag.
It's a top.
Just fight, I think. Just fight.
I'm behind. I'm running. Look at me. It's good.
Kill Martis.
I'm here too.
Yo, he can oh. He's nice.
I can end.
Push top. You need to push top. Push. I got it. Get the minion. Yeah, get the minion.
Good play. Nice.
Yeah, we end.
I got it.
Yeah, we end. Can we?
It's over. It's not going to be enhanced either.
Tanking it.
Wait.
Wait, what the I saw my item.
Nice. Look good.
Oh, right here.
Nice one.
Chicken.
So lost. We win and why we're not happy? We're depressed.
Fighting for no one would ever know your name. Who were you waiting for? Darkness plagues this world, unseen by mortal eyes. People prayed to the Immortal One to safeguard the sanctity of peace.
The ceremony's starting! It's Suyo! It's Suyo!
I bear this mask, for this duty is mine alone.
What is that? Is the ceremony over?
Mommy, I'm scared.
What is that?
Let's get out of here!
Get out of here! Let's get out of here!
In their hearts, fear festers into darkness. But deep within, there is hope to crush that fear. Through this mask, I see no fear.
Welcome to the land of God.
The moment you guys have all been waiting for is here. Cloud9 versus BTK showdown is coming up in 24 minutes. And today we have the best of the best talents joining us for a quick discussion before the show starts. Welcome, Private Dancer, Steph Weezy, and Trex.
We have arrived. We are a region divided, but this casting desk is presenting you with your favorite host and your 3 favorite casters. How does it feel to be here, guys?
Hey, we're at the top of the mountain, right? It's been an amazing journey, and now at the very top, everybody's waiting to see the 2 powerhouse teams fight it out, and what better way to do it than with the big 3 and also Blonde Liz in the building.
Very true, very true. You know, I'm just watching the clock right now, biting my nails, man. We got 23 minutes until one of the biggest games we've seen, the biggest game we've seen this NACT, but we do have some things to talk about, Liz.
It's the big 3 and it's big me. First up is the draft analysis. The current meta can be best described as one phrase: counterpick. Now, Trex, I want to hear your thoughts on the meta right now.
Well, I think, you know, BTK has been very prominent in drafting against a lot of teams. But their big issue so far, at least in my opinion, has been Cloud9. In terms of draft overall, Cloud9 always seems to kind of be one step ahead. I feel like Cloud9 just has a couple more picks up their sleeves right now. We saw before in previous games when they pulled out the Jushin, they're forcing BTK to change up their bans throughout a best of 5, to whereas what we've seen from Cloud9 is they've been able to just ban out essentially the same 3 heroes and be okay. So we need BTK to be able to push C9 to the limits to force them to ban out other things so that they also have the opportunity to open up picks for Zane, open up picks for Shark, open up picks for Chicken. If BTK isn't able to do that, this game, these 7 games, could definitely end in the draft.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head. We talked about it a little bit before off screen. You can ban out Zane, and it's been showing that, I mean, when compared to best player, there is a little bit of the idea of like a limited hero pool. He doesn't have as many that he can play, but what he does play, he plays so well that they are a threat. And we're talking about those fighters like the Alpha, the Suyu right now, Bane out there, which I want to say maybe Cloud9 has gotten a little bit of a handle on that Bane, and so they're kind of leaning into letting him use that. So what I'm looking for here is kind of, I mean, maybe we do kind of get the irregular picks on Zane, but we need to open it up for possibly the rest of the team. What can they get that will punish Cloud9 for really putting that huge focus onto Zane, and maybe having Zane take a little bit of a step back?
Yeah, but it really... Go ahead, Weezy.
Oh, no, I definitely agree with you. I mean, right there, if you're going to ban out all of Zane's picks, then punish them somewhere in the draft. Something like the XP laners, get something inside of Chicken's hands that could possibly pressure Nats.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, with the draft in mind, the strategy and execution is also very important. Understanding the win conditions and executing them accordingly is what separates a 5-man ranked team and the professionals. Now, obviously, both of these teams are professionals, but it still comes down to how they execute their strategy and what they have against one another.
Yeah, I mean, I'm right there with you, right? Definitely strategy and execution is what separates the good teams from the great teams. I mean, we're in a meta where the assassins are starting to thrive. A lot of these forgotten heroes are starting to rise to the occasion, and you want to make sure that you're able to execute, especially with these two teams. The level of capability that they're able to pull off with the draft is top tier. So we're expecting at least a lot of meta when it comes from both sides. During the NACT, we saw a lot of risky, I would say, X factor picks, right? Some teams will pull out the Diggy and the Freya combo. They've seen it work overseas and tried to implement it over here in North America, but just not the same strategy overall. So I think maybe going for something like the Suyu, like we've seen in the jungle, dominating picks in the gold lane that are a little bit more staple, like that Ruby, the Harith, can definitely be very viable.
Yeah, I think strategy and execution is going to be important for both teams for sure. But with BTK, they have a very grouped up strategy that they've been using a lot, and it works against so much. I think what we need to see from them is break the berries a little bit. Try something different in game 2. Do a bit more of an angled attack. Attack the off lanes. You know, it can't just be a early game or nothing for BTK. Whereas when we look at Cloud9 right now, we've seen them kind of come into games doing different things. Whether they want to attack from the macro approach, whether they want to try to steamroll in the laning phase. And I think for BTK to really be able to take these 7 games, take this win, they're going to have to show us a little bit more throughout each game.
Yeah, for me, it comes down to fluidity when it comes to some of these strategies and executions. We've seen how good the strategies can be from BTK. They'll pick up the Bane. They don't really focus on the turtles. They go immediately for those tower objectives to go ahead and force it down. But on the fluidity side, we've seen Cloud9 be able to adjust to that. They attack Bane early. They don't let him get farmed. They start stealing that early to make sure that he's always at a disadvantage throughout the entire game. Again, on the side of Cloud9, where we see sometimes they're able to take down best player, keep him at a standstill, Cloud9 is able to adjust. Now you've got best player who might not be having the best game. He's able to split push. He's able to create that focus into the side lanes to where you can't even try to get these turtle fights, or at least there's a timer on it for how long you have the fight there before you have minions pushing at your base. And that's something that both of these teams are going to have to consider when it comes to this the strategy of these.
Yeah, of course. And for the teams, when it comes down to team fight, the most important thing is team synergy. A good team fight is a symphony of trust and synergy. Fight together or die together. That is the motto that we're going for today.
Yeah, and the big thing here for me has been the prominent rise of Cold World and Mark Cutie. That's the big thing that comes to my mind when it comes to synergy. What I've seen come out of Cloud9, how they're able to rotate, how they're able to get some of those early ganks onto the mid lane. And from what we've been talking about, when they are together, they now have been in a boot camp where they've been playing together, they've been getting that synergy up. Now BTK has the same thing hopefully going in its path, and it's something that they're going to need, and they have been lacking in some of these later games where sometimes Mobazane's getting caught out there, Hoon has gotten caught in the mid lane, sometimes the rotations aren't together or everybody is not on the same page. This is too late in the game for those type of mistakes to continue.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it, right? You give a team an inch, they take a mile. With Nats on Cloud9, even though he's newer to the roster, he had to pick up that synergy really quickly with the team, especially go up against the BloodThirstyKings. So we're expecting both sides to have a lot of shot calling. I mean, it's no secret, everybody is pretty much in the same room. I think there's only one player who was not in the same room, which was Shark, in a separate room. But regardless, this is the first NACT that we have seen where the grand finalists are literally in the same area. If you need synergy, that is definitely the way to do it.
Yeah, the synergy should be there for both teams. It's where are they going to be able to take it from there? Is there still going to be any small mistakes? And I love how Private brought up Mark Cutie and Cold World. I think up against Hoon and Shark, right? And Hoon and Shark are no schlumps, right? They've played together for a very long time. No matter what team they go to, those two have been hanging out in that mid lane for a while in the Land of Dawn. So if they step it up, I definitely think we could see more from them. I definitely think they can, like, these are the legends of NA, essentially, right? So they just need to be there in the mid. They need to be able to take control of that early game and show that consistency into those neutral objectives like those early turtles.
Yeah, early game is definitely important, but late game also. For the players, a big thing that we have is the player mentals. Can they keep that mental fortitude up? Because the best of players beats the best of comps 99.9% of the time.
Yeah, and that's an interesting thing. I'm going to lay some statistics out there for you, or at least some facts. Mobazane and BTK have never been beaten in a North American Grand Finals. They have always come out successful. I'm going to let you two discuss what that means.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely puts a lot of pressures. They're the reigning champs, right? They have everything to lose and little to gain. They have to continue holding on to that crown. Whereas Cloud9, though, I mean, they've had an amazing performance so far. We got to see them in week 2 up against BTK, 3-1 with the NACT prediction. And then again in the upper bracket finals, knocking down BTK to the lower bracket and then having to claw their way back into where they are now in the grand finals.
I mean, yeah, in all technicality, they have not lost to grand finals. We do remember the one time they got 3rd place, but we don't speak of that time. The BTK fans, we don't bring that time up. But yes, when it comes to grand finals, Mobazane definitely has a buff, right? He's always had that mental stability, but also Basic is another player who has had that type of mental stability. And I feel like both teams kind of have these two flagship players. And then they also have some players that we have seen fold under Game 7, right? Like Hoon this time, when he's gone against Zane, we've seen some of those players shut down on stage after losing 2 or 3 games, you know? We've seen best players shut down after a game or 2 after losing 2 or 3 games. So both teams, I think, have some very strong mental players and some maybe players that have a bit more to work on. So who's going to crack first? That's the question on all of our minds, right?
Yeah, this season is definitely more balanced. We have best player lining up with Basic. Captain Basic probably has got other team spirit up, so they always have a strategy. I feel like Basic as well is a player where when it comes down to the grand finals, he always finds a way through. He always finds a sneaky way, whether or not it's through practice or through back doors, he always makes it. So this time he's faced up against Zane, who also has that strong mentality on stage. And this is the moment, right, guys? And for any team who makes it to the internationals, player mentality is a very, very important thing in order for them to actually win and move up the ladder.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to try to bring up hunger for this, but I mean, I can't tell you who wants it more from both of these teams. Both of these teams, especially we had a little roundtable on Friday talking about BTK, who don't have a sponsor, who paid out of pocket, who probably spent more than the prize pool right now to get together because this is so important. Same thing that's going on. You know that with the sponsorship behind them, Cloud9 is clawing at that victory now because they want that. They want to be able to prove that it's not just a fluke during the season. It's not just a fluke during the playoff games. They're going to be able to ride that tide all the way through the grand finals.
Well, I'll tell you what, I say it every single time we have a grand finals. I'm one that likes to see it go the distance, and hopefully the 3rd time in a row. We said this last time, right? We were literally in the middle of the pyramid again, and we said there's no way we're going to get another Game 7. We just thought it wasn't possible at all. We're all sitting there like, how are we going to top that NACT? And it happened. We literally topped it, exactly that. So hopefully the 3rd time will be the charm. We can see it go the distance. Hopefully it's not the same story with the 3-1 that we've been seeing so far.
And I think all of that kind of really does come back to the mentality, because when you look at stats throughout all of these seasons, it is normally heavily favoring one team, right? But somehow in the grand finals, the magic happens, the games happen, and we get down to Game 7 where nobody has a clue who is going to win. You know, you brought up a fun fact, right? One more fun fact. Last time that Mobazane and Basic faced each other, Basic won, and that was when Mobazane got sent out in 3rd place. So right now, that was Avalon. Last time they went up against each other when they weren't on the same team, Basic got the dub. So there's a lot of stuff building up to these games.
Can I throw some hidden lore in there and to top that off? That was also the last fall season, man. The rabbit hole.
Oh,
gets deep.
The last fall season.
Yeah.
Oh my God! What are you guys insinuating there?
Just saying. There's a lot.
Insane. Yeah, don't try to. Blonde hair Liz. Nope. We're not having it. All right.
All right, that's it for this little discussion, guys. We have 10 minutes on the clock until the show starts, so make sure to grab your popcorns, have everything ready, because it's going to be a hell of a night ahead of us. Now, I'll see you in 10.
The battlefield is set. The teams are ready to fight. BTK seeks revenge, but can they succeed? Cloud9's dominance is clear. Can they maintain? The showdown begins. Who will rise? Representing North America, the path to M6 starts now. Stay tuned on October 20th. The NACT 2024 Fall Season Grand Final is coming.
The stage is set, the spotlight is on, the grind is done, it's win or none. With every NACT finals closed out in a shocking upset, one truth stands all. In the realm of esports, the crown fits only one. To wear it, you have to earn it, and to earn it, you have to win it. Bound by the threats of fate, Cloud9, the undefeated victor all season, against the reigning champs BTK, the kings of grand final comebacks. Only one today will take the crown. Will BTK continue their chapter, or will C9 close the book and claim their first title? The time of destiny is now. I'm your host Liz. Today I'm joined by the wonderful trio cast of Private Dancer, Steph Weezy, and Trex.
Man, we've arrived. The time for talking, the time for whispers, rumors, what could have been is over. Tonight, we crown a North American champion.
Yeah, and all the fans of BTK and all the fans of Cloud9 got the pitchforks, they got the torches ready, and we can't wait to see which way this series goes.
No matter what, though, somebody's going down, right? No matter what, somebody is not taking the crown, and it's either going to be our reigning champions, BTK, or the new kids on the block, Cloud9, but in the end, all the faces are familiar.
And what a wonderful season it has been. This season, we started with more than 200 teams signing up. 6 of them went through the qualifiers, plus Cloud9 and BTK being invited, and only 8 teams advanced to the regular season.
Yeah, and it's been an amazing season for surprises. A lot of new faces, a lot of new teams came out and showed up. They didn't make it here to the last 2, but here's that final scoreboard.
Yeah, as we did switch things up for this season for the first time ever doing a Swiss. You know how America loves that cheese. It was definitely interesting, right? Everybody competing for points, but only the top 4 teams were able to progress on to the playoffs out of all 8 teams, and that was Cloud9, BTK, Gosu Nighthorde, and Godspeed. But now there's only 2 teams remaining after that amazing journey, and here we are in the grand finals.
Yeah, the grand finals, but before we got there, we had to go through the playoffs. We had our top 4 teams seeded up, and though a lot of these came out as sweeps, 3-0s, 2-0s, 3-0s, 3-1, it felt like so many of those games were very close and down the line. Nighthorde finally securing a number 3 slot, showing up, and then BTK getting their redemption through the losers round into this best of 7 grand finals. I wouldn't have wanted any other way.
And today we'll find out if BTK can have their final revenge. Will the third time be the charm as they face up against Cloud9? And we're starting right on time at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Yeah, it's amazing, and I want to say we've been here before, so it's not as cut and dry as everybody thinks it is from the playoffs. We've been here before where BTK has been on the outs, been the underdog, been on that back foot, and been victorious. Are we going to be seeing a repeat of that here tonight?
Well, I tell you what, I say it every single time. I hope to see it go the distance, right? We've seen best of 7 go all the way to a game 7 the first time we've seen these Titans clash it out. Then again, and here we are, could the third time be the charm? We've yet to see an even series go to official game 7 or a bonus round, and hopefully we get that tonight.
Yeah, I'm super excited. I think if NACT holds strong, Game 7 is definitely a strong possibility. It's what we all want to see. We've been seeing it more and more often around the world in MLBB, so maybe it's what we're in store for tonight.
Yeah, and a lot is on the line, right? With a total prize pool of $25,600 worth of cash prizes and 1.5 million diamonds, a total value of $50,000 cash prizes, and a ticket to M6.
Yeah, and while, I mean, the huge prize pool, a ton of diamonds means nobody went home empty-handed, but we've learned from both of these teams that it is more than just about the money. It is about that path to M6, about raising the banner of North America on the international stage.
That's right. We got to have the team represent us in the World Series, right? We didn't have the hottest debut in MSC. We got to see that up close and personal, and it's time for redemption. We need the team to raise that flag high and show the world what North America's about. So which way this ends, we just got to be in good hands, and hopefully today, if you see it go the distance, I'm trying to manifest it, man. 7 games.
We'll see. We'll see what happens. And, you know, Private always says it the best. It's not about the money. It's about whose names will be called out through Discord calls and private DMs and chats. You know, whose pitchforks will reign supreme here, Liz.
And I hope the chat is ready. Today, the chat will reign supreme once again because we have another giveaway for you guys. On the screen, scan that QR code and type that code in for your chance to win one of the 50 tournament chests to unlock one of these amazing skins.
Yeah, and even if you can't scan the code because maybe you're watching the match on your phone, you can go into the description of YouTube, find that link, and input that code. There are only 50 tournament chests available, so be quick.
Well, actually, 49 because Liz just took one. So, guys, hurry up. If you're not fast enough, Trex may be right behind her.
Yeah, make that 48. Sorry, Liz.
Yeah, we're just messing with you. These giveaways are for all of you guys watching, and these ones are not just for the North American viewers. So I hope one of you guys in maybe Indo unlock that prize. Now, the lineup for both teams. We've seen both teams stick with their original lineup from the very start of the season. Naz on the XP lane for Cloud9, best player in the jungle, Mark Cutie in the mid lane, Cold World on Roam, and Captain Basic on the gold lane.
It has been an amazing journey for each one of these players. Even from the first NACT, I have watched everybody from best player to Mark Cutie, Cold World, Basic, and now newly entered Nats grow up in North America and become the force that everybody has seen.
Yeah, and there's always two sides to every single coin, and the other side of the coin is going to be the BloodThirsty Kings, the reigning champs from the last NACT. Fried Chicken in the XP lane, Moba Zane in the jungle, Hoon in the mid lane, Shark as the roamer, and Zia as the gold laner.
I mean, whether you love them or hate them, these 5 guys right here are the pillars of what has built NA at this point. These guys are the grandfathers. These guys have been around since the early days. These are the legends, right? These are the dudes that turn the tables when nobody expects it to happen. So you got to give them their respect where it's deserved. BTK definitely coming for it.
Yeah, and with pumping both teams up like that, let's take a look at what our casters predicted for this lineup. I see we are all rooting for North America today.
Well, I mean, that's the story here, is while I want to say we have a region divided right now between BTK, between Cloud9, I think everybody is in unison knowing that these are the 2 best teams, better than any other season that we've had, the strongest team, and whoever wins here, we know will be the strongest one that we will be sending to internationals.
It's like we're leaving it out there for the viewers to cast your vote and let us know who you think will win. But we're going to keep it here clear that there's no bias, there's no caster curse thrown on them, and hopefully we get a great series.
Yeah, I think it was just too difficult, right? The inner fanboy in me is wanting BTK to win. My heart wants to see G the Ico, Mark Cutie, and Cold World on the international stage. You know, I'm divided right now. It's tough, but in the end, the best team will go. And I think our big point is we just want North America to do amazing things no matter who wins.
Yeah, of course. And we have been petitioning this for the whole season, especially for an important game like this, because we cannot choose between either one, especially with Cloud9 being so supportive to their players and BTK having the NA dream team for a lot of people. And now let's take a look at some of the fun facts about the players. We've been missing out for a few weeks, but we're back. Cloud9 best player. His role is jungle. His favorite hero is Fanny. His favorite player goes to General, where he started. His hobby is MLBB. His device is iPhone 14 Pro. And his hometown, he doesn't want the girls stalking him, so he's not in a Distillsa today.
Yeah, I just can't get over the anime shirt on him there. But I mean, this is one of those players I was talking about. We have grown up with him. We've seen him through some community tournaments, through lesser teams, and move his way forward. You know the hunger is there with best player.
Yeah, he's definitely at the top of his game, right? One of the best meta assassins when it comes to North America. But speaking of junglers, right beside him is Mobazane, definitely the most decorated jungler in North America as well. His favorite hero, a little bit of a surprise. It's Fanny as well. We got to see. Maybe he pulls it out. Maybe he's just been waiting until today to show it. I'm hoping for that. But his favorite player, there's one that sticks out. It's Cardi.
Shout out to Cardi, man. I love it. He's got to throw some love to the old teammates, right? But one of the things that we really have to point out is that hobby. He likes to win, you know? He likes to win. That's what's important here. It's always been the vibe that we've gotten from Mobazane. You know, he's just not here to play. He's here to be the best.
Yeah, he's here to win, and let's see which team wins it as we start our today's series with the first draft.
Yeah, I know. As much as you guys love hearing us yap on through, we are ready. We have the draft ready and the first two bands already on the board. A very familiar jungle and band coming out from Cloud9.
Yeah, we got to see which way this goes, right? Definitely want to get those meta prio picks. We say half the battles in the draft, and hopefully we can get that today. Now, when it comes to Cloud9, it's very hard to kind of outban them, right? Their hero pool is just so deep, especially with NAS on the table as well, with players like Best Player able to prioritize these assassins. It kind of makes it a little hard. But for BTK, I feel like their hero pool may be slightly more limited, which means they're going to have to hit this with a couple of different angles.
I think at this point, we're waiting to see if C9's going to ban out that Suyo here, right? They've already taken out the Julian. They've taken out the Alpha. If they leave it open, then they force BTK to ban it out, because BTK is definitely not going to give it over to C9. But there's also this chip still open. So C9 already banning pretty aggressively. They do go with the Suyo. I like it. BTK, I think, last ban here, most likely chip. And then C9 maybe just start off with Valentina, start off with Phoveus, start off with something simple.
Or we just go with something flexible like the Edith out there, where we can kind of keep BTK guessing, keep them on their toes so that they don't know what position's going to be going where. We've talked before at nauseum when it comes to the flexibility of that gold lane right now, which I want to say is usually kind of left into the last there. Still waiting for that last pick. We're at the 0. Hesitation. It is going to be the Phoveus pickup for Cloud9.
Yeah, Phoveus, one of those XP laners that a lot of people have had hard times dealing with, right? You have to find who can kind of put on that pressure. I mean, this is a new Phoveus, right? It's revamped. It's not magical no more. It's complete physical damage. Now, there are some options on the table, though. For flexibility, you could pull out the Ruby. You could at least have the survivability aspect inside of the XP lane, or you can flex it in the roam position or the gold lane, which could be a smart thing for BTK. But now Zane has jungle prow, right? There's a lot of junglers right here that he can choose from to get him comfortable. We know he's one of those junglers who thrives on being able to get around and get that farm and pave the way for the early game.
I think he needs to lock, I don't know, I think he needs to lock in Nolan pretty soon, because if that gets pulled up, I mean, at least from what we've seen, we're starting to run out of options, right? And if C9 grabs the Nolan up right here, it's starting to pressure down on Mobazane. Of course, it is game 1. There's still a Ling open. There's still a Hayabusa open. There's still plenty of options for best player here. And if they feel like they can handle Mobazane's Nolan, then they're in a comfortable place. You mentioned the Bane. We didn't see it work so well, man. We didn't see it work so well. I'm not saying it's impossible, but it doesn't really fit into BTK's early game strat. So there goes the Nolan pick. They steal it away from Mobazane. What else is he left with at this point, Private?
Yeah, and then that's kind of what the question has been on everybody's mind this entire week. Are we going to maybe see a surprise from Mobazane that does not rely on that Bane pick, which, like you've said, hasn't been as successful as he wants? We're going to go ahead and scoop up the Roger. Now, I want to say I do kind of favor Roger a little bit more in the gold lane, just because he's had a few nerfs when it comes to his transformation. He doesn't have as much defense. Cooldowns are a little bit longer. So he's not as, I want to say, able to be in a lot of those fights. But we're talking about Mobazane here, here who has, I mean, made a name for himself off of this hero.
Yeah, and you know what's interesting, with being second in the draft, BTK prioritizing this Hylos and also this Cho. I'm wondering, you know, Chicken with this Hylos, is that possibly the counter they're looking for against this Phoveus? How is that matchup going to kind of work out? But yeah, the Roger, I'm right there with you. I mean, I wonder, is Zane going to run this inside of the jungle? It's great with the Lycan and Pounce, especially early, but you have to be aggressive, right? It can definitely fall off if not played properly or able to get those objectives. But it's still going to be flexed inside of the gold lane. It still can be put into the hands of Zia, which still gives Zane an option for something else inside of the jungle if necessary. Now, if that's the case, we still have a lot of gold laners on the table for both sides.
I think C9 maybe looks into banning, like, you know, maybe Ruby here, focusing on Azia's gold lane, because if this does end up being a jungle Roger, it's very possible we see that double fighter offlane from the side of BTK. Both sides, though, banning down into this gold lane, and I think it's kind of smart for BTK to do that, right? They get first pick here. They can still fall into a fighter on the offlane like the Ruby or the Alice, something of that nature, or they can always just flex the Roger over. C9 also banning into gold lane. It's, you know, it could be a bad move here to be banning the Harith out. We're now limiting down onto basic. There's still a Claude open, still a couple possibilities, but those that gap is getting smaller.
Yeah, and then when it comes down to it, I want to say we still got some of those prime picks that Basic does like to have. The Moskov probably is, it should just be renamed the Basic, with just how it shines with the split pushing, which we know that Basic likes to lean into. We are going to go ahead, take out that Eve, which Hoon has really started favoring there onto the BTK. I also want to add in the Ruby pickup. I want to say Azia has been performing just absolutely great with that Ruby. So, I mean, it's another pick out there that they could use for themselves. Here, the Valentina's picked up, especially with the ultimates that are on the board. I like this pick for BTK.
Yeah, but there's still some picks to go up against it, right? I mean, we've seen players like the Sicilian, heroes like the Sicilian come out. We've seen Vexana could definitely be a threat still available on the table. And right now, when it comes to drafting, we like to look at with what you're allowing to walk, are you getting a decent trade back? Now, we're looking at a Phoveus, right? We can all agree that's a high value hero right there, the Gatat and the Nolan. I think that's a really good lottery pick for the side of Cloud9. There goes some additional picks, though. They're going to pick up that Aurora and stop it up with this Claude as well.
I like the Aurora, especially with something like a Hylos and a Cho trying to come in, and a Roger. They want to try to dive on. One good Frigid Glacier drops, and it completely stops what BTK wants to do. And then Claude, honestly, it's comfort for Basic. We know this is the go-to for him. But hold on a second. Hold on. Game number 1, we were wondering what we were going to see from Zane. It looks like it could be the YSS. Still, we saw, yes, it did perform the other day. They won the game with it, but it was against Gosu Nighthorde, and nothing bad to say about Gosu Nighthorde, but it's definitely not Cloud9. Is this going to work? How do we feel about it, boys?
Man, definitely not Cloud9. I couldn't have put it better myself. And that's what you have to wonder here, especially with how flexible they are in here. A very firm, by-the-book draft from Cloud9. BTK here going outside the box, and I want to say most of us expected at least something here, but this is going to be very interesting. I don't recall seeing how well it can work here when it comes to this gold lane now, so we're going to find out, guys.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. Not how I expected to jump into game 1. I think it's a little risky, especially with the YSS. You don't really see it in too many players' hands. Even with Zane, when he did run it, it wasn't like a one-sided story because of the YSS. I honestly feel like that match was a little bit harder for them when they went up against Gosu Nighthorde.
Ladies and gentlemen, the time for talk is now over. We are sliding into game 1 of the grand finals. BTK taking on Cloud9.
Okay, hold up, because this is not jungle YSS. This is gold. I saw it in the graphic and I was like, was it a mess up on the graphic? Wait a second, what happened here? This is gold lane Zia, Yushun Shin. Is this a pocket? Is this something out of the clutch? Is this something they've been practicing? Because this could definitely be something to catch Cloud9 off guard here. And it's going to be surprising. I think damage output early game will maybe output this Claude. In terms of movement, in terms of overall damage, I don't even know. I don't think I've ever seen this.
Yeah, it's definitely a first for me as well. But we said we wanted to see BTK come out with some surprises, and they have yet to disappoint.
Yeah, and we're going to see how well. It doesn't just come down to the picks, though. It's going to come down to some of these rotations. This has been the big sour point for BTK in some of the playoff games. Is their synergy up to par? Is Mobazane going in with the backup of his team? Is the communication on there with Shark? So far, still in the early games, both teams being very respectable of both of their opponents.
Yeah, but BTK definitely like moving fast. They're playing the early games they like to play. This is the early game that sometimes messes up the tempo of Cloud9 in laning phase. You have Shark on this Cho, who's going to be aggressive, going to be in their face. And in terms of the mid duo that we're wondering how they're going to pair up, lane clearage has been equal. The rotations have been equal. It's 2 minutes in, and it's pretty much down the middle.
Yeah, he's already seen some heavy engagement. Oh, wait a second. Big knockup on the chicken. Needing to go back, but still going to sustain himself in this fight as the turtle spawns in.
Yeah, Frigid Glacier came out there from Hoon with the IMU, not able to find a mark just yet, but that means you're going to have an ultimate down for this first objective, but it doesn't look like both teams are actually setting up just yet. Shark getting caught.
Yeah, Demonic Force dropping down, trying to put him on the slam dunk cam, but the G-Kundo, the footwork, a little too fast for Nats to be able to catch up to him. But right now, a stalemate for the turtle. Neither side will engage.
We'll see how things play out. Turtle up, both junglers sitting at the top side. So this is going to be a slow first turtle. No one's going to rush it exactly. Mobazane has to get his orange buff first. But I'm wondering, like, do we think that BTK's got this one here? They do have some zone control, but a little bit of a knockup.
Ooh, the way of the dragon for the stun. Mobazane securing the kill. An amazing alley-oop from Shark. First blood for BTK. But do we see Cloud9 with a response? Demonic Force for the Glacier as well. Marcuti will find Mobazane, both sides, able to secure a kill. Glorious pathway through the mid-river as well. Look at Nats, he's going all in. Now at 1v3 at that tier 3 turret.
That is just an amazing job by Cloud9. They do get caught, best player does go down, but they're always able to reply in kind with something. Here's Shark in a little bit of trouble as we start on this turtle.
Yeah, Shark's keeping pace well, man. Ever since we saw him start picking up the Cho earlier in the playoffs, I've liked it on him. It fits his playstyle. He's able to make plays happen. Both junglers do go down there, but we already see the possible aggression from BTK, the possible play potential.
Yeah, and a play may be made here on the chicken. Not going to be able to find the kill, but that is a turtle over to Cloud9.
Ooh, Colwell just narrowly avoids a little kick up there from Shark. But right now, I mean, still keeping the pace. It's 1-1. Both of these teams, I want to say the aggression coming from them, they are not warded off by either of the deaths that they took. They're not worried about it. They're just continuing to kind of keep up this fast pace.
Keep our eyes on Nats, though, right? He's being super proactive right now. He's consistently rotating up to the mid, getting back down to EXP to clear his wave. Even now, watch him on the minimap, rotating up to the mid. Might even hang out a bit longer. Chicken, though, kind of onto it. It seems like both teams want to make a big fight happen for this next turtle.
Yeah, but it's no secret, right? BTK, we know they're a team that kind of thrives on being able to take these turtles. Usually when they are not able to get these objectives, their success rate drastically drops. So hopefully for the second turtle, they can find a way in, especially with Zane running on this Roger and how he's easily able to overpressure teams with the Lycan Pounce.
Yeah, but we've talked about it. You really need to lean into that early game on a Roger. When Roger starts falling behind, you're going to have some issues when it comes into that mid game, when you come into that late game. But ladies and gentlemen, a new record, if you guys did not know, for Mobile Legends Bang Bang Professional League recently became the first esports event series to reach 1 billion hours of watch time. That is a big number.
I don't even know what that number means, honestly. It's a lot. That's what I know. It's like the money that Eslon has, or you know his name, Elon Musk has. It's a lot. It's confusing me. This game, though, I'm waiting for Zia to pop off. When is this YSS really going to happen, Private?
Yeah, and that's the big thing for me right now. I'm not seeing where Yusun Shin is really kind of coming into play, where I'm just like, that was a great pick. I'm starting to see the genius of that pick. Not just yet, but right now, getting into a turtle fight.
Yeah, Demonic Force dropping down from Nats. Frigid Glacier stopping him in his tracks. Mobazane able to get the turtle to even out the objectives. Maybe able to get some kills as well. The way the dragon set up, possibly leading to a kill. Nats very low, but still going to go in with the Demonic Force. Frigid Glacier double stun. Maybe able to pull it off. Cold World finding Zia. Shark on his way out to the tier 3 turret on the top side, and the tier 3 for the mid will be secured by best player.
Yeah, and right now the mid tower goes down. The great macro from Cloud9, able to lose a tower, or able to lose that turtle. Oh, Mobazane in trouble.
Ooh, needing to get out of there very low. Not going to be able to get that orange buff, but it is going to be reset, so I guess effectively he didn't really lose anything from that engagement.
I definitely didn't lose anything from the engagement. Turtle back up in 70 seconds. But the thing is BTK tried to make that play happen, right? But Cold World comes in with that beautiful AOG to disrupt everything, buys Nats enough time to kind of get those demonic forces off. So Cloud9 is doing so far a good job at layering these skills. They are starting to take away with this gold lead. More towers are dropping. BTK now on the back foot. And earlier we were talking about Z on the YSS private. I think knowing it's a YSS, it's definitely going to take some time, right? Until he's really outputting that damage. But the big thing he has to worry about is the demonic force. He's got to worry about the frigid glacier. There's just a lot of things that Zia has to play around on this hero to really make it pop off.
Yeah, and the fact that you kind of have to juggle in melee range, into marksman range, into melee range to really get the most damage and output out of it, it leaves me wondering what the thinking process was, because you get close here, you've got a lot of CC to contend with. Mark Cutie, Frigid Glacier, among all the rest of Aurora's kit there. Nats able to kind of slam down, and then of course, as we saw earlier, Cold World able to bring down that avatar of the Guardian. So with that, we have to wonder, when he does get those items, when he does become dangerous, will it be able to make a difference?
Yeah, and that's what we're going to be keeping a close eye on. I mean, Basic's already 1,000 gold ahead of him, has the DSS and the golden staff, and right now an engagement in the mid-river, possibly on the way as the next turtle spawns in.
And we just saw the Mountain Shocker come into play, so it's, I mean, we're starting to see a little bit of possibilities. Nat's doing such a great job at zoning right now, and it's becoming such a big burden for Shark. AOG though,
not gonna hit the mark. A good evasive maneuver from BTK, but Mark Cutie will find Mobazane. Glorious pathway possibly on the way out. Right now, Cloud9 on the offensive pressure, winning the early game.
I want to say, what a perfectly placed AOG there. Forced Mobazane to roll backwards into Cloud9. They deliberately forced it out ahead. You saw Hoon was able to dash out of the way, but Mobazane had to roll backwards right into Cloud9's hands, and they scoop up the kill.
Now, all I'm saying, I'm looking at the BTK camera, and it might be time for Hoon to sit up. My guy's comfortable right now under the blanket. It might be time to sit up, bro. I promise you, by game 2, game 3, this man's going to be on the edge of that couch. He better be, because right now BTK's on the back foot. It's about 4K behind. Mobazane's been getting targeted down. Mark Cutie, I don't think, has missed a single Frigid Glacier at this point. Always catching somebody and making it count.
You know what's funny, though? I feel like this time around, though, Shark is actually in the same room as them and not playing on his lonesome, so that could be the difference they can lean in on, as you are now seeing Zia able to take the turret on the top side for BTK.
Yeah, and so we do have a little bit of the macro kind of coming out there, still starting to affirm and amass a decent-sized lead right now as we take a look at the items.
Yeah, taking a look at the items, I want to focus on the junglers right now. They've both taken some deaths. Mobazane has taken 2, and I think we're starting to feel it a little bit, right? He's almost 2,000. He's 1.7K behind best player right now. He's about 2 levels. That means that Retri's looking real good on best player, which means BTK is kind of in this point where they are forced to wait a little bit. Mobazane's got the War Axe in, he's got Windtalker in, but taking a look at the side of best player, we're talking Endless Battle, Malefic Roar, just to kind of chunk through Fried Chicken, to chunk through Shark. Not to mention the Hunter Strike as well for a little bit of passive speed boost to help with these engages and disengages. C9 has hit their power spike nice and early. BTK still trying to get there.
Yeah, and I gotta see what is Zia's power spike? Because he has the Aegis, he's on this YSS gold lane. How will that come into play?
Yeah, and I want to say, man, it just takes a genius beyond me right now, because when I look at the YSS, I'm thinking you need to get fed fast. That's how a lot of those jungle-ish marksmans are, like Granger too as well. You want to get fed fast, you want to be able to kind of use that lead to the biggest possibility. Here, you're kind of slow playing it on the YSS. As we see now, BTK starting to focus on this Lord.
I mean, Zia, right, I think he went a little greedy maybe with the first time. He goes for BOD, right? Which I'm not saying it's the wrong pick, but it's going to take this time to get a second and third item even more. You do want to start getting those crits. You want to try to capitalize on that passive and get in and out. And I'm not saying the YSS is unfathomable because it's not like he's doing bad on it. He's 0, 1, and 0. But, yeah, it's going to be a while until that damage really starts to get there. We're talking 13, 14, maybe even 15 minutes for the side of BTK.
And Mountain Shocker is going to drop down. Both sides fight it out for this Lord. Best player with the Retribution secures it for Cloud9. Frigid Glacier for the stun. Glorious Pathway in the heart of the battle. Best player taking down Fried Chicken. Basic taking down Shark. 2 members falling for BTK. Avatar the Guardian trying to close the distance on to Zayn. Looks for the Russian with the like account. The Punish takes down Cold World. Best player finding MOBA Zayn. A 3-1 trade and a Lord to Cloud9.
Yeah, these Avatar of the Guardians have been hitting the mark. Now, and why I say that, they haven't been actually hitting the players, but they've been separating the players so that they can get those kills. They can get MOBA Zayn spread out and away from his team.
You want to talk about hitting players? Best player right now is hitting players, but a lot of damage. Down goes Marcuti.
BMI, Blazing Duet in as well. Marcuti very low. Chicken trying to take him down. Zia will find Marcuti. Basic will find Chicken. A 1-for-1 trade. The map is bleeding blue. Cloud9 opening up the base for the Bloodthirsty Kings. A Lord on the bot side marching to the base crystal, but quickly bursted down by BTK.
Oh, man. They're able to take down the Lord very quickly, but you see up at the top, that's 2 high grounds down on each side. Just 1 left through mid right now. A firm grasp on the map control is what Cloud9 has.
Yeah, I mean, 2 inhibitors down, and they're both on off lane, so it doesn't matter what side of the pits, the river that the Lord spawns up on, Cloud9 has an advantage. Back to the items, though. Zia did finally get the Endless Battle in. Looks like next could be a Malefic Roar for some penetration, but at this point, is it too late, right? Like, Cold War, I mean, best player is just bursting, and we're not even talking about late game potential with Basic. We're not even talking about Marcuti, who's been landing Frigid Glacier after Frigid Glacier, or the beautiful AOGs coming from Cold World right now. It just feels like everyone on Cloud9 is on their P's and Q's right now, making the right plays happen at the right time. BTK came into this game with, kind of a cheesy draft, maybe trying something, and I'm still wondering when that's going to pay off.
And what's interesting? It's not like they have the easiest composition to get to a backline marksman, but the AOGs from Cold World have been crucial to setting up those opportunities for Cloud9.
Yeah, and I'm kind of waiting to, especially while they're on the back foot, it really kind of inhibits their ability to do a lot. Shark can't get in there, which is where you want to be with this Cho pick, to kind of get in there, isolate somebody out, and be able to burst him down. Right now, you're sitting at about a 5k gold loss, so that burst is not going to come without its penalties, because you're going to have Cloud9 closing in on you as well.
Hopefully they can fight for these purples, try to get a little bit more farm. But you talked about Shark not being able to go in, and I think in the early we saw him going, right? But now with Nats just able to stiff arm him, with the rest of the team able to stop him in his tracks, it doesn't seem possible.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be an upscale battle right now with Cloud9 in the lead with the gold and the objectives. Illuminous Lord does spawn in. Now the chase on the Shark. I'm wondering if they're going to fully commit. No, they're going to let him go. They're going to focus on this objective. You're already seeing best player in position.
I mean, and he's looking for the angles. He's trying to get them, but he's just not able to find them.
And right now, we're going to go ahead and start on the Lord.
Ooh, Basic will be able to secure that with the no retribution play and get a kill. Takes down Chicken. On top of that, a 2-for-none trade for their side.
Yeah, they have to know the burst damage is there. At this point, one of them can't go in and check bush. Like, one of them can't just be alone, and they're kind of approaching the map at more of a split-up pace, but I think it's a little bit too late for that.
Yeah, and you don't, I mean, I was going to say, we don't really have a front line for BTK either. It's going to have to be Shark to kind of go in there, get that, but then you have the rest of the team that's going to need to kind of be on their P's and Q's to try to maybe get an angle or get in there very quickly as we're pushing in to the last high tower.
Ooh, good G-Kondo setup. Right, Ice comes out to keep Marcuti alive. Shark maybe punished best player with the fracture, able to take him down. Right now, you are seeing the Luminous Lord in the base of the Bloodthirsty Kings at about 45% HP. The inhibitor will fall. No more inhibitors in this game. Cobra finding Moba Zane. The base Crystal taking some heavy hits. Basic able to take down Chicken. Zia falling to Marcuti's wrath. And Cloud9 securing game 1 against BTK.
And a very dominating game 1 for the side of Cloud9. Both teams right at the beginning doing a great job of keeping pace, but as the game continued, Cloud9 really showing that synergy.
Yeah, I mean, just overall doing Cloud9 things right now, right? Playing very similar to how they played last time, just in control. Once they find that rhythm, it is hard to break. And I feel like BTK tried to bring this early game aggressiveness with the Cho, and the Cho's a great pick right now. It works very well. But if the rest of the team isn't able to pop off, it doesn't matter if you get that 1-minute kill or that 2-minute kill, right?
Yeah, it's just a little too risky for me. Like we say, the draft is pretty much 50% of the game, and to pull out the YSS and not give it into the jungle and to flex it in the gold, that's not something you traditionally see, at least something I haven't seen possibly ever. And I think it's just such a gamble, especially for a debut game 1 in a grand finals.
Well, on the opposite side of that, Cloud9, just the positives I do. This was a great draft for them. The priority onto the Phoveus. And I want to say I understood some of the picks there. You get some vision from that Mountain Shocker. You have the Cho out there to try to get the best player. But when it came to the execution, it just fell through. And I want to say there's a reason certain things remain in the box. You know what I mean? You have to kind of respect that before you kind of start reaching outside of it, especially on Zia, who I want to say has probably been one of the most impressive players coming through these last few years. Has really grown in that gold lane, and I feel like he was really hindered on a pick that doesn't really strike out in that gold lane until late.
I feel like...
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Trex.
I feel like now, after looking at the draft more and more, it's not a single one of the heroes on BTK had real range, right? They took the dive composition to a whole new level, and there was nobody really on the back line. If they would have maybe slotted Hoon into something like the Eve or something that could kind of hang out and create the box, or put Zia onto more of a long-range marksman, just something other, because nobody can get close, and that's where that Aurora pick was so clutch, right? That's where the Phoveus just worked out so well. Everything that Cloud9 brought was the answer, and it kind of goes into some of those talking points, you know, counter pick, and that's exactly what C9 did.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. My bad. We're gonna let Private go.
Well, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but yeah, and that's been the big thing here, and what a lot of people have been kind of viewing as kind of a weakness for BTK right now. I mean, it's no surprise too with the backing that Cloud9 have. You've got Coach Midnight back there handling and showing up when it comes to this draft here. And right now, I want to say BTK, their ideas are sound. It's just that, yeah, there's always an answer.
Yeah, and yeah, it's just a little unfortunate for them. I mean, that was pretty much just a free game over to Cloud9. I feel like it was just too risky with the X Factor component of throwing that YSS in the gold lane this early in the draft, right? I feel like that's something you have to sneak in there and possibly a game 2 or a game 3 to keep a team on their toes. But, I mean, it definitely showcases that BTK has some tricks up their sleeves, right? I mean, none of us expected that to be the draft, but sometimes just going back to the basics and playing that traditional meta could be the difference. And this time, that is the difference for Cloud9 to take game 1.
And this is the first big play. This is that early laning phase aggression that you see from BTK where they do so well, but then immediately Moba Zane pays the price for it. Nats with an early rotation, and that's where we start to see the cracks start to form. Every time the Sharks get a big kickoff, Mark Cutie and Nats are there to turn the fight around. And once Cloud9 started to get this lead, there was just no real answer. The aggressive comp that BTK brought was just falling off.
Yeah, and I want to say, when we talked about counters, I don't even feel like that just applies to the draft. It also applies to a lot of these engagements. I didn't see one time where Cloud9 got caught and they weren't able to turn it around on BTK. So they're able to counter even the kills or the deaths that happen on their team with kills of their own. So they're always watching and always adjusting to that. And that's something BTK needs to be ready for.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the only time that this match really worked in BTK's favor was for that second turtle play. But after that, it just seemed like more of a one-sided story. And I mean, that's just the difference of when you go for those unorthodox picks. It's hard to kind of regain that position of power. Now, this is a best of 7. This is definitely a lot of time for them to be able to turn this round. So we're going to have to see how they flex into draft number 2, right? What are they going to change here? Definitely, I would recommend maybe something a little bit more traditional in the gold lane.
I think, I mean, don't get me wrong. Yes, it is the debut game, but also it's the debut game. You know, it might have been the best time to try to throw Cloud9 off the hinges, see if something works. Is that a pick you want to pick in game 7? I don't know. Unless it's been tried, tested, and is true, you know, it may not be the best way to go, but they're starting things off, and it might be a not so bad to start things off.
Ooh, we get a little bit of an inside look here. Again, it's Cloud9 Nats, the import from MPLPH. Role is the XP laner. Favorite hero, Arlott, Yuzong, and Edith. Favorite player is Basic. A little respect there for his fellow teammate. Hobby is cycling. Hometown is Abington. And the device he uses is an iPhone 14 Pro.
Yeah, definitely. Everybody's been asking the question, how impactful has he been on Cloud9? And so far, he's been doing a great job. But speaking of impact, there goes Fried Chicken, the XP laner for the Bloodthirsty Kings. His favorite hero, surprisingly, is Hylos. I don't think I would have guessed that for Chicken, but I could have guessed this one. His favorite player, he doesn't have one. You know, he's just going to keep it as it is. His hobby, that's interesting as well. Not really sure yet. Maybe you guys can give him a hobby to decide for next time. But yeah, that's Fried Chicken, XP laner. Definitely one of the players that are the top of his caliber. I mean, he even mentioned in an interview, right, against specifically for Cloud9, that Nats has been his biggest challenge this entire NACT.
I mean, Fried Chicken has definitely stood at the top of the pedestal and in the EXP lane for a while, right? Not a whole lot of players give him a big problem, but Nats is definitely, even if it's not like they're getting kills on each other in the EXP lane, right now where I've been seeing Nats really do well is those rotations, making sure he's able to clear wave a little bit faster and be there for the fight a few seconds before Chicken is, right? And just those few seconds makes the difference. And whether that is a full team issue, whether it is a Chicken first Nats issue, I can't quite say yet.
Well, I mean, it's Chicken, like you just mentioned, Chicken has talked about that Nats has been probably the toughest person he's faced in that XP lane. Talk about that when you give up picks like a Phoveus, like an Arlott on there. You're going to be struggling. Even if you're talking about like the two people cloned together, having those picks on the other side, a Phoveus or an Arlott or any one of those ones that Nats plays so well, you're going to have problems because you can't be as active as you want to in the XP lane. You have to hang back. You have to let them do their thing. And unfortunately, what that means is your team's going to be wanting when it comes to a lot of these fights, and the enemy is rotating faster than you.
Yeah, but this time around, BTK has first pick in the draft. So, I mean, Phoveus is technically still on the table. Do they use the same tool in their own playing book and secure that?
I like the good top ban, right? Because they leave the Phoveus open, but they do ban out another pretty powerhouse pick. And with the Suyo banned out, here's the real question. It's, do they focus that Phoveus and give up the Nolan or Julian, or do they just put Mobazane in a safety spot? I think the Phoveus is definitely the better pick, and luckily both of those heroes are still open. They go for the Jushin as the steal from Marcuti, which again, the Jushin is definitely a good pick. It is solid. It has come back into the meta a bit from, you know, MSC, post-MSC kind of fell off. It is definitely a little bit back and works well. We just haven't seen BTK make it work extremely well.
Yeah, because you kind of sacrifice a little bit of clear speed in the early game. She doesn't really have a ton of damage, which means you're going to have to supplement that with the rest of your composition here. And with that, you kind of give up 2 picks to the side of Cloud9. You see already the Julian picked up there and the Cho. So Phoveus is still on the board, which is very interesting to me, is that you get the Prio in the last game. Here, they're kind of leaning back. They're going to put that Cho, and we've already seen how good that Cold World can be on that Cho, especially when it comes to getting to Zane, isolating him during those objective fights.
And the Nolan and the Phoveus are still up. They're not going to go in. Oh, wait. Okay, so this should be high-low. Could possibly just be in the XP lane again. And we saw Chicken run that last time, paired up against the Phoveus. And maybe he's comfortable on it, right? Maybe he just is going to allow Cloud9 to pick up that Phoveus again as he feels that's the official counter for it. There goes the Roger pickup as well. This is definitely a little interesting, right? I would have expected maybe the Nolan to be picked up here, but no, it's not going to be slotted up. Now, this still can be Roger flexed into the goal lane. I mean, now it's definitely up in question with what's going to be ran here. But is it worth the trade, right? You're giving the Julian, you're giving the Aurora again, and then on top of that, the Cho. We're seeing some heavy crowd control right now from the side of Cloud9, and they don't really have much for BTK.
And I mean, it's Cloud9 here. They're not worried about it. It's very similar to draft last time, and they just slot in the Aurora again, which, as we saw last time, beautiful counter to the Roger, beautiful counter to the Hylos, beautiful counter to pretty much a lot of the type of strategy that BTK wants to bring, right? It is the answer to the compositions that BTK 90% of the time, it's that same type of composition, that heavy grouped up dive composition. And this is where we talk about, BTK has to maybe break some boundaries here. They still need a roamer. They still need a gold laner. Hopefully they put a little bit of range on the backside. C9 on their bans, taking out the Harith. Claude ban for BTK, so limiting down on the basic.
Yeah, I was going to talk about that as well when it comes to some range, which is the big problem that we had from the last game. You had the Aurora up front, so everybody who was trying to rush that middle to really get those ganks on the Cloud9, they were running into just a heck of a lot of CC coming out from Cloud9. So there, I'm wondering, are we going to have something that can dive into that backline, maybe even be able to take out Mark Cutie, to be able to take out Basic before they become a problem during these objectives fights? And that's what we're going to kind of be leaning into. Not going to lie, the Roger didn't perform as well. Like, we've talked about this. There are Roger has a very specific amount of criteria he needs to fit in during a match to be successful. And that leads to a very successful early game that he needs to have to carry it on into the mid and late game. Sometimes I wonder if maybe there are some potentially better pickups to go with.
Yeah, we're going to have to figure that out as we're getting closer to the end of the draft. There goes the Edith pickup. I would have thought maybe a Ruby would have came out here. I feel like it would have been, you're agreeing, but right? I feel like the Ruby would have had some great CC to top that off. But yeah, a little interesting. Going to put the Edith out there as well. The Wan coming to effect. Now, let's just talk about the Wan, right? You have to hit those weakness points in order to get that crossbow of Tang. You're going against the Cho with the single target CC. You're running up against a Aurora with the Frigid Glacier for the group CC as well. And then not to mention, Julian's one of those heroes that can definitely escape with that enhanced sword. So it'll be a little tricky. And not to mention the Rafaela on top of that for the speed boost to pretty much enhance everybody running around the team and also keep them alive. So there's a couple of requirements that have to be secured from Zia in order to pull that off. And so far when we've seen the Wan selected, at least in the NACT, we haven't really seen it be as impactful with those crossbow tanks, but hopefully we can get that proven wrong. I mean, if anybody can do it, it's definitely Zia in the gold lane, this NACT.
Not only that, but they flex. This means Nats gets the Cho. They put the Cho into the EXP lane. It's going to be support mid, essentially. But with Cho in this EXP lane, it just really favors into his proactive play style, right? It really fits into Nats, the way he wants to move around the map, and the way, last time he was on a Phoveus and he was getting the out rotations. This time he's on the Cho, which is going to move even more and maybe even help deal with the early game aggression that BTK wants to bring. Don't get me wrong, I like the Wan. I think at least if they picked up the Ruby gold lane, it'd be like putting all the eggs into the basket of Mobazane damage on a Roger. So I think they have a little bit more criteria here in terms of options as we creep into the late game.
Yeah, we're going to see if these options are going to be the recipe that BTK needs for success in Game 2 of the Grand Finals.
All right, and we are seeing Mobazane on the Roger again. We thought he would have ran the YSS for game number 1, but no, he definitely favored that Roger. And it looks like it's something he's comfortable on. I mean, this is 2 times in a row, so we'll have to kind of spot it out and see how effective it'll be for him.
You know where that raft's going to be super crucial? It's going to help dance around this Lantern Flare, man. It's going to be a beautiful counter to the Lantern Flare. Make sure that Mark Cutie can kind of get out of distance, give him that speed up, to whereas Hoon wants to kind of push you to the other side of the river. They're going to be able to move around and find those angles that they need.
Yeah, and we're already seeing that Hoon's kind of getting a little bit outranged already at the mid lane with both of them kind of putting on that pressure. Right now, Fried Chicken getting pushed back by Nats already. And I do like that the Hylos is going to be as the roam. I do like a Chicken on something a little bit more mobile, something that can probably join the fights a little bit faster, so he's not constantly kind of stuck behind waiting for Nats to do what he needs to do before these objective fights.
Yeah, and I feel like the Edith is a comfort pick for Fried Chicken as well. I mean, he's been very effective on it this NACT and also prior NACTs as well. So definitely I'm in agreement with Shark running on this Hylos. It'll boost the mobility that BTK has for these engagements. But speaking of boosting, enhanced chains with the knockup as well. Shark throws it in his tracks, and Mark Cutie will take him down. But the displacement onto Mark Cutie over there by Hoon on the Zushin, able to take him down to 50% HP.
Yeah, Nats rotates up, gets the kick up, makes the play happen. I mean, it's definitely huge, and now we're already one down, and Cloud9 in control of Turtle and control of River.
Yeah, and now you can see the invade coming. Cho with the kick.
Ooh, finding Moba Zane. Cold World will be the one to get that kill. Shark immobilized. Not even displacement from Hoon can keep him alive, and that will be best player getting that kill. Speaking of displacement, Fried Chicken finding best player. The counter response now on the way, trying to avenge their fallen members. 1-3 on the scoreboard, but may be able to get some bodies. Hoon needs to be careful on overstaying his welcome, though. Chicken will force out that Pride of Ice with the knockup. Not able to delay that death, and Mark Cutie will fall.
And already we're starting to see the Zuxin, Hoon on the Zuxin, starting to come into play. Maybe not part of the fight, that was not able to protect Zane, but at that point, able to help Fried Chicken, get some of that CC out there to let Fried Chickens at least start to answer back with some kills, with some damage of their own.
Yeah, so with BTK now getting some kills onto the board, kind of back into the game, I think Shark needs to kind of stick with Hoon a bit more. Hoon can't be sitting in the mid by himself. He is getting outranged by Mark Cutie a bit. Mark Cutie is able to clear these waves faster. And I know that Shark wants to rotate away and help with these off lanes, but I just don't know if that's going to be the big workout. Cold World, always on tabs, always a little bit ahead.
Yeah, but right now, BTK putting on that pressure, trying to possibly zone out on the top side. Gonna go ahead and decide to disengage. Now, there is a ticking time bomb for Cloud9, though, right? They have this carry, and we know it's a late-game shredder. And BTK, if they can find a way to get the early kill in the side lane, it can delay when that bomb explodes and potentially give them the upper advantage.
Yeah, but on the other side, too, you have Zia. And I want to say Wanwan is a good comfort pick with him. He hasn't had the greatest success against Cloud9 when it comes to this pickup, but I'm very eager to see how it shapes up into this late game to potentially be able to kind of shred down some of these picks from them. Right now, both teams being very respectable. Next turtle is up.
Yeah, if White Chicken makes his rotations up, actually a little bit ahead of Nats, they want to fight for this one.
I don't know. It looks like he's going to disengage. He didn't have anybody there if he had the setup for the Way of the Dragon. Best player able to get the turtle.
Yeah, and yeah, I want to say that they were maybe just a little hesitant, a little not as quick on the draw to get there. And we've talked about this before. Like, you need to kind of have a plan for it. You're either going to go for it, or you're going to try to put some pressure onto a late game or another lane out there. And here, we saw nothing from BTK. They weren't able to rotate. They weren't able to answer or reply with anything.
Most definitely. So now with, I mean, last turtle comes up in about 86 seconds. Cloud9 starting to escape here, starting to move more and more ahead. What is the big play for BTK, right? I mean, yes, I do agree with you, Private. I think Zia definitely has late game potential there, right? Definitely has some options. So do we think they're just kind of waiting it out at this point, waiting for a moment, waiting for that spike where Zia can get involved in these fights?
Yeah, and you're looking at the 1v1 matchup on the bot side. Zia up against Nats right there. Doing a great job of keeping that distance and not allowing those weakness points to be procced over there by Zia. Right now, you looked at an XP lane and a marksman lane swap up for the side lanes.
Yeah, and you saw there a little bit Hoon trying to check that bush there because Shark wasn't available. Ooh, Fried Chicken lands a little bit of a pop-up, but no worse for it. They're going to start pressing on it as top tower.
Ooh, a big knock-up, though. Gonna go ahead and get a little bit of displacement for his pathway to drop down for the mobility. The counter response from BTK. Does not lose a turret, but gains a kill, finding Cold World.
All right, so at this point, BTK able to put, I mean, still holding on, still protecting towers. Cloud9 get the last turtle, or last turtle's about to come up. They have good zonage over it, but Mobizane's there, right? And Mobizane's ready to go, but Nat's just bullying.
Oh yeah, Mobizane's definitely there, but I don't know how long he'll be there. The high-speed chase, best player able to find him.
Yeah, and this unfortunate for Zane. This is what we were talking about when it came to synergy, is he's out there on his own, doesn't have vision on the rest of the team or his opponents, and then gets surprised and not able to escape.
All right, so with that, like finally, the last turtle goes over to Cloud9. Mobizane 2 deaths. Wondering what the items are looking at between him and Best Player. Best Player has taken a death, but still a little bit ahead. I mean, at this point, 10, 11, 2 levels ahead. Retri starting to escape. He's definitely got a lead in the gold. In terms of gold lane, though, Zia is keeping up. Scythe comes in. DHS just comes in. 2 items to 2 items against Basic. So there is still this hope, and that worry that maybe they were going to put a fighter offlane onto him and make it so the only damage dealer was Zane could be very important that they didn't, right? The fact that Zia has kind of gone freely and had a decent gold lane experience could definitely be a big saving grace for BTK as we move into the mid and late game.
Yeah, but right now we're seeing an even map trade-off when it comes to turrets, right? 1 for 1 on the side lanes. We know both teams are going to start to try and focus in on this mid push to take the tier 3 turret. You're really looking at a full 5v5 on the way. Glorious Pathway dropping down. Basic able to find Shark with the speedy light wheels. Cold World trying to keep him alive with the holy healing. You're going to see Basic get a kill as well. We'll find Mobizane, best player, taking down Chicken. 3 members falling for the Bloodthirsty Kings. There goes the Pride of Ice onto Mark Cutie, but the crossbow Tang able to be procced by Zia, but will not find any members of Cloud9.
Man, and a whopping 3 down for BTK with that. Even with this coming online for Zia, not able to do enough damage. You saw the passive come out from Mark Cutie on that Aurora. Even as patient as Zia was, waiting for that to proc, came out, threw out the crossbow tank, but still not able at a point now to do the damage he needs to Cloud9.
I mean, I think the Rafaela is becoming a very clutch pick, right? It's a lot of damage on a Shark, though.
Whoa. NASA able to take him down. Yeah, definitely need to be careful.
At this point, it's definitely, I mean, we have speed on Cloud9. They're able to move around as a 3-4, you know, keep one person in the off lane. Nat's just hanging out up in the top side. But this unit, this Mark Cutie Basic and Cold World, is a death unit. If Basic gets, I mean, if Best Player gets involved as well, we're talking even more damage. One Holy Baptism is a body bag at this point.
Yeah, and right now, we're starting to get a little bit of a split push now. We're on the back foot, but Zia's still doing great things, trying to get at least create some pressure up at the top. Right now, the gold lead, though, is starting to surmount on the side of Cloud9.
Yeah, and able to take that Lord alongside that amazing lead they already have is going to put BTK on the defense.
Yeah, Windtalker just gets locked in for Zia. Best Player, on the other hand, looking for Crystal here, looking for as much burst damage as possible. So Zia still keeping up. He's falling back behind about 600 gold. On the side of this Roger, though, Mobizane, I mean, it's looking similar to last game. We're at almost 10 minutes, and it's just Warax in Windtalker, and it's going to take, I mean, I don't even know if the damage is going to get there where he's actually going to be an important member of output for the side of BTK. So a lot of it's going to come down to Zia, and if he can make those items really count.
Yeah, and then kind of get into like the kind of CC you're looking for. You need Zia to put the damage on. You're going to need the CC from Hoon, maybe Shark to kind of get in there, puts a little bit of a stun onto somebody. But with that, you're talking about how quickly right now Cloud9 is able to burst down the heroes. You saw a Shark face check a bush and immediately deleted like 90% of his health gone in an instant.
Yeah, Speedy Light Wheel hurts.
It definitely does, and we didn't really get to see the Zushin really have a heavy impact. I mean, it was picked up first in the draft over some other options that we thought would have kind of been picked up before, like the Phobius, and yet to really see Hoon on that impact for it. But hopefully as we get past this 10-minute mark threshold into the mid-game, maybe that's when the difference will come out.
All right, so BTK, what's the plan here, right? They're falling behind. I think they do keep using Zia to kind of maybe next time focus on the bot lane here, shred down some of those towers, continue to alleviate the pressure. He's going to be the fastest one to come to these fights. but they're definitely going to need all 5 members if they want to try to go for a Lord fight, right? They need all 5 members in terms of taking it. They need to get Fried Chicken a little bit tankier. Shark needs to get a little bit tankier. But since Basic is already online and that's true damage in the kit, does it even really matter about the tankiness?
Yeah, and I mean, you're starting to look at a point of no return where the lead is going to start being so insurmountable that you're only looking for pickups. Right now, there still are some team fights that could be favorable for them if they do have the target focus, but I mean, Cloud9, we've talked about it before. Every single time they get caught, there's a reply. They're able to answer back with kills of their own.
And you know, BTK, their team, even when behind, they play like they're ahead. And you see them already overextending past that mid-river, looking for a little bit of an isolation play to get a pickoff on Cloud9. But Cloud9, they know to kind of look out for these things. And you can see their positioning, right? Cobra keeping Basic alive.
I love the way the Nats is essentially kind of playing like a sub-roam at this point. Him and Marcuti are sticking together more, whereas Cold World and Basic are sticking together with big damage.
Marcuti able to find Shark, one member falling for the Bloodthirsty Kings. Maybe another. Nats very low crossbow tang, connecting, but still not going to hit the mark. The Holy Healing outscaling the damage.
Ooh, but this allows Mobazane the time he needs to be able to get that first objective, or to get that first Lord. And while they might not be able to get a great push off of this, I want to say it offers at least a little bit of breathing room.
Yeah, good fight for BTK there. They get him low enough health to where they don't want to engage onto the Lord, and Mobazane just rushes it. So the comms are there, and like you said, breathing room is key at this point, because as we just saw, Zia gets the crossbow of Tang off, but it's still getting outscaled by the healing right now. It's still getting outscaled by the composition that Cloud9 has. So maybe another 2 minutes till they really pop off, or enough crowd control lands from Shark and Fried Chicken.
Yeah, but right now, BTK in a position to push with this Luminous Lord on the top side.
Yeah, and it's going to be coming in. You can see all the damage. Looking for a fight is BTK.
Yeah, and a fight they will have as the Lord quickly getting bursted down. Cloud9 on the defense, able to prevail, and now shifting focus to the mid lane. They will not be able to stop them from taking that tier 3 turret, but now BTK finding their composure.
Zia getting more confident and more confident on the Wan as well, dancing around. Nats also being more careful. He's not forcing any big way of the dragon kicks. He knows this is getting more and more dangerous as the game prevails. But Basic being able to shred down the Lord from that also gives Cloud9 a lot of room to breathe.
Ooh, big pop-up.
Yeah, and the Glorious Pathway dropping down. Best player able to take down Chicken. Did BTK overstay their welcome? Speedy Light Wheel's going out as well. Zia able to shut down Best Player. Now needing to get back out to safety. A 1-for-1 trade.
Zia just like, I'm just going to squeeze through here, finds himself a kill, and ekes himself out from the entirety of Cloud9 team.
And literally right after that, he gets a Malefic Roar as well, which is going to be very helpful in dealing with, you know, some of these tankier heroes on the side of Cloud9. So maybe that time has finally come. He's got Wind of Nature in too to give him even more sustainability. And I think that's why we're seeing him get a little bit more aggressive on the 1-1. He's willing to dance through the ranks and kind of jump in and out. And we've been waiting to see that big moment from Zia, I feel like, from the start of this season. We've been hyping him up. We've been wanting him to really just pop off. And if there's a game where it couldn't matter most for him to do that, it is definitely this one.
Yeah, and with this game, we should be able to see possibly a full 5v5, especially with both teams down to their inhibitors. Ness using the G Condone, doing a great job of kind of playing some recon, right? Spotting out where the members of BTK are, and also trying to hope to waste some utility.
Yeah, I mean, Trex was talking about it. He's basically a baby roam right now. He's just all over the map, all over all of these bushes, getting the vision, able to maybe even waste out some of these abilities. But now we're not in the right position just yet for this Lord, as you see BTK scrambling.
Yeah, scrambling, and the opportunity may become available. Best player taking the Lord for Cloud9 and able to wrap back around to the base. Look at the positioning, though, from Nas. A little out of position, but he has the mobility, the G Condone, and the flicker play to expand the distance back to safety.
He is smart there. He doesn't go for the bait, man. He's like, I'm not chasing this down. Lord's coming. Let's play it safe. Back to the basics. But Cold World with the Holy Baptism
is going to come out. A little bit of a stun and a knock up from the G Condone. Basic finding Moba Zane. Glorious Pathway dropping down. Both sides fighting it out. The displacement. Pride of Ice forced out. Best player will fall. Shark able to get that kill. Chicken forced to use that flicker in the mid lane. One member falling for both sides.
Oh, what and this is it. How close Cloud9 is coming in these fights. They were so low, but BTK not in a position to really chase them, especially with the Luminous Lord coming down at the bottom.
I mean, Cold World just channeling his inner Rennie J right now, channeling his inner Hitman right now. But even, I mean, that Glorious Pathway is coming in clutch. BTK definitely not out just yet.
And right now, Cloud9 dealing some punishing blows with the setup. Basic able to take down Shark. Nas will fall. Hoon able to secure that kill. A 1-for-2 trade so far. And now BTK may be able to turn the odds back in their favor.
Yeah, and Zia doing such a great job right now. He is that clutch in the late game that they have been looking for. But right now, I want to say Shark, they have been finding his number basically all game. Able to find him, face checking, able to burst him down. That speedy light wheel is just become a huge nuisance for him.
And that's the thing with the Hylos, though. It's kind of your job, right? You just go in, you stand in the middle of everybody, you hit your Revitalize button, and you do as much chip damage and absorb as much damage and buy as much time that Zia needs to pop off. And Zia is starting to pop off. Zia's hunting more and more, and Cloud9 is feeling it. They're having to back off a bit. What BTK needs next is get one of these inhibitors down, get another big Lord play.
Ooh, there goes Nas. Wasting the utility over there from BTK. They have all been spotted out. Cloud9 in position for a possible counterplay. Hoon gonna face check this bush, though not gonna step in there in a wise decision.
Yeah, and both teams kind of giving each other that distance. Right now, BTK in a prime position to set up for the next Lord. But, oh, Shark's going to go ahead and face check that push. They're looking for an opportunity to kind of find one of these fights. Because I want to say these fights, they're even. They've come into their power spikes. Who's able to get the CC on there? They're just trying to set up Zia. Oh,
big kick.
Way of the Dragon for the setup. Basic with the follow-through. Finding Moba Zane. Chicken. Hit with the speedy light wheels. Very low. Him and Nas duking it out. He can get away from the Primal Rats. Both sides still engaging in the mid-river, but the Holy Healing keeping Cloud9 alive.
Yeah, then the speed from it, the ability to disengage. Zia just can't catch up right now. He's trying, he's looking, but every time Cloud9 just gets out of range. And the big deadly thing from Cloud9 is that Way of the Dragon paired up with the speedy light wheel. It is just immediate burst. It is just immediate death for anyone. Mobazane literally just walked in the winner crown right before that fight and couldn't even pop it. That's how fast it happened.
Ooh, speaking of fast,
yeah, and right now the pressure starting to mount for BTK. A Lord coming, and Mobazane having a rough time right now. 0 and 5, not really finding his mark, his usefulness with this Roger pick.
Yeah, we got to see how effective this will be on the push with the Luminous Lord on the bot side.
Yeah, Hoon doing a good job of zoning. The Zushin pick definitely helping a bit. Nats, though, looking for another big play. They got to watch out for that Chicon Dome, and they got to watch out for that Way of the Dragon, because if someone gets picked off at this point, it could be GG's.
Yeah, they make short work of the Lord. Just one more high ground here. But the thing here is the pickoffs. They need to be able to be smarter, especially when you don't have all your players together. At that one point, Zia was out trying to clear the top lane. Mobazane got picked off there and taken out, especially when it comes to the setup for the Lord.
Ooh, speaking of setup, that's placement down to 50% HP. Holy Healing still in effect, and BTK holding on to that inhibitor for the mid lane. Boys, we are officially 20 minutes in for Game 2.
Game 2, 20 minutes in. Things are finally starting to, amp up a bit, and we're only in the beginning of the night still. Now, BTK, they've been trying to get Nats so bad, man. It's like every time they stun him, they get the double lantern flare, they pull him back, but it's just not enough to get the kill just yet. And I'm wondering, when they do, if they do, is that the moment that BTK finally turns this completely into their hands. Once they're able to finally get that pick off like Cloud9 has been doing to them, is that the big answer for BTK?
Yeah, and you can see, I want to say a little bit of a recall coming out. They are going to have to answer that top lane push from Zia, and this might put BTK in a good position. They still aren't in position for the Lord, but we've talked about it before, man. We got to be more careful when these Lords are coming up, now starting to group up. I want to say they're honed in. They know they need to isolate Zane before this Lord and to just take that retreat out, and they've been succeeding thus far.
Speaking of succeeding, just look how effective that Lantern Flare is. Whoa! Look at the knock-up. The way the Dragon for the setup. Zia able to get him, takes down Nats on the punish. Right, Ice comes out, possibility. Winter Crown actually from Shark. Best player able to get that kill. Displacement on the best player. Now need to be careful. Use the Winter Crown of his own. Now Immortality on top of that. And may get shut down. Unable to escape to safety. 2-1 in the mid lane.
I was going to say, there's no way you're juggling items to get out of this. It was a nice juggle, but there was just no way. If he did, we just call the 4-0 now.
Well, I mean, a great job by BTK. We've talked about it before. It could be anybody's game when it comes to these fights. This one, not as far gone as the first game. And you can see here, down to about 10%, but they have to answer the top lane.
Top lane.
Ooh, split push on the way. Eyes
like
on the prize.
Not like
we
this.
Talked about it. Basic. Mr. Split Push going all
Not like
in.
this.
A matter of seconds. Try to Ice. Oh, he's going to go in. No, some healing, keeping him alive. Cloud9. The turnaround, the backdoor play secures game number 2.
What a turnaround. Just when things were looking up for BTK, a Lord in there, you have the split push king, Basic, running through top lane with Cold World. And in the end, it was the auto attacks from Cold World, able to put the finishing touches on the core.
Yeah, that was a tag team duo right there. Cold World jumping on the Basic train, man. I mean, and what a way to go. Right after they get the big picks, right after they take out best player, right after they have almost a guaranteed Lord, Basic and Cold World make the call happen.
Now, it's a little unfortunate for the Bloodthirsty Kings, right? That was an opportunity for them to wipe the slate clean, especially after losing game number 1. But with Cloud9 taking game number 2, that's 2 games in a row, which effectively means in order to tie up the series, BTK, they got to win 2, possibly straight. Right now, man, it's just looking a little hard, right? We got to see some glimmering hope for them, right? It wasn't a one-sided story. It was a 22-minute game, and that just showcases they have the capability to do it, but you got to watch out for Mr. Split Push.
Man, I know poor Zia's shoulders were broken during that game. He had a phenomenal game. Took a little bit of time to get into it, but eventually was just outputting that damage on the Cloud9. But man, when we talk about Cloud9 right now, just the entire package coming out, whether it's Nats on the Cho, basically being that sub-roam that they needed, and then that final play with the Rafaela, with Basic out there. Cold World doing such a great job of keeping his team topped up.
You know, it took a year or 2 for Basic to perfect it, but he's been doing it back-to-back this season. He's been pulling it off, and whether you love him or hate him, Basic has definitely stepped up his game this season right now. Another beautiful backdoor. This time he brings Cold World along with him, and it just feels like Cloud9 always has an answer right now, man. Whether it's early game, whether it's mid, whether it's late, whether they're behind or ahead, they are a team with answers in the Land of Dawn right now.
Yeah, man, you got to look at the map. It always stings when you get hit by the backdoor play, and if any player is able to pull that off, it's definitely going to be Basic. A lot of engagement, though, from both sides, right? It wasn't the same story as game number 1. Game number 1, I feel like, was a little bit more of the draft and why BTK was not able to push through. But game number 2 was just purely just the map, right? Rotating around and able to get to the punch a little bit faster than the Bloodthirsty Kings, which means for game number 3, they're going to have to step it up a little bit.
What was it completely just the play, or was Roger maybe not the greatest pick? We're really dipping into that Roger well at this point. And I have to wonder, is there not something better that we can maybe go with?
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely some things better that you can go with. I don't think just to keep it point blank period, the Roger like you said when we started all of this, when we started today, the Roger has had some hard nerfs, right? The Roger has had some tough days. It's had better days, but right now it's having tough days. And there were picks open, right? There was the Noland open. There was some options open. And it feels like BTK is pigeonholing themselves into something that they shouldn't have to. So we're coming into, you know, game 3, possible match point if C9 wins again. Morale just got hurt with a ruthless backdoor. You know, it's just, there's a lot of things going on, and I think there's a lot of things that need to be fixed.
Yeah, I mean, there's if there's any team that is not really frazzled by being behind, by having the odds against them, it's going to be Zane and the rest of BTK. However, I mean, that doesn't mean you're going to completely ignore the pressure and ignore kind of the strategy. And right now, I mean, that last game, I want to say, I mean, despite even with the Roger, it played its role. They were able to still get the pickoffs, especially that last fight. It just kind of comes into, for me, did that last fight go in BTK's direction because they didn't have the Raphael and Basic that were trying to split push, as we've talked about, as part of a plan that they always have for a lot of these fights? Every single time there's an engagement, every single time Cloud9 lose somebody, they take 2 back from BTK.
And that's a lot of questions that BTK will have to answer. So we're going to give them a little bit of time as we jump over to a short break, but don't go anywhere, as we'll be right back.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the NACT Grand Finals fall season here. It has been a very exciting 2 matches, maybe a little bit one-sided, maybe, but we did bring up some points earlier in the broadcast. Trex, take us through that first one and what the teams have been doing well or maybe not so well.
I mean, draft analysis says it all, and I said it in the beginning, and I don't mean to repeat myself, but, you know, BTK can lose in the draft easily in these 7 games if it goes to 7 games at this point. And right now it feels like BTK is scrambling in the draft. And I'm not trying to hate, man. I'm not trying to say anything, but that's just what it looks like. And they need to figure something out. They need to find some answers. They need to push some boundaries down, because if the drafts continue this way, it is going to fall into C9's hands. We've seen the Roger get picked up twice now, and both times did not do that well. I mean, Mobazane 0-5-0 in the last game, and it just feels like C9 kind of has the answer every time, to the counter picks with the Aurora, to just so many things, making sure that Basic is always comfortable in the gold lane. It feels like they don't have to try that much, and BTK may be trying too hard.
Yeah, it's like putting all your eggs in one basket, especially on this Roger pickup. But honestly, with game number 2, I feel like there were still some things that went right for them. But again, that backdoor play, a little unfortunate. And now, as we move on over to strategy and execution, right? We talked about the winning conditions jumping into the series. And right now, Cloud9 is performing. They're able to pretty much keep Mobazane uncomfortable. I would say even in the draft, forcing out picks like that Roger. And then, you know, a little bit of weird strategies with that YSS flexed into that gold lane. Just got to be a little bit more effective, right? If you're going to pull out a draft with an X Factor pick, you have to see it perform, because then if not, you're just giving up what you could have picked as possible meta, something like a Ruby in that gold lane.
And then we're moving on to the third I want to say point here, which would be team synergy. We have seen a much better, much more organized BTK here. However, there are still some of those little nuances that come out there. We've seen Shark get picked off, especially in the early game as well. When it comes to some of these pickoffs, Mobazane has been getting caught as well when it comes to a lot of these team fights. And it's not even really, I want to say, a synergy issue. It's when you're combining it with the strategy and all these other points coming from Cloud9, because they always seem to have an answer.
Yeah, you know, normally I would say by game 3, player mental wouldn't be too big of a deal, right? But at this point, with the way that game 2 went, you gotta feel it. You gotta know that the pressure is now on. When a team like Cloud9 is just, even when you have the lead, they find a way to beat you. Even when you fight for 20 minutes long, they find a way to beat you. They give you pressure in the early game. Now, Cloud9 is, I mean, they're feeling good about themselves. Their morale is high. And BTK, on the other hand, is gonna have to find a way to push past this. Look at it one game at a time. Yeah, they got us in the back door last time. This time, we gotta come back, look at game 3, and hold strong.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's enough from us. After this break, we will continue on to game 3.
All right, guys, a short break as promised. Everything is quicker today, and we just had 2 matches. Now we're jumping into the 3rd game. Both teams have a lot on the line. Today we have Trex, Wheezy, and Private back with us for a trio cast.
Whew. Is it hot in here? It feels like the pressure is on for both of these teams.
Hey, I always say pressure burst pipes or it makes diamonds. And right now, it looks like a gold mine or a diamond mine for Cloud9. Able to take 2 wins up against the Bloodthirsty Kings. I mean, it's going to be a little bit of a challenge. I said game number 2 was a chance to clear that slate and even out the series. But now they're up to a game number 3. And we know how hard it is to come back if you lose 3 games in a row.
I mean, the possibilities are always endless in North America. The possibilities are always there, but that percentage for BTK is getting lower and lower right now, and there needs to be a turnaround now because it is do or die.
Yeah, like one member from a particular team needs to get on the edge of their seats. The viewers also should get on the edge of your seats because we have another giveaway on the screen. You see a QR code for you to scan to jump into the game and put that code in for 50 tournament chests to one of these Lightborn skins. Ooh, we've upgraded today. I don't know, what is Count Dracula, guys?
I believe that's the Alucard skin for him. But yeah, there's very limited skins there. 50 tournament chests out there. Did it get darker in here, or did we begin that with a little bit of shade coming from Liz?
Yeah, I know. I felt it too. But still, those Lightborn skins, I mean, that's the first time I've seen a giveaway with all Lightborn skins. I remember those are definitely something you want to grab, and it's not region locked, so make sure you guys scan that code. But man, yeah, I don't know what's going on. I think the difference for game number 3, I think who needs to sit up. I think that
he definitely needs to sit up, and it's got my OCD going off. You know, it's like just sit up, bro, just sit up. So we'll see what happens. Yeah. We'll check the cam soon.
Yeah, for sure. And some fun facts to light things up. We have Hoon on mid. His role is mid lane. His favorite hero is Gushin. His favorite player is also General, sticking to his roots. His hobby is watching a documentary. And his hometown is Seoul, and his device is Red Magic 9S Pro.
Yeah, and as we were on the topic of Hoon there, we're going to see the matchup there coming out for Mark Cutie. Role mid, favorite hero Selena, which we haven't actually seen him play in this series, or not in this series, but even in NACT just yet. Favorite player, Mark Cutie. Looking in the mirror there. Javi is running. Ooh, another Chicago boy. Hometown from Chicago. And the device is an iPhone or an IP. What was it? An iPhone 5, I believe?
Oh, something like that.
iPhone 5.
The original. The original. I like to play on my iPod here.
Yeah, I mean, Mark Cutie is definitely a cutie, and he's been doing so well in the mid lane so far. Especially, I think both games, he has such an impact to the team fight. And if you guys are wondering, like, if it's getting darker in my room, yeah, because it's light outside, so now the natural light is competing with my other lights, and it's dark in the day, but light is in my heart, as both of these teams are doing well. It's just one of the team has an edge over each other. And surprisingly, draft is ready. So casters, take us into the draft.
Well, boys, we're here, and I want to say the collective right now is wondering, are we going to see maybe something a little bit different? Maybe take some picks away from the side of Cloud9. We start this very similar to game 1.
Yeah, the Phobius has been a threat. We don't really see too many answers for it. We've seen the Hylos was a response back from BTK the last time we were in this position. So I wonder if they're going to go in for that again. I wonder if they even seen the Roger as a problem in their draft. I mean, effectively, the last game, right, there was a chance for them to actually win that out. But a couple of misplays in the end in the backdoor opportunity from Basic prevailed.
I mean, well, this is, as you said, very similar to game number 1. We see the Phobius. I think BTK are the ones who are forced to switch things up until they find that magic composition, right? And yes, last game, They had some comeback potential, but even if they got that Lord, the game wasn't exactly in their hands just yet. They go for the Harith this time. They pick up the Gatot, give Zia something comfortable that we know works, right? It's not kind of risky like the Wanwan. It's not kind of risky like the YSS. So just comfort on the side of BTK right now. I got a feeling, though, we might just see that Nolan again taken up by best player here.
I do like this pickup from the side of BTK, especially because you've got the Gatakacha, which does help in that early game to offset some of those early big picks out there in the early game. One thing that kind of comes to mind is BTK. I was not a huge fan of the last draft from them, but they were still being mildly successful against Cloud9. And that's kind of the crazy thing to me when it comes to matching up both of these teams and how skilled BTK can be. Imagine taking that skill with how great they can be, I want to say, on the defense because their draft isn't so great. Imagine having a draft in their favor, how well that could work out for them as we're moving here into the second banning phase.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a shocker. I was right there with you. I didn't feel that they were going to be able to have such an impact with that drop, but here we were at 22 minutes in, right? And it was down to the inhibitor turrets and just a matter of that split push being the difference. And that showcases, even with picks that you don't think is going to work in their favor, just the mastery overall, the micro and the macro is what can make the difference. Now, the difference is definitely going to have to be made for this one because, like we said, this is game number 3. If their backs were ever on the wall, it's touching as close as possible right now. In BTK, they need to find some breathing room, and this could be an opportunity for that. You're not seeing the Roger picked up yet. We're seeing some great options on the table for their side, right? You have the Harith who can get up close and personal, do a lot of damage. You have the Gatot to be able to close the distance with the AOG. Then you also have the Aurora as well for some additional crowd control.
Yeah, the Aurora should work well. I like this Claude ban. I think next from BTK, we probably see the carry ban. On the side of C9, it's focusing on Mobazane more. We take out the Bane. Possibly, there's the carry ban. Possibly Nolan ban next just to focus down more. Or if they really just want to be like, let's see if you can play Nolan, they ban out the Roger here just to really, shove the dagger in a little bit deeper. But on that side, after whatever this last ban is, BTK, they need that jungler, right? They need an EXP laner still, unless they flex this Gatot over. What do we think some possible picks are private?
Well, the thing for me is that this focus onto Zane, this is something that we talked about before. It cannot just be the Zane show and ban him out, and that's the end of what BTK can put forward. The rest of the team, we're going to need to find some picks there. Potentially, I mean, depending on where this Gatakacha is going to be going, I'm assuming it's going to be picked up by Shark, which leaves open that XP lane. You still have Arlot, which kind of, I want to say, hasn't been used a lot here. Something we need to figure out a plan to go against Phoveus. We tried Flied Horse, we tried Hylos in the first game. He was still able to out-rotate and really wasn't having the impact that they wanted to. So maybe something else that can kind of clear lane, that can kind of join in the fights very early. We'll see what we come up with.
Yeah, definitely going to have to find something, but it's very hard, right? We've seen a lot of players kind of be very effective with this Phoveus Trex. I feel like you may have an answer right there.
I don't think it's the Arlot. The Arlot has a rough time against the Phoveus, but I think the Gatot could maybe get flexed over to Fried Chicken, and they pick up something for Shark here. Maybe like a Grok. Grok could also be EXP, so either way, it could go both ways. They pick up the Valentina from Arcuti, needs a gold laner. Does he maybe just go for the Ruby here, and instead of picking the long range or something a bit more fighter-based?
Yeah, that's interesting, having the Grok out there, because even if it does go into the XP lane, the passive from Grok, the more physical damage items you have, the more physical defense he has as well. So that could be potentially something that will work well. And I like the flexibility of this for them. It's going to come down to how well it's played, We have not seen a Paquito in a very long time coming up in the jungler, but it is something that I've harped on because Zane is so good on especially with that burst damage that can come out from Paquito. We'll see if it works well into this composition.
Yeah, I mean, it's an X Factor play again. I mean, you can just tell by the reactions every time Mobazane pulls out something in the jungle. It's definitely a sight to see. But again, this is game number 3 for BTK up against Cloud9 in the grand finals, and it's 2-0. So He definitely is going to want to be very aggressive. I mean, at least with the Paquito, right? You're able to kind of close the distance and also able to sustain yourself with some additional shielding. But it's going to be down to the execution, down to the wire. And I feel like BTK, even though it might not be a jungler you're used to seeing, it's great here because they have a pretty solid composition.
Yeah, but ladies and gentlemen, we are moving into game 3. It is do or die time for BTK to find a reply, to find an answer to Cloud9's dominance.
Okay, so taking a look at the draft, it does look like that Grok is going to be EXP lane. Wondering if he's going to, you mentioned it, Private. Wonder, does he go damage here? Does he pick up the Blade of Despair first item? Does he go all in? This is not a new hero to Chicken. He's comfortable with it. It also gives them some nice crowd control, some nice engage and disengage. Out of the 3 drafts that we've seen from BTK, this one is probably one of my favorites. It feels a bit more comfortable for everybody. Mobazane, I mean, yes, the Paquito is unheard of, but it does have an insane level 4 power spike. The damage is definitely there if they can capitalize on the laning phase.
And that's what we're going to be keeping a close eye on, right? The laning phase. How are they going to be able to effectively keep their side laners alive and also get these objectives? How are they going to be able to get into these turtles? Now, there's a lot of things working well for BTK's draft. You have the Aurora, right? The crowd control, especially this early. You have Shark able to close the distance and able to be the initiator for these setups. And speaking of setups, look at BTK. May be able to close the distance on the top side. That's a 4-2 engagement possibly on the way. There goes the CC for the taunt, and Zia securing the kill on Cold World.
Man, and Cold World, I mean, it felt a punishment there. 4 members of BTK going in, Mobazane very quickly, and that's the strength and the burst you have out of the Paquito.
Yeah, that's the BTK you want to see, right? This is the early game that they normally bring, and they do this early game gank onto the gold lane. They don't get the gold lane, but still finding Cold World kind of slows them down a bit, because on the Cho, we know Cold World wants to be aggressive. On Mark Cutie, on this Valentina, they want to be in your face. They want to stay on the opposite side of the river.
Yeah, and that's going to be huge for BTK, right? Leading the momentum for the early game, keeping Cloud9 behind as we are now seeing this turtle spawn in. Will they be able to take this objective? You are going to go ahead and see right now everybody getting ready for the fight.
Cold World trying to be a nuisance here. They're going to see if they're going to be able to maybe punish him before this turtle comes up. Starting to gather some positions. Great aside from Cold World, but it does look like they're not going to really focus. Fried Chicken taking some heavy damage.
Yeah, he's going to get a G Kondo to the face from Cold World. Now going to go back to safety. Cloud9 in a great position, zoning out the BloodThirstyKings from this turtle. Chicken finding an early grave. Nats able to slam down with the demonic force to shut him down. And you are going to see best player claim the turtle.
You know, I feel like
Chicken just had to throw that wall in to kind of try to reset the turtle. Unfortunately, not only did it not reset the turtle, but it put him in harm's way, so they got a kill along with it.
I feel like once Mobazane leaves that, right, the rest of the team may have should have just backed off, not even gone for that turtle, but they go for it. They lose 1 member for it. It's now 1-1. We're back to ground zero. Cloud9 with a little bit of an advantage, but now we're already seeing, I mean, Cold World just in their face nonstop. Do they let him do this, or do they just ignore him?
I mean, there's not really much they can do if they can't close the distance. The mobility is just what makes Cho such a threat. We've seen him prioritize a lot this NACT. I mean, look at that. The G Kondo for the knock. Wild card play, though. Shark able to find Cold World, able to punish. Best player finding Fried Chicken. That's going to be a 1-for-1 trade for both sides. But Nats winning the heart of the battle with the demonic force, forcing Mobazane to the tier 3 turret.
A much cleaner game, but you still see Cloud9 able to answer back every single death with a kill of their own.
Yeah, Nats 1-0-1 now. Back ahead in these rotations. Look at the top side.
Ooh, shadow kill does connect, but stacking together with Sharks, not really going to deal much damage.
Yeah, and with that, he's going to have to disengage. And a big pressure now starting to mount for both of them. Cold World just has so much vision all around the map. Mobazane can't go anywhere without the side of Cloud9 knowing.
Yeah, so, I mean, who's really got the lead right now, bro? Like, if Cloud9, does BTK have this breaking point? Like, first, do they get a big power spike around third turtle, first Lord, you know? Do they kind of need to wait it out here?
I mean, that's a good question. I think it works for Zia, though. You got to look where the kills go, too. I mean, the marksman technically got a kill for the BloodThirstyKings, which is going to kind of help him scale as we progress to the mid game. But right now, another turtle in play, and you're looking at Cloud9 trying to get that position, trying to wrap around for the setup. But this time, the full 5-man of BTK for the denial. There goes a little bit of crowd control onto Cold World. While Shadow comes out, Luigi Shadow kill as well. But BTK stacked together to share the damage. But there comes Nas like a train, wrecking BloodThirstyKings with the demonic force. Very low. Hoon able to take down Nas on that aggressive play and will force him out the turtle pit.
Ooh, I do like that they all collectively decided that they were going to try to go ahead and chase, not just half of them on the turtle, but now it's kind of leaving it open. You see Cold World trying to find himself an angle.
Yeah, so, I mean, at this point, Cloud9 able to back off a bit, able to disengage from the possible fight. Mobazane even starting to do some more damage. Zia starting to do some more damage.
Ooh, not going to lead to anything, though. Able to get out with a sliver of HP.
Yeah, and right now, I want to say a much better, much smoother game for BTK. Don't quite have the gold lead just yet, but they have the vision, even with Cold World basically dancing around.
Ooh, Flicker Wild Charge play, but Basic outmaneuvers the 2v1, and Cold World joins the party.
Man, and just like that, man, Basic, we've talked about it before. Love him, hate him. He has improved so much this season.
Yeah, I mean, Basic at this point has just been able to dodge everything that BTK tries to bring at him. He finds the backdoor answers. And BTK, they have the damage like Mobazane, deathless right now. He just needs to actually get that first kill. He needs to get that second kill. He needs to be able to connect with his team.
Speaking of connecting, 3v1 on the bot side, but Zane able to delay the push for the tier 3 turret.
Yeah, and I mean, he right there, he was trying to get the damage onto Basic, kind of ignored the minions a little bit there, but now we have a 3v1 under the tower for Fly Chicken.
All right, nothing gonna happen major. Best player farming at top side. Taking a look at the gold, Cloud9 getting away, but let's take a look at the items. Best player has Hunter Strike, Malefic Roar, Zane on the other side. Has Hunter Strike, working on the next one. Maybe going into Endless Battle here, get some true damage off. On terms of tanks, Cold World up against Shark. Cold World, I mean, is kind of taking a more roundabout route here. Has taken 2 deaths, is a little bit slow to the party, but still, just that alone, the fact that it doesn't have a full item complete, but is still in their face so much, speaks volumes.
Speaking of volumes, look at the split push on the top side. Basic able to take a turret for Cloud9 and a Spear of Destruction. Decides not to go in, and Mobazane and BTK will take the turtle.
Yeah, they get the objective, but man, already starting to create the seeds of that threat up at the top with Moscow Basic there. We saw from the last game.
Ooh, Nas taking some heavy hits right there. Will be able to get back to safety. Shark trying to join the battle with the AOG, not gonna connect.
Yeah, but at least does kind of create space for his team so that Cold World doesn't try to force down another big response pick. Zia also now getting some offlane towers. So BTK running smoothly right now. Even though they're behind in gold, they're winning out on turtles. They're able to at least keep up in these fights right now. And their composition is only going to get stronger as this game moves forward.
Yeah, and that's kind of the thing for me right now, is that they were able to kind of hold the early game. They don't really have to lean so hard into the late game because they're holding their own right now. And a much better draft, a much more comfortable BTK. But man, you can't say enough about Cloud9 when it comes to some of these interceptions. When it comes to kind of getting picked off, there's always a reply coming out.
And speaking of replies, Chicken on the top side, numbers not in his favor. And Cloud9 quickly pursuing. There goes the wild charge. A last second save. Will be able to go back. Nat's not able to close the distance. And Chicken able to sustain himself.
I'm not going to lie. Discipline coming from Basic. I expected him to go forward into there.
Speaking of forward, the way the Dragon and the Force combination, Zane able to outlive 2 ultimates. And back to the base he goes.
I think at this point, the Aurora pick is, it could be the big trade pick as these games move forward. If BTK is able to win this game, that Aurora, whatever side it's on, has been detrimental to how these teams can play it out. Hoon has been able to pull off some big saves, been able to output damage the same way that Mark Cutie was doing it before.
Yeah, the name of the game is CC here, especially when it comes to some of these like frontal assaults coming from both of the opponents here. They don't really have a backline dive. Ooh, comes in with a kick.
Yeah, both sides trying to set up for this Lord. Is still surprisingly 10 minutes in, 3-3 on the scoreboard. Definitely playing for these objectives, but with this objective on the table, who will be able to turn it in their favor?
I mean, I don't know. With right now, BTK doesn't want to try to play slow around the Lord. They always seem to want to rush it. Let's see if they can pull it off.
Yeah, Cobra taking some damage, able to sidestep the wild charge from Chicken. A little premature right there, and now buys Cloud9 a little bit of room in the Lord pit.
Yeah, and the Lord reset here. Both teams are looking, I want to say Cloud9 a little bit more comfortable in there, looking to try to start a fight here. Goes in!
With the quad shadow, Ouija shadow kill as well. Not going to deal the final touches on to Shark. That's going to be a lot of utility baited out. That'll buy BTK some time for that Lord push from Cloud9.
I mean, Lord's still up, right? Lord's still sitting. It's still first Lord. Both teams taking their time. A little bit of a dance going. Both junglers going back to get buffs. Best player's going to need the purple. Another big Frigid Glacier comes out, so that's 1-0 down. But look at Zane. I mean, we question the Bakito, but the damage threat is definitely there.
Yeah, but look at Basic on the bot side.
Ooh, yeah, he's trying to get that split push in while the team is fighting out here.
Yeah, you're going to see the Demonic Force drop down. Mobazane able to claim the Lord for the Bloodthirsty Kings, and Basic yet to find a turret for the trade-off. There goes the Luigi Shadow kill and the Quad Shadow. Best player trying to go back to safety, but going a little bit to the wrong direction. He should be okay, though. He should have the Quad Shadow in time. Basic will take the tier 2 on the bot side.
Was it worth it, though, right? Like, do we think the tower was worth the Lord? Depending on what BTK gets here, that's when that question will be answered.
Yeah, and this is kind of something I brought up before about some of the early games from Basic. It's like, yes, the split push can be viable, but is it always viable when they probably could have used him for some of those fights?
Yeah, and right now you are seeing a great push from BTK. With that Lord on their side, we'll be able to maintain the pressure for the advantage at the 11-minute mark.
I mean, so far it's been viable, right? Like, so far it has worked, but BTK needs to take advantage of that, right? They need to know what's happening, and that's when they rush the Lord, which is what we saw last time in this past Lord. So maybe that's the real answer. And if they can time those moments right, then they turn it into not being viable, right?
Yeah, and that's the biggest point there when it comes to not being viable. But, I mean, they're doing such a great job here right now. Still kind of hanging behind when it comes to the gold lead, but the macro is on their side.
And speaking of macro and micro, both sides are going to be fighting out possibly in the mid lane. A lot of utility wasted right there, but here goes the engagement we were looking for. Zia able to find Nats in the heart of the battle. Who finds Cold World? 2 members dropping for Cloud9. Maybe more with the Luigi Shadow kill, but Mobazane will take down best player, but not before he finds Chicken. Basic able to respond back. Will take down Shark. That's going to be a 3-2 trade. There goes the immune on a Basic. Need to get away. Back to safety. Zane will not follow through with the chase. Both sides very low. And a fair disruption. Almost down the middle.
We were talking about needles through threads earlier. That was a needle through a thread, Private.
Yeah, they're a collective sigh from the rest of BTK as that just whiffs just narrowly in between all of them. Because I want to say Basic would have been a huge factor there. Probably would have been able to take at least 2 of them down.
I mean, knowing Basic, he would have gone for it, right?
You know, Hoon's still laying down. I would have thought he would have stood up by now. But right now, BTK, they're providing a lot more pressure than what we've seen, at least in Game 1. Game 2, it was building up, but Game 3, we're starting to see it make a difference.
And, you know, best player just locked in another item. He's 3-1-1. We're starting to see that damage start to really work out for best player. He just got a couple kills. Yes, the big trade happens, but it is starting to happen. The pressure into the backside is becoming worrisome for BTK. And even though BTK does seem to be winning out, at least getting the extra kill in these fights, there is still a lot of threat, and they have to play correctly.
And right now, Cold World doing a great job trying to bait out abilities going into some of these pushes. The rest of BTK looking to go ahead and start on this objective.
Yeah, and I mean, the difference with this one, though, is you are going to see Basic possibly for this engagement, or is he going to go in for the split push again? Last time he did it, he was able to take a tier 2.
Yeah, I mean, so at this point they dance, and for the first time in several games, we're seeing the dances be a little bit slower, right? They're playing more around the Lord. They know they need control. Take a look at that bot lane, but wait, conceal play.
Yeah, they saw Shark very low. They decide to engage. Wild Charge connecting from Fried Chicken. Only going to knock up Basic, though. He will respond back, taking down Chicken. Best player finding Mobazane. The turnaround play with Luigi Shadow Kill. AOG. Shark trying to get away. The way the Dragon stomping Zia in his tracks. Nats able to find Zia, able to find Cold World. Nats getting the double. Find Shark, and Basic will find Zia. A full wipeout. Cloud9 able to sustain themselves again. Takes down the Bloodthirsty Kings.
16 seconds left on Fly Chicken. They might be able to push this.
Hey, you wanted Basic in the fight. Well, now he's in the fight, and he's making things work.
Yeah, and right now, looking to try and secure a game number 3. Flawless series so far for Cloud9 and BTK, yet to find an answer.
Victory!
What an amazing turnaround. This is what man, yeah, Trex absolutely hit the nail on the head there. Basic joins the fight, online there, and absolutely cleans up there to be able to turn it around. And just like that, with 15 seconds left on the death timers, Cloud9 very quickly, very decisively able to get their 3rd game.
I mean, they found that moment. They knew it was coming. The damage was getting more and more with best players, getting more and more with basic. And once they saw the moment, they claimed it and just turned it into a roll, man. I mean, in a matter of seconds, everyone on the side of BTK is gone. And like I said, taking a look at these items, best player picks up that BOD, right? And that's when the damage, I mean, that Uji Shadow Kill was on, I think, 3 or 4 members, and it was still chunking them all down just low enough that all Basic had to do was throw out the Spirit of Destruction, and it was a game.
Yeah, and a well-deserved victory for the side of Cloud9. A little bit of a punish from BTK's push last second, and some great execution for a secure of game number 3. And this is going to put BTK in a very hard situation because right now, effectively, they have to win 4 games in a row.
Yeah, exactly. I want to repeat that. They have to win. Have to win. There is no more options for them right here, and they have yet to be able to find an answer. Cloud9, when it comes to the draft, when it comes to knowing their power spikes, when it comes to having that pressure all over the map.
Yeah, I mean, what's the magic answer right now? Taking a look at these replays, BTK start off game good. They get first blood, then Shark goes down, and they're trading blow for blow here, right? And I think this is kind of the story between these two teams. They're willing to go blow for blow. They're willing to take this. We're 2-2 right here, 5 minutes in. And I mean, Turtles get traded. BTK stays out on top. Even if they're hanging behind in gold, they're still controlling map pressure. They're controlling lanes. They're controlling objectives. But there's one big factor, and that is C9 finds the game-winning moments. Time and time again, they're able to find that one spot, that one thing. Their eyes are always on the trophy. And this is that last fight. Watch for the Uji Shadow Kill that ends up coming in. 3 of them are together. He takes out Mobazane. 4 of them are together. And the damage is just huge onto all of them. Basic then flickers in, and by then it's a wrap. And those are those small moments there. Even if BTK can go back and forth, it's not enough right now.
Yeah, and I don't even know where you go from here. BTK has yet to be able to find those answers. Maybe it kind of comes down to the point where Mobazane, I want to say it was a successful pick for him, but a lot of those early kills did not go to Mobazane. I believe some of them actually went on to Zia, and maybe when you have it more organized, where Paquito is a little bit more fed by the mid game, by that late game, he's able to kind of get some of those one shots. He might possibly be able to be that force he needs to be, and I'm wondering if maybe that kind of came into play.
Yeah, it's kind of hard, right? I mean, you're just seeing a lot of things go right for Cloud9 right now. Even when it looks like BTK is in the lead for the match, a couple of mistakes, and they're right back to square one up against Cloud9. And now, with their backs against the wall, this is the first time we've ever really seen these two teams not go, bar for bar. Usually in the grand finals, we see it's 1 win, then 1 loss, then 1 win, and 1 loss. But this is the first time ever that we get to see them on the back foot, BTK on the back foot with 3-0. But it's not over yet. I mean, definitely they have to find that needle in the haystack. And hey, we got to see that needle thrown with that Spear of Destruction, and it didn't hit anybody. So if they have those odds, maybe they can pull it off just yet. But it's definitely going to be the biggest challenge that BTK has ever faced.
You know, there's an old Disney movie called Brink, old cult classic, man. And there's a line in that movie, and it seems super simple, but they just say, just do better, do better. And sometimes I think it just comes down to, like, because right now it just feels like C9 is doing better. Like in gameplay, in draft, across the map, they seem like the team to win this. From the start, we came into this day with some clear objectives for BTK to turn this around, and they haven't been able to do it. Even when it feels like it's so close in BTK's grasp, they just can't pull it off.
Yeah, and here we're going to go ahead and see just a little bit of a change up when it comes to the bans here. This is game points. I'll go ahead and repeat that out. Game point for BTK. They need to get this victory over Cloud9, who has come and they have performed.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, match point, like you said, it's going to be very hard to kind of pull this one off. And I wonder, it's like, yeah, the draft wasn't something we traditionally see, but I mean, there was a lot of moments in that game where BTK had the advantage. So I think it's even boiling down to what's actually going on in the game, and not just specifically in the draft, but there are some things that have yet to find answers to. The phobias, for example, we got to see Nas on this several times, and we haven't really got to see Chicken with a good response to go against it. And, you know, they're letting them take it, which is a little interesting. On top of that, there goes the phobias again. And every time they pick it, they've won.
Yeah, I mean, it's true. I think it's sitting at, what, 100% win rate at this point. It feels comfortable. And speaking of that, it's like, you know, throughout the season, Nats has been good. He's played a good part, but I feel like the team is playing. I mean, I feel like every time we see C9 play, they're playing better and better and better and better. Nats now has been so huge in these past 3 games, from the Cho to the Phobius. He's been a pivotal member in the team. Mark Cutie as well gets the Aurora, which we just know how that's been doing. Cole World plays the Cho last game. I mean, it's just all of them, man. Basic, best player. C9 are definitely monsters right now.
Yeah, it's just amazing to see how much that these players have grown in North America. Like we talked about when it came to some of the first NACTs. Even Cole World, who used to be, I believe, the marksman for The Simpsons at one point. He's been a part of some of the top teams in North America, finally now shining through with Cloud9. Ooh, BTK gonna go ahead, pick up that Moskov, take it out of the hands of Basic.
Yeah, and you know, it's interesting. I mean, BTK, they're definitely focusing on getting Zane his jungle up front, right? They're going to pick up that Julian, and effectively when Zane's on the Julian, they do win a little bit more often as compared to the YSS and the Bakito. So we'll have to see how that kind of works in their favor. But with this Moskov, I mean, they have some great late game damage. They have great split push potential, and they also can traverse across the map to join those engagements with the Spear of Destruction. So it's definitely a step in the right direction.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see where it goes from here. Ban's coming into second phase, targeting down on to Shark. Tigreal taken out. Maybe a Grok ban next. Maybe a Cho ban. Really just focus down on a Shark. Definitely could be clean. On the side of BTK, we just probably clawed last here. Just try to zone down on a basic. You took the moss off. The hair's gone. If the claw's gone, you really kind of limit down. But even basic, he showed depth, man. He showed that he has plenty of options and plenty of play styles.
Yeah, and I'm wondering, you were talking about maybe they're going to take Claude off of here. Cho's already out of the mix by BTK there, so we don't have to really worry about seeing that. The one thing, though, I'm kind of wondering is what we've had a problem with when it comes to facing this Aurora is getting behind the lines. You can't just run straight through and expect to make it through that much CC. Not just that, we talked about it too, Nats is... dare I say, disgusting on this Phobius. Phobius itself is already one of those top tier pickups, especially when it comes to the team fights. But then put it in the hands of Nats, who's able to rotate early, who gets in there very quickly. That front line of BTK is going to be a problem. They're going to need to find a way to get to the back without having to go through these two.
And they're going to take out the Khalid as well to finish their last ban for the side of Cloud9 and make it a little bit more effective with this Phoveus and not really have too much of a threat. I mean, you're kind of getting limited on these XP options, right? I mean, technically the Edith is still out there, could be flexed. I mean, you could even pull out the Ruby, to be honest with you, and still at least have some more crowd control. But BTK, you gotta look at their draft and you gotta figure out, well, what did you take when allowing this Phoveus to go for a effectively the fourth or third time we've seen the Phoveus in Cloud9's favor. So that you get the Julian. We know Zane, he's great on the Julian. He's very effective. And I mean, last time we've seen the Bakito, we've seen the YSS. This time we get to see something that's a little bit more staple meta. And I think that's the difference that BTK is trying to make with this statement, right? They're going to try and put him on something he's a little bit more comfortable on, something that's a little bit more used in the pro scenes to make them have a little bit of that difference for the edge on C9.
Basic gets this carry, though, which we saw how well it worked last time. This time there's no Cho to really, like, capitalize on the speedy light wheel. There's no big knock-up CC, but my guess is Cold World gets something similar to that. Something that can buy Basic enough time to just shred anybody down in, you know, a half a second. So on the other side, BTK still needing EXP lane in Rome.
Yeah, yeah, you nailed it on the head when it comes to like they don't have the Cho there, but they still have a large amount of CC that Mark Yudi can output out there as well. And then it comes to the point that you have that front line with the Phoveus, with the damage that can come out from the Nolan. So maybe you don't even need to just sit there. You can just be like the person who gets that finishes the job, so to speak. Cold World gonna go ahead, get on this Lolita, as on the side of BTK, we scoop up the Ruby and the Edith.
The Lolita is a little interesting because, I mean, with the Numeon Blast, you technically can get knocked up with the Earth Shatter, with Ruby, with all those hooks and the crowd control chain combos that she provides. It will be a little bit tougher for Cold World to kind of pull that off, but we'll see how that steps in. Now, when I'm looking at Cloud9, they have some great early game pressure, right? You have not only the Nolan, we've seen how effective best player is, especially with these assassins. You have the Phoveus, who's usually top of the tier inside of the XP lane, but he's going up against Chicken, who is going on that comfort pick Edith. So we'll have to see how this plays out.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are at it. Game point for Cloud9. BTK scrounging for an answer, for a reply, something that can get them back into the series. This is Game 4 of the NACT Fall Season Grand Finals.
Game 4, match point. Mobazane finally gets the Julian, finally has something a little more comfortable, I think, in the hands of him. Will it be enough? You know, you mentioned the Lolita Wheezy, and I kind of like it. Like, yes, the Numeon Blast is going to be hard to hit, but also you get this Bulwark to deal with Zia. You get this Bulwark to deal with the primal wrath from Fried Chicken. You just have some answers, right? And not only that, Cold World's known, and Cloud9 is known for attacking from angles, catching a team off guard. And if Cold World can kind of sit in a bush and wait for the right time for that Numeon Blast, it could definitely be huge, paired up with the Frigid Glacier, paired up with Nats, paired up with the rest of the team.
And we're going to be watching out for that, especially when this first turtle spawns in, to see how both sides decide to engage. I mean, even Zane on the Julian, right? Technically, it's an early game jungler. I mean, he can be very effective. Doesn't even traditionally have a true ultimate, but able to enhance his skills entirely to add more to his kit.
Yeah, and that kind of leads to a lot of the early game that can really benefit them. Cold World actually taking a lot of damage, while Mobazane inside the enemy's jungle here, trying to refuse some of that farm to the side of Cloud9.
Yeah, so now at this point, Cloud9, I mean, they don't have to rush this, right? They have decent late game potential with Basic. Best player's going to scale, and there goes a big Fracture, already putting fear into BTK, forcing them a little bit out bay. We need to see that same type of aggression coming from BTK in the next minute or so to at least put some pressure on either off lanes, mid. Someone has to feel it.
Yeah, and I mean, we need to see how Zane kind of plays his objective. You've seen some early rotations. Look at him. He's already on this turtle. But Cloud9, they're grouped up, looking like they're going to look for a possible counterplay.
Yeah, they're definitely wanting to catch Shark or somebody rotating through that mid-L bush before this objective happens. And it's been the name of the game for Cloud9. They have been so great at setting up these objective fights by finding these pickoffs, by finding these kills onto BTK.
So Turtle goes over to Mobazane. BTK feeling confident, feeling comfy. They take a gold lead, which in previous games, even when they got a Turtle or so, it didn't translate to a huge gold lead. Normally, Cloud9 did very well at kind of just outmaneuvering them on the map to make sure they stayed a little ahead in farm. So BTK with a nice advantage right now.
Yeah, and you got to ask the question, what was Cloud9 doing when allowing BTK to take this turtle? I mean, they didn't technically find a trade-off. They didn't get a kill. They didn't chunk into any of the turrets across the map. And so pretty much it was a free turtle to the side of the BloodThirstyKings. And now a little bit of a punish on the bot side. Cold World taken down to about 75% HP, but able to sustain himself.
Well, when it comes to the question of what they were doing, I want to say that they just didn't have vision. They didn't know where they were, and they don't like this early fight. They aren't trying to take those 50-50. They're looking for guaranteed fight wins, and they're going to be looking for a little bit of the power spikes. They've been so good at knowing when those spikes come, knowing what fights they can take, and kind of backing off from the fights that they may or less, maybe not too confident in.
And so at this point, when does the balloon pop, right? When does the ceasefire end? When does somebody finally make the move? Cold World can't be as aggressive as he was, you know, on other heroes. He's on the Lolita right now. He has to almost play either more ambush or response, right? Try to time that Numenon Blast at the perfect time. So I feel like Cloud9, it's one of the reasons why they didn't go for that, you know, didn't try to force that first turtle. It's one of the reasons why they're kind of playing more on their side of the map. They kind of want BTK to come to them. So does BTK, you know, bite the bait? Do they win out if they go for the engage? Or do both teams just kind of play this waiting game?
Yeah, and right now we're going to kind of see how this plays out. I mean, without throwing a punch out first, especially allowing that turtle to walk to the side of BTK, not finding a trade-off, you can only do that for so long, especially against a team like BTK who thrives on taking these early game objectives. And right now you're seeing the next turtle spawn in, and Chicken already pulling the aggro, Shark and Hoon getting in position, and Mobazane possibly following up after this jungle rotation.
Yeah, he is. They're vying for a position right now, looking for an angle. You see best player still keeping vision. NACT doing a great job playing this front line.
Really speaking front line. Hoon able to take down Cold World. No Numenon Blast for Cloud9. Best player may be next. Retribution comes out from Zane, though, trying to stop best player. Zia will find Basic. We are going to see Fried Chicken joining the party. Demonic Force. There's that Phobius we've been talking about, though. Chicken very low. Marcuti able to shut him down. That is going to be a 1-for-1 trade, but Mobazane does not have the Retribution since he used it on best player.
Yeah, that hurt right there. Just going for Nats right there, and this man is dunking and dunking. There's two of you on him, but you're not able to get the kill, and then they kill one of yours. That is moral breaking.
Not just that, but I want to say they kind of did very well in that fight. Were able to find 2 kills there, but end up losing the objective. They have to push back because of that Retribution. Not the play you want to make at the end, an objective is on the line.
Yeah, but Zia able to take the turret on the bot side, so there are some answers still working in BTK's favor, effectively finding a trade for that turtle. I mean, they have a turtle of their own, so it's not the hardest loss. I would still say BTK is still in a good position. They haven't lost a turret so far.
And Mobazane does have Bloodwings in. For the first time, I think, in every game, he's actually a little bit ahead in gold. His clear is able to keep up, if not outdo best player, which is going to be important. He's going to be a big damage dealer. He needs to be able to keep up in levels to actually fight for this third turtle in First Lord. And BTK in a position now where they can kind of dance a little bit. And I really like Shark on this Ruby pick. I think it's another one of the things that is stopping Cloud9 from being so aggressive. There is this possible threat that if you engage too much and you get locked up too long, you're going down.
Yeah, and we have a little bit of a flank play here. 48 seconds left for this turtle, and you can see BTK starting to set up a lot more comfortable on the map than they have been in the past. Well, at least in the past few games of this series, they're always there, kind of prominent when it comes to these objectives. Now you can see them pushing towers, so they're able to kind of get that map control.
Yeah, and again, Cloud9 not finding a trade from losing that turret on the top side. You're seeing them kind of putting some heavy focus into the mid-river, but BTK quick to respond back and doing a great job on maintaining the pace for this match.
Zia also, you know, having a very clean game right now, but he might not be having one.
That's a little bit of that caster curse right there. Best player able to find Zia Shark on the conceal play out.
All right, I'm just going to stop talking now. No players' names are coming out of my mouth.
Dang you, Trex. Cost Zia. Mobazane able to go ahead, find himself that turtle, though. So they are able to kind of match it up with something, still maintaining a slight gold lead. I want to say this is the first gold lead that BTK has had this entire series.
A little unfortunate, though, as Cloud9, Basic doing a great job on trying to equalize this economy, is going to be able to take that tier 3 on the bot side. There goes a retro play, though, from Zane onto best player. Not going to really be able to stop him, though, and he's going to be able to defend the tier 2 turret.
RQD also takes a nice chunk of damage. Honestly, like, it still feels very down the line. BTK up in towers, but I'm wondering, once again, when does the balloon pop, right? When does the team just go all in? Or is this going to get dragged out into First Lord until both teams are forced to go all in and make that big 5v5 happen? Taking a look at the items, back to Zia. I'm sorry, but I got to mention you. You almost got your DHS in. It's almost the Holy Trinity, but Numion Blast does miss out. BTK able to disengage. But yeah, right now, Zia might actually, I wasn't able to check basics, but I think he might be ahead of basic right now.
Yeah, and I want to say that they're doing such a good job of kind of angling, keeping the pressure on different sides. You can see Zane off by himself. The rest of the team kind of split up very well to make sure that they're maintaining the pressure on the rest of these lanes. But the big engagement, not too much. Shark does kind of ward it off. But I want to say the big engagements, the big call will be when we open up these mid towers, when we really open up that jungle for the opposite team.
Well, you know, Trex, he's raising the question, when does the balloon pop? And I'm definitely thinking that balloon is going to be basic, right? I mean, he's on this carry. The later this goes, the more core items he'll be able to stack up, and effectively the harder he's going to be able to hit. So BTK definitely wanted to continue putting on this pressure, but they're doing a really great job so far. We got to see how they kind of play into this Lord, right? If they can take this Lord, then effectively they should be able to take that tier 3 turret in the mid lane. They're going to start the engagement nice and early. The knockup on the Cold World. There goes Internal Guardian dropping down as well, but he's able to sustain himself, and now there's going to be a couple of utility wasted for the side of BloodThirstyKings, and the Lord still intact.
Yeah, that's the point, is you wasted so many utilities to kind of go on the Core World, don't get the kill, and now you have none of your ultimates left for this objective.
Oh.
They win. There goes a flicker play, though. A little premature. Numion Blast only going to stun one. That's Chicken. Caught in his tracks. And that's a good read from the BloodThirstyKings to create that separation, baiting out some of Cloud9's utility and effectively winning over this Lord.
I'm telling you, this Ruby pick on Shark, man, it is doing the job. And not only that, Zia's having a good game. Overall, the team, and maybe it's the Julian too. Maybe it's Zane finally getting on the Julian, not having to pick up a Paquito. But either way, BTK just feels like a slightly different machine in this game. They feel more comfortable. They feel the ability to dance. They feel the ability to move. And it just seems like a lot of these fights are going into their hands easier than usual.
Yeah, a lot easier than usual. They're starting to put the pressure onto all of the lanes. Lord pushing at bottom. Hoon finds himself a tower. And the split. Look at the split right now between the team. Zane's up by himself over there, able to get those split push. And I was actually worried about the split push coming from best player here. We've seen it before on the Nolan. He's able to create that pressure to where BTK can't answer these fights for like 10 seconds more, or the side of Cloud9 is going to be able to kind of find those angles.
And speaking of angles, able to connect with the I'm Offended play. Mobazane finding Cold World. No Numion Blast for Cloud9. BTK looking to punish Zia. Joining the party finds Nats. There's going to be 2 members falling for Cloud9, and BTK not losing a single member.
And even there, we see Nats come in, tries to use a demonic force, gets stopped by Shark just for enough time for the team to burst him down. Cloud9 has to be careful about how they take these fights.
Yeah, go in. Here you see the Prada Ice be activated over there by Marcuti. A little bit of a window for opportunity, and they're gonna take it. Look at the base crystal minions quickly dropping. Cloud9 members starting to spawn in. Nats now joining the party. They don't have minions in range for the base crystal, and BTK will disengage.
Ooh, I mean, you live to fight another day. This game is still firmly in BTK's favor right now. A 7K gold lead for them. Only one more high ground left for the side of Cloud9. A very different game than we've seen from the first 3.
Yeah, very different, very different game. 7,000 gold lead for BTK. Even in the past, when they were winning out in fights, they were normally behind in gold, but this time it is completely in their hands. And they have some picks that are actually countering Cloud9 this time. They have some picks that are actually answers. Even Marcuti, those Frigid Glaciers aren't as important, right? Because the rest of the team can't dive in on top of BTK when he lands them. Taking a look at the items, Mobazane almost completely stacked out. He has a 2K gold lead, a little over a 2K gold lead over Best Player right now. Luckily, Best Player has hit level 15, so he can at least retry along with the best of them, but it's not going to be easy because he has to get on a Noland. It's not a Hayabusa where you can just, quad shadow in. He has to get pretty up close and personal, look for that fracture play, look for that steal.
Yeah, and it's not going to be the easiest setup for Cold World as well. I mean, we haven't really get to see too many of those Numeon blasts hit the mark. I mean, a couple of times we may catch Chicken, may catch Shark out of position, but not finding the setups that Cloud9 can make the most of. Speaking of setups, Nat's forced to join the battle. Taken down by Hoon, one member falling for Cloud9, which will give BTK the advantage for this Lord play. But Best Player, Marcuti, Cold World, Basic, they're not going to let it go for free. They're going to continue to engage. There goes a big Numeon blast. That's a Hoon. Best Player finding Zia. That's going to be another kill. Mobazane able to find one as well. Zia will fall. The ADC no longer standing for BTK. Hoon able to find Best Player. Zane finding Basic. Retribution in BTK's favor. Should be able to secure this Lord and able to win that trade, but they're going to go in. I think they're going to try and close it out. They're going to try and take match point away from Cloud9. There goes the knock-up, the stun, and Marcuti will fall. Nas left alone all by himself, wondering, how did I get here? And BTK will reign supreme and secures game number 4 against Cloud9.
Yeah, if you thought they were out, you don't know BTK. Still signs of life showing up in this. When it comes down to crunch time in game 4, they find a victory.
Yeah, I mean, it took long enough, right? BTK finally putting a point on the board. For all the BTK fans, it's just 3 more to go. Just 3 more to go. They've done the impossible before. But let's talk about the game that just happened, because BTK, I think, for the first time in the past 4 games, they drafted cleanly. They counterplayed. They moved around the map. They didn't force fights. They knew they had control, and they actually played a textbook game, in my opinion.
Yeah, able to turn this around. Who would have thought, right? And overall, just a very good draft. A little different than what we've seen in the previous game. Zane running on something that's a little bit more staple meta, and not only running on it, but, I mean, look at the MVP, right? He's just doing a great job on that Julian, and this is definitely making a major difference in being able to secure these games over Cloud9, who usually has been in control for the early phase.
Yeah, and especially against the composition we were all kind of gritting our teeth at, the Phoveus, the Aurora, that Cloud9 has been so successful on in the past. And we were wondering, I mean, BTK is not prioritizing it. They do get the Julian, but they give up some very, very strong picks here. But I want to say the answer here, Shark, on the Ruby, just was that little ingredient that was needed for BTK to really have the offset, to really kind of take the punishment to the side of Cloud9.
Yeah, I think the Ruby was the key piece there, and I think as they move into the next game, could be another very important slotted pick for them. Shark played amazing on it. Not only did he play great on it, but also it was just a great answer to the Phoveus. It was a great answer to the Best Player, to anyone that really wanted to try to get up close and personal, and even Basic on this carry. It's a close range marksman, and he couldn't really bob and weave the way he wanted to with Shark on this Ruby, hanging out in the team fights.
Yeah, just a great counter over to Lolita as well. I mean, Cold World not able to find those angles with this Numeon Blast. It's huge, right? When you don't have the set potential, your team can't follow up, and that's going to help BTK win these engagements and these team fights, and that's exactly what we've seen happen. I mean, this was a pretty early finish from them as well, right? Every single moment of this game, it just seemed like they were in total control.
And even in that last play there.
Yeah, you talk about the good too here is that you were able to get Mobazane on something he was comfortable on, or at least it felt more comfortable with that Julian there, to really actually still be putting on the damage, to really kind of carry the flag of BTK forward for his team, to give them that room that they needed to kind of get that scaling.
Yeah, so, I mean, they got one, right? They get that game. Do they just continue on the same streak? Or does C9 let them do that again, right? Because they had answers to the Julian before. They've been able to kind of work around Zane with that. BTK still is not out of this yet.
No, not at all. I mean, I honestly, you're at a point now, and this is going to be Cloud9 has the first pick here, so they're going to get the priority here. You can see there, Julian taken off the board for the side of Cloud9. They're not going to let him have that again. And I'm wondering, do we possibly get Zane on something that he's still comfortable on, or like the first few games that were less successful for BTK, do we kind of go outside the box again for a pick that might not be that might not be good. I'm just gonna say.
There's only one way to dish that one out. and honestly, there goes thinking inside the box, and that's been the same strategy for Cloud9 this entire game, just going with staple meta, right? They're going to go ahead and pick up this Phoveus yet again. Now, it wasn't as profitable last game, and I wouldn't really say that was a Phoveus issue. I think that was just more of not having a roamer to be able to get the setups for the team to make the most out of. When you don't have the set potential, effectively, a team like BTK, who thrives on the early game economy, who thrives on the turtles and the Lord engagements, they're going to profit. And when you get them comfortable, that's when that light switch flickers on, and that's when they're able to shine the most. So now jumping into game number 5. You're getting BTK a chance to be able to turn this back around. And I don't think they should look at this as, oh, we got to win 3 games in a row. I think they should look at it as just one more game, right? That's just one more game, and that's how they got to play it. And hopefully we get to see this go the distance. It's looking good, though. It's definitely a totally different play style in the last game than what we've seen this entire series. And I definitely think that Zane, he needs to be inside the box for these jungle picks.
Yeah, most definitely. I think Nolan could be solid here. We still haven't seen it. It's not like, I'm really surprised he hasn't picked it up, because we've seen him play it in past NACTs. It's not like it's something that's completely unsung to him. C9 though, pick up the Claude immediately. They don't this time want to give BTK a chance to ban him out to where he's maybe they don't want to have to put him on the carry again. Yes, it did work one game, but I still don't think it is an extremely comfortable pick. And when Basic is comfortable, when he's able to get on something that he has a lot of versatility on, the rest of the team does do well because of it. BTK though, take the Aurora. We saw how well it did against the Phoveus in previous games. So both teams slotting up well right now.
Yeah, doing a good job of that. The only thing, I mean, I do like the draft, a little bit of a mix-up from the first game that we saw. Now they have the Aurora. They're able to take that away from Cloud9 so that they don't really have to have that huge fear of trying to go ahead, rush in. However, the big thing, the failure that we saw from BTK in game 1 was Shark was able to get show, was able to find those kicks in the super early game, but once it moved on to the mid game, once they kind of fell behind, BTK was struggling to even get Shark to get in there because he was getting bursted down. They weren't able to even burst down people that they found the kicks on. So it's going to need to be a very careful game here. They do have a lot of CC on BTK side, which I do like to see.
Yeah, we got to see what's the answer to the Phoveus as well, right? I mean, technically Cho's over there. I mean, it could be flexed over to Chick, and we have actually seen that before, a Cho go up against the Phoveus in the XP lane, so it's not the worst option. But also, speaking of options, the Gatat being on the playing field for Cloud9, a lot different than that Lolita performance we saw, right? It's going to be a little bit easier for him to get to that back line, especially with that AOG. Late game insurance is guaranteed from the Claude as well over there by Basic, who also can play for survivability, especially when you have a Cho on the opposing side. And we've seen just how well Chos can perform, right? You can Jeek-undo your way through anything and find your way to the back line, but having the BMI for some insurance can definitely be a tool for Cloud9.
So with this last pick coming in, again, I think, I mean, I keep saying it, but I think the Nolan's solid here. You banned out the Hayabusa. You limit down on to what a best player can pick up here, because that's definitely what he's most likely picking up, unless he goes for the Ling or a Fanny or something like that along those lines, which with him coming into this last slot, either of those picks are definitely very probable. On the side of BTK, they go for the Ruby. So Ruby, I mean, and even this, they can still, like you just said, they can still flex Cho over into EXP. But I think either way, I kind of wanted to see the Ruby earlier in draft because it worked so well against the Phoveus last time. So I'm glad they still ended up making it work.
Yeah, I was actually kind of worried because I was thinking that maybe Chicken would not be as comfortable using the Ruby in there. I don't really like the matchup between the early game Ruby and the early game Phoveus, so it's going to be really interesting to see how well Fried Chicken can play that. We've talked about it before, especially against Nats right now. He's been playing kind of like he has to play passive. There's nothing you can really do with some of these picks, especially against the Phoveus. You have to wait your turn, wait for him to kind of do what he needs to do, then you go in there, get the scraps you need to of your minions. But it's going to be interesting to see if we can put some kind of focus. More interesting than that, Nolan taken off the table. Where does Moba Zane go here for the jungle?
Bane.
Everybody's just staring at Zane's photo right now, man. What does he think? Look at his smile over there, man. Look at that devious, sinister smile. He's planning the most crazy pick. There it goes. A guy is back in the building, baby.
That was on my bingo card, guys. That was on my bingo card. A Kai pick on Nova Zane Grand Finals. It was so, we made it. It's there. It happened. They do have damage this time. They have Zia with the damage. They have Hoon on the Aurora. There is opportunity. And, against a Noland and the heavy spin, you still have some retribution. You have some objective priority. It's just, as we've said in the past, it's not current meta, but can they make it work?
Man, I am wondering because there's going to take some time for this damage to come up for BTK, where Zia comes in very late game. Shark's going to need some items. Hoon is, I want to say he does have damage, but in the early game, it's mostly the CC that you're leaning on. So I'm wondering, maybe do you put Fried Chicken, who's going to be on that Cho? Do you put him as a damage Cho there? I think we're about to find out here, guys. We are at Game 5, Cloud9 taking on BTK.
And the coin flips again. Another chance for the Bloodthirsty Kings to find a way to even out this series. I mean, hey, who would have thought it, right? They took game number 4, able to find their first victory so far, but this is still match point for Cloud9, so they're going to have to bring their A game.
Yeah, so taking a look at this, how does BTK approach this game, right? I think they definitely take it slow. They don't need to force anything. They do have the peel. They have Shark on the Ruby. It did end up being a Ruby Shark, and they're going to put Cho into the EXP lane. A lot of damage on a Shark, though. Already at first blood.
Yeah, able to find him, able to take him down, and overall, a great objective for Cloud9.
Yeah, and man, that is not the way you want to start off there, especially for Shark, especially when we're leaning on that Ruby to have such an effect here toward the mid and late game.
So, as I was trying, I kind of wanted Shark to stay on his side of the jungle, but he gets a little greedy there, goes to their side. I think at this point they have to know that their damage base is just, and there's another pick on a Shark. Going to be able to get away. But yeah, I think they just need to play it safe. Let Zia farm, let Hoon get some damage in the tank, and if they can do that, that's the win con.
It's just, yeah, with that first kill over Cloud9, you can definitely tell they're being a little bit more aggressive and a little bit more picky on when to engage. And I think it's more credits even over to Cobra, right? He's running on a roamer who's not limited, especially like that Lolita in game number 4.
I mean, if anybody can pull out some of these picks, it's going to be Zane here, but we just really need to see what the plan is. We're going to have this first objective started by Cloud9. Rest of BTK looking for an opportunity.
Yeah, Zane forced to use a heavy spin, trying to close the distance, able to get the retry just in time for the Bloodthirsty Kings, but Cloud9 looking for a punish. Chicken need to get back to safety, has the G-Kundo, but Nat on his tail trying to get the pick off, but will not be able to find it.
I'm not going to lie. I don't think I've seen Chicken on a Cho in a very, 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 very long time. And, it's definitely doable. It's definitely viable, but I don't know if this is comfort for him. Comfort for Zane on the Akai? Yes. Comfort for Zia on this Moskov? Yes, but everyone's going to need to play to their best ability here. BTK does get that first turtle, so after taking that early game first death, it's huge for them.
Yeah, and I have to wonder too, like sometimes, was this pick, was it the best in slot for this composition, or was it simply just to take it away from Nats?
Yeah, the I'm Offended does connect for the setup, and Shark ultimately finding a kill, takes down Cobra.
Whoa. Got the zoom in. We just got the zoom in here. I'm sorry, that threw me off a little bit. Best player. I haven't seen the map like this in a long time, guys. I'm used to watching at the full wide angle. And there we go. We're back to it. Thank you. I don't. Mobazane now. Panda. How we feel in private.
I mean, right now it's working, especially when it comes to maybe we're just focused on the objectives. Fly Chicken takes a heap of damage there, but if we're just focused on objectives, we have the heavy spin, we can get everybody out of the way, still get the retribution in there, which can lead us into that mid game, into the late game, where we're going to get the power spikes for Hoon, for Zia there as well.
I mean, they got a lot of bullies for the early game, a lot of crowd control, especially with that Akai. I mean, he's a one-man army with that heavy spin, right? He should be able to zone everybody out, be able to close the distance, and get these turtles, and that's exactly what you've seen from Mobazane. I mean, it's a hero he thrives on, right? He doesn't have to really worry about the team looking for that setup. He can just create that opportunity himself.
I mean, definitely. I mean, a lot of opportunities created. BTK, they have the crowd control, right? They do have the answers, but it's still kind of a time game for them. And I think it's why they're not trying to force this turtle right now. Because even earlier in the very beginning, we saw how much damage best player even doing to a tank like Mobazane. Shark in some trouble, should be able to get away. Nat's being the bully he seems to always be. But yeah, BTK still just waiting on that clock to keep ticking.
Yeah, and it's and ticking away it is. Nat's doing such a great job. Whatever he plays, he's always all over the map. Ooh, Zane!
Ooh, and a little bit of trouble. Forced to use a heavy spin, pinning Nats on the wall. Chicken trying to find an opportunity for the engagement. Won't be able to do it now. Nat's trying to punish. Frigid Glacier connecting. I'm offended as well. Nat's still alive, trying to get to the bush. Trying to limit their vision. Hit with the G Kondo. Chicken, possibly with the final touches, able to find Nas on the heavy aggressive play, but look at Zia on the bot side. AOG connecting, and Zia will fall. Cold World may pay the ultimate price, though. No, able to get back out.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, Basic now gets a tower, Zia goes down, and this is kind of, you know, we mentioned Basic getting on a comfort pick like this, and even if BTK can keep up in objectives when it gets down to Lords, even if he makes a big heavy spin play with Mobazane and steals a Lord, we know the threat that Basic carries on this Claude in these off lanes.
Man, Mobazane, I want to say they were threading the needle with that fight against Nats there. He was very close to being able to take down Mobazane. They do find the synergy, able to find the combinations there to be able to take him down, but it's answered right away at the bottom lane for Cloud9, finding the tower. And, I mean, Zia, we talked about this matchup before offline. There's been so much improvement from the side of Basic there to be able, and then the pressure that you're getting here now.
Ooh, 2v1 matchup, not going to work in Zia's favor. Basic able to secure the kill. Shark will follow. Nas be the one to secure that. In Cold World, they're not letting anybody go for free. AOG, but heavy spin punish. Cold World forced into the tier 3 turret. A Beyblade, and Chicken will find Cold World.
Cloud9 loses something for that push there. Roamer for Roamer. BTK, though, still very much hanging on here. Falling behind a bit in gold, but it's not over yet.
Yeah, this isn't the first time. I mean, BTK, at this point, BTK is used to playing with a little bit of a gold deficit on them. But here we can start seeing even some of those objectives, what I was talking about earlier, where they might have some insurance, having Mobazane with that heavy spin. They're starting to lose some of these objectives. They're starting to fall a little bit behind. And that's not really what you want from a composition like this, like that I feel personally is lacking a bit of damage.
Yeah, definitely lacking in damage, but overwhelming in crowd control, and they got to make that work in their advantage, especially for these early objectives. And not to mention, even though they have the heavy spin to work in their favor, Marcuti, he's picking up that heavy spin as well. So technically, Cloud9 has the same utility.
Yeah, not only is it crowd control with Cloud9, but they also have movement on the map. A Shark in a little bit of trouble. Should be okay. The disengage happens. Items are up. No, still forcing it. They're testing the waters here. They're testing the waters.
Yeah, a little bit of a little wet feet there from both sides there, kind of dipping into there, trying to find out where they can kind of put their limit push out there. Ooh, Zane was still able to get his purple buff there. Zooms in, grabs it, and gets away.
Yeah, but we got to see. I mean, with the Sakai pickup, I mean, effectively, you're a jungle bully, right? You should be able to kind of zoom in with the heavy spins and get these objectives. With the next objective on the board, will he be able to pull that off? So far, Cloud9 has regained their composure that they lost in game number 4. There goes the heavy spin. There's the Beyblade action going toward the mid lane. 2 Cyclones in the making. Need to be careful, but not going to find a setup for either side.
It's such a great answer, too, because you would think maybe go for the Frigid Glacier, right? Go for the big I'm offended. But what that does, essentially, is completely nullify what Mobazane wants to do with the heavy spin. It completely nullifies what the point of bringing the Akai into this game was, and Mark Cutie is answering it beautifully.
And right now, a lot of pressure coming in. The little cut from the side of Cloud9 is going to be more than enough for them to get this next tower. First Lord up on the map.
Look at the bot side. Chicken. The fracture, too much to handle. Best player on this. Nolan, a major threat and sidesteps the Spear of Destruction on his way out.
Honestly, I don't even know if he wanted. Even if he lands that Spirit of Destruction, I don't know if he wants that smoke right now. Best player sitting at 0-0-2, but the damage is definitely there. Nolan is looking scary at 9 minutes in.
Yeah, and now they're going to go ahead, start putting some pressure on. They need to kind of make something happen here as Mobazane getting locked onto by Nats.
Yeah, both sides still finding a way to engage. And right now, Cloud9 having a little bit of the upper edge. Shark forced to use I'm Offended. Mark Cutie holding on to that heavy spin, right? He's just waiting. He knows Mobazane is going to go in for it. But if he can hold on to it, then effectively he can nullify it. He can cancel it out with the heavy spin of his own. Speaking of Mobazane, down to 50% HP. That heavy spin may come out a little early, but Zane doesn't want to let it go, but he's being punished by Ness. He's going to force it out. There's the heavy spin, which means this should be a secured objective for the side of Cloud9 as Ness, the distraction, and the utility baiter.
And just like that, I mean, Nats, the sacrificial lamb for Cloud9, dives in, and they are able, Cloud9 able to secure, using that depth to secure an objective.
BTK does at least get a tower out of it. They get a little bit of ground back. They break through the mid. Having Nats gone means that front wall for Cloud9 is kind of gone. They need to try to get out of this Lord position without losing barely any material. I don't know. It's definitely a tough spot, but getting that kill, even though they lose Lord, it does help balance the table.
Yeah, and right now the table is set for Cloud9 to push into that tier 3 turret, possibly in the mid lane. May find an opportunity for an engagement on the bot side as well. Look at Zane's positioning, though. I mean, he's behind Cloud9 right now. He could get a pin on the wall. Zia could go in for the damage, but is it the most viable answer, especially with not having the numbers on their side?
And now we're starting to see, ooh, nice I'm Offended.
Yeah, Frigid Glacier, as a response, there's the heavy spin we were looking for, but the demonic force back to the mid-river from Ness.
I like it. I think it might have just been because he's spinning. He gets away in time. Don't know if it was meant to go that way, but it ended up working out perfectly. Couple towers do go down for the side of BTK. But even with the Sakai pick, even with the question of it, it feels like BTK are not out of this. I mean, could get out of this still yet.
Well, they're not out of this. They could still find themselves some positives here. Ooh, nice I'm Offended.
Yeah, right now looking for that positive, trying to hold on to the tier 3 turret in the mid lane, but Cloud9 on them like a fly on the wall. Not going to try and allow them that opportunity for the defensive push back up, but they're doing a great job. I mean, they're still providing that control. Zane, I mean, on the Sakai, right? I mean, if he has a heavy spin, he can provide a good barrier, especially against that objective.
So taking a look at the items real fast, I want to take a look at Basic because this man has been farming. He's been hungry. He's been doing his thing. And he just locked in the Wind of Nature. And we're starting to see him get a little bit more involved with these fights. We're starting to see him kind of close the distance a bit more. But Best Player might be in trouble.
There is no way he's getting out of that engagement. Too much crowd control. I mean, it's like a deer in the headlights right there. Best Player, he knew. He just knew. And that's going to be a kill over to the Bloodthirsty Kings.
Oh, man, but just like that, they're able to reply, putting some damage onto mid. But, man, BTK holding on to this mid tower for dear life.
It is the last thing standing. It is the one thing between them and Annihilation, but not completely. But yes, we can drum it up. But no, they've been doing a great job. And what that does, if that goes down, Cloud9 just gains complete control. So I think it's very well done that they're able to do this. And C9 are not any slouches. They're not like just letting them keep it. They're doing everything they can to try to take it down. Lord going to be up in just a few seconds with BTK not being that far behind. Oh, big play.
Yeah, Best Player caught Out of position, Zia able to get the kill, but wait a second, Nas, Marcuti rushing to the bot side, grabs the I'm offended. Does he go for the setup on Zia? Not able to connect. Zia able to expand the distance back to safety. And yeah, BTK holding on to that tier 3 turret, allowing them to inch their way up the map, taking the tier 3 on the bot side, and now the battle for the Lord on the way. The retribution gets it for BTK and finds Cold World. Zia will find basic 3 members down for Cloud9, and BTK catching their footing.
More than catching their footing.
The answer, I know there were a lot of doubters, including me, in the Kai right there. I'm not going to lie, I was kind of holding my breath as that heavy spin was. I'm like, who's going to get the retribution here? That's about 15 seconds long right now.
Yeah, I mean, just overall, just in control. I mean, BTK have taken control at this point, and Cloud9 wants to go for the split pushing. BTK found the answers. In a matter of games, BTK seems to have finally started to pull Cloud9's card.
It just shows you how strong that tier 3 turret in the mid lane is. I mean, look how much it's turned this game around. They got a Lord. They're able to force them down to their inhibitor turrets. It's a completely full 180 for the Bloodthirsty Kings, and now the play on the way for the bot side. Cold World, Immortality being that's going to be the winner crown. Zia able to take him down though with the Lord intact. Numbers in BTK's favor. They're looking to take game number 5. Members down for the side of Cloud9. Martin with ball. Zia finding basic best player by himself. And BTK looking to win the trade. Best player finds Shark. Gets a triple kill. Finds Moba Zane. But no more minions in play. May have bought him a window of opportunity, some breathing room. And they're able to hold off. Look at the health of the base crystal.
7 seconds for Cold World.
That is amazing right now. Like, I can't believe. Oh, this might be it.
Oh, Frigid Glacier. Not going to buy Cloud9 the time needed, and BTK able to take game number 5 against Cloud9.
Ooh, just when you thought it was over, BTK looking like they could pull out a reverse sweep here.
I mean, just very well done. I mean, we're still working our way, but BTK, I mean, just with that game right there, it felt like even after they fall behind, they this time had the answers. Cloud9 has been a team that has just been working around everything that BTK has brought to them. But now, I mean, it just feels like BTK is a completely different team, right? It feels like they are coming into this. Everyone is on point. Zia, Shark, Fly Chicken, even Hoon, is just landing those skills and making everything count.
Oh, gentlemen, listen to this. We are effectively 1 game away from potentially tying up this series and going to a game 7 again. BTK, every time they're in this situation, they make it happen.
Bro, I don't even know what to say here right now. The picks, I was really doubting the damage to come out from BTK through here, but the immense amount of CC that came out from them, able to really control this game right from the get-go. They did lose 2 objectives there. I want to say a great job by the side of BTK to read those situations and know, you know what, let's go ahead and back off. They can have these 2 turtles. We don't need to get it, but when it comes to the Lord, when it comes to protecting our mid, man, they did such a great job.
So does this mean now, just when in doubt, pick a Kai? Just when in doubt. I mean, people are going to hate on it, but he made it work very well. Even at the end there, the double man pin. But also, we got to give some props to Hoon there, man. Man won 0 deaths on the Aurora. He was shining, and Hoon's been in this weird place for me lately. He's been in this place where I'm wondering, like, where's that aggressive Hoon that we used to know and love? And today, these past 2 games, he's been bringing it.
BTK's out here making their own meta, this NACT, and it's definitely thriving for the last 2 games. And as we see some of the engagements from the last match, yeah, definitely impressive. Has the world speechless. I mean, at a moment there, it looked like Cloud9 was in full control, but then again, Mobazane getting the double pin on the wall and them able to turn it back around in their favor has put them in a position to take control of this series, right? I mean, right now, if they win this next game, it's a game 7, which means effectively the chances of them being able to push through is a lot higher than it was in the beginning of the series.
well, I mean, that's technically unbeaten in Game 7s right now. So that's what they're looking to kind of bring this to. And this was that gank that we saw onto best player down at the bottom. And it just is this is that long, heavy spin. I was just sitting here like, man, somebody needs to hit that retribution. Did such a great job. And then the final push coming out from BTK to close up and seal the deal.
Definitely felt like one of the longest heavy spins we have ever seen. It was just going on and on and on, and I'm sure Basic felt it. And even here in this last push, Basic just not really able to get in there. He has to wait for the heavy spin to finish. He has to watch out for the Frigid Glacier. Overall, BTK they were able to layer so many of those skills so well in those team fights. And even when Cloud9 found a few answers with the IMU, BTK found ways to work around it.
They did, and it was impressive.
And the question kind of comes up now, what do you adjust to that now they can pull out an Akai and be successful? Not just an Akai, but an Akai with, what was it, just the Moskov, just, you were talking about Hoon on the Aurora there, which, I mean, maybe he needs to start laying down. That's the one difference that we saw from the playoffs in the season game. He was sitting upright. Now he's laying down. He's found his zen. He is with it right now.
All right, so stay laid down. Stay laid down. That's the plan, right?
He's meditating, right? He's channeling his inner chakra and ready to deal some massive damage and punish Cloud9. And so far, it's been very effective. Not the way I expected this series to go at all, right? I didn't expect to see a YSS picked up and put into the goal lane. I didn't expect to see an Akai jump out here. But nonetheless, BTK is getting it done, and they're one step closer to evening out this series. Now for Cloud9, it kind of raises the question, was it overconfidence that's causing these issues, right? Did they just get a little overconfident knowing, oh, we're up by not just 2 games, potentially 3 games, and we don't have to really worry about the climb back from BTK, and that overconfidence is starting to rain back on them now. I feel like they can feel the pressure now. They didn't feel it before, but it's definitely there now.
And last time we saw BTK, they finally won on red side. They won on blue side before that. Now we're back to blue side where we saw them get the Julian, and they get the Julian again. So they seem to be back in the driver's seat of the draft in a sense. They found some answers, and with this Julian pick, does it get the Ruby is a great steal, but with the Julian pick, does it give us even more possibilities for that game number 7? Cold World though, Ruby, great answer.
And I'm wondering, okay, I was about to say, they either take the Phobius or they take the Aurora here, which would, I want to say the Aurora and the Ruby might have been a little crazy there. That would have completely sealed off any kind of frontal assault coming from BTK there. But on a point that was just brought up about the pressure starting to get up, we already know BTK, they've been at that downhill on that back foot before where they were at a huge disadvantage. I don't know that Cloud9 has ever been in a position. Nobody's ever pushed them that far to where they've starting to come from behind. You've got 2 games now for the side of BTK here. And I'm wondering if maybe that's going to start affecting Cloud9, if that's going to be something that comes into play.
It's kind of funny. Maybe it just takes time for BTK to warm up, right? I mean, when we saw them in week 2, it was 3-1. When we saw them in the upper bracket finals, it was 3-1. But we didn't go to a game number 4, right? We didn't get to see a game number 4 BTK. And this is what happens after the 3-1. So now we'll be able to see exactly how this kind of plays out for them. And like we said, if they win this game, then it's a 50-50, right? It's a 50-50 in a game 7, which drastically increases the odds of their success rate. And they're riding on the momentum of already having 2 wins in a row. But like Trex mentioned, he had a little bit of that fumble once he saw that Ruby pop in there. And I don't blame him for it. I think it's really great this early in the draft, right? It's great to secure for a couple of reasons, because you can flex it into the roam position, into the XP lane, and not traditionally run it into the goal lane. But with that Phobius locked in, we know it's at least not going to be in the XP role. So it's a good read. And you can definitely tell with this draft around that Cloud9 is definitely going heavy meta, as heavy as possible. But when BTK, the Moskov pickup is what they're prioritizing. And that's been very effective for them so far.
And along with that Aurora, right? I mean, there's just overall, it feels like we're actually seeing some trades happen now. BTK's finally put C9 to a point in the draft where, okay, yeah, you take the Ruby and the Phoveus, but we get the Aurora and the Moskov plus the Julian. And in some of those games that BTK was losing, it didn't feel like C9 was actually trading with him. It just felt like C9 was taking and taking. And BTK has gotten into that groove now where it's like, okay, we know what we need to prioritize. We know what you want to prioritize. We know what's important in these matchups. And they're going for it. Mark Cutie, though, are on the gun. C9 on the gun for first pick and second phase.
Yeah, and especially now, I'm kind of wondering, though, we do kind of have some priority. Like you said, they have the Moskov out there. We have the Aurora. I do like the Aurora and having the Julian for Mobazane, but what do we do to answer the Phoveus? Which is going... Oh, and now we have the Lu Yi, which is going to create this huge amount of map pressure against BTK. Well, we've seen this before, man, especially when it comes to using that diversion ultimate. You can teleport anywhere on the map, which means that nowhere is safe during these objective fights. Even if you just check the bush, you have to be worried about that diversion coming in there a second later.
Yeah, I mean, now Cloud9 has the element of surprise to keep BTK on their toes. There's the R-Lot, you know, we don't get to see the R-Lot too often. It's going to be great here, especially being able to proc from all the crowd control from the side of BTK, right? You have the Aurora, you also have the Guinevere on top of that with the Julian. Guinevere, that's another one we haven't seen in a while, but definitely a BTK pickup for sure. And that should be Shark for the most part. Picking that up. That is going to be a roam, I believe. I mean, technically, you could put into the XP lane and run the R-Lot roam, but I think it would be more effective with the Guinevere for these setups.
That is a head scratcher right there, and I still don't know. We're going to see it now. Shark will be on the Guinevere. Fried Chicken on the R-Lot. I'm just trying to think about this. Yes, I guess it closes the distance on a basic. It can get the knockup onto Nats and stop him in his tracks. It is definitely unconventional. And let's not forget, this is still match point for Cloud9, but BTK was the team that just won with the Akai, right? They were the team that just won with their own meta. So can they do it again?
Just about to say, throw out every single thing you think you know about meta and counter picks when BTK is drafting here. We're going to see if this Gwen kind of pulls in there, especially because Whole World is going to have the Ruby instead of Shark. So you're not going to be able to punish Basic as much for getting in close with that carry. We're going to see here, ladies and gentlemen, we are at Game 5 of BTK versus Cloud9.
Yeah, definitely going to have to bring their A game for BTK. Another shot to be able to get a potential reverse sweep up against Cloud9. Cloud9, again, sitting at match point. They just need one victory to claim that crown.
Okay, so I know why the Guinevere is good, right? Because when you're up against a Ruby, you can't walk up to the Ruby, but you can jump on top of the Ruby. So maybe that's the answer, right? I mean, maybe that's the thought here. If you're able to get the knock up onto Cold War, and it's the same thing with Nats, you can't really walk up to the Phoveus, but if you're able to just jump on top and get that instant CC, maybe that's the answer here.
Yeah, but you see right now we got 3 Purifies on the side of Cloud9, so it's going to have to be very careful about when we kind of jump in, who we're going for. If we go for Mark Cutie, we're going to need to make sure that that Purify is already expended, because you could pretty much become a lightning rod to your team as they connect those yin-yangs.
Yeah, I was going to say also with Mark Cutie, the diversion plays are going to be something we got to keep a close eye on, right? We see players pick up the Lu Yi, and sometimes they're not very aggressive, but we see other players, every time that diversion's available, they use it to teleport across the map and find an opportunity, even if it's something little, to be able to work in the team's favor.
Yeah, so, I mean, at this point, we're back to kind of both teams playing things slow, right? The Lu Yi, like you mentioned, once it gets to that level 4, with Cloud9 already being a pretty heavy macro-orientated team, a team that wants to jump around, play off lanes, play angles, it works very well with their play style. Though it's not as popular, I think it's still very threatening in the hands of Mark Cutie and in the hands of Cloud9.
Yeah, and we're starting to kind of dance around this objective. It does look like Cloud9 going to go ahead and possibly turn away. Best player looking for an angle.
Yeah, trying to find a window of opportunity. Mobazane, best player, both in retry distance. There goes Nasta with the separation. Chicken, able to find Mark Cutie off screen for first blood, and Turtle will be reset.
All right, so at this point, Turtle reset, BTK getting buffs, Cloud9 getting buffs, big meetup, big brawl at the first Turtle. Probably going to be a lot more action than we've seen in the first few minutes of the past 2 games.
Yeah, they're vying for a position here right now, resetting it again. Fried Chicken doing a good job of trying to keep it busy for them. They do have a little bit of a clash down at the bottom. No worse for wear are either of them, but still a little bit of respect paid for both of them. Still tie game when it comes to the goal, but just 1 kill in favor of BTK.
Yeah, I mean, that was a great pickoff, too. Able to find the mid laner, right? Marcuti need to be a little bit more passive. He needs to use these diversion plays to have the element of surprise, but he can't be surprising us with these early pickoffs. Speaking of surprises, though, BTK doing a great job on maintaining the pressure and the momentum they've already gained from those 2 wins in a row. Best player able to get the steal on the Turtle, but possible punish on the way. Spatial migration in with the Violet Requiem. Fried Chicken able to find best player. Chicken will fall as well, though. Marcuti able to find him.
I think that's a good trade, though. Good trade for BTK there. They do lose Turtle, but they get a kill on the jungler. They lose Fried Chicken. It's maybe an even trade, Private.
Yeah, I mean, they lose a turtle and a kill, so I mean, it's just narrowly up for Cloud9 right there. And man, it's just you gotta be a little bit more quicker to the dial there if you're Moba Zane. You cannot be losing those early objectives, especially when they had such an advantage in the numbers at that fight.
Yeah, we know, like, you give a team a little bit of an advantage and they make the most out of it, especially when it comes to the top 2 in North America. Now, Shark on this Guinevere, how are we feeling about it so far? I think it's great when it has the mobility and also the survivability, the spatial migration, not only to close the distance, but also play as an escape maneuver as well.
Yeah, I think it just worked pretty well. We just saw it right against the Phoveus. Got the big knockup just because it's able to so quickly. Wait a second, diversion.
Oh. Quickly. I think we need a new word for how fast Moba Zane was shredded right there on that purple buff, and looks like they're going to go in and try and take the farm as well. No, yeah, it looks like they may actually go in for it. A quick pickoff for Cloud9.
Man, and we were talking about this, how well that's going to start coming into play, especially for a team like Cloud9, who macro just seems to be one of their specialties.
So, I mean, at this point, now the paranoia is going to start to set in, right? For BTK, it's like, what bush is safe? Which way is safe? They can always be lurking. So, vision is going to be key. Shark is going to have to start playing on the opposite side of river a bit more. Everyone's going to need to be communicating about where the enemy is at all time, taking a look at the items. Zia is doing okay as long as it doesn't get caught off here.
Yeah, Korod looking for the I'm offended play. Able to catch Zia stuck on the wall. Not able to get to safety, and Marcuti with the final touches takes him down.
Every time I mention Zia.
That is unfortunate for him. He was looking for an angle. He didn't have the cooldown to be able to get away fast enough, and by the time he was finally able to find that little dash, he did get bursted down.
Yeah, so I mean, now Basic gets a tower. He can start getting involved in these fights. It's a rough spot for Zia. It's going to be some time now until he can really catch up and get involved, because he's always going to have to be worried about that lane.
Oh, speaking of lanes, a lot of action in the mid-river. Nas able to find Chicken, but will fall himself as Shark getting the kill on this Guinevere. Best player smells the low HP, uses a retribution, not able to get the fracture off though, and Shark will remain alive. Back to the base he goes.
Yeah, right now the gold lead is starting to expand for Cloud9. Moba Zane.
Ooh, trying to find a pickoff on the best player, but Cold World closing the distance. Moba Zane, a wise decision to disengage.
Oh, more action though.
Yeah, you are going to find Zia taking down best player. Concealed play called out on to Zia, trying to find the punish. You see a lot of golden staffs being picked up as well for that attack speed, and Zane able to take the tier 3 on the bot side.
Yeah, and we're starting to match up, I want to say, when it comes to towers. 1 tower for both of them right now. So, I mean, it's still a very even game. No firm leads just yet for BTK or for Cloud9.
So, taking a look back at these items in that gold lane. Last time we saw Zia with a nice lead over Basic, but this time Basic is definitely a bit ahead, right? We're looking at almost a 1,000 gold lead into the hands of Basic. Zia hasn't even finished his second item, and we're getting to the 8-minute mark soon where you need to almost be there. At that point, 8-9 minutes, you should be kind of getting into possibly that third item, like half of your third item build, couple pieces of it. So Zia, it's going to be a minute until maybe even 10 or 11 until he can really pop off.
Yeah, and you can see the Malefic Roar picked up as well from best player for that pin. Dealing a lot of damage on this Nolan already, but BTK still finding a way to the objective, in control for a possible turtle. Demonic Force dropping down, stun on the chicken, Frigid Glacier, and a Spear Destruction combination. Best player, no worries. We'll be able to find fried chicken, and BTK forced out of the turtle pit.
Yeah, forced out. They're not going to be able to find... Oh, on the Mobazane!
Oh, man, I think the bounty on his head right there was definitely more of a prio than that turtle. Able to secure not only a turtle, though, finding Mobazane and a tier 3 turret in the mid lane.
Cloud9 now, I mean, at this point, they're well ahead. I mean, and it's match point. If this continues this way, it is looking rough for BTK. Zane's taken 2 deaths, 0 kills. He's a level behind best player, and that's going to continue to stack because best player's just able to farm as Mobazane's stuck in the graveyard waiting to come back. And I'm wondering, you know, Shark, he's 0 deaths, but we haven't seen that big violent Requiem. They need to get some sort of combo. They have to get some sort of cohesion in between the members of their team.
Yeah, and it's going to kind of, you're looking for the combination with Hoon possibly. I mean, I have not seen kind of like that Wombo combo coming out from them, especially when the Frigid Glacier comes out. We don't see Shark kind of capitalizing on it, and right now it's the pick. It is a good pick. I see the genius in it. It's just right now it has not paid its dividends.
Yeah, and Marcuti doing pretty good on this Louis. 3-1-3, highest kills in the game so far. And they still have that element of surprise for Cloud9, right? Some sneaky diversion plays may be on the way. There goes a special migration play for the setup on the best player. Hoon will rush in for the opportunity with the alley-oop, able to shut him down, and that'll be best player out of the game right now for Cloud9.
Which is huge, right? Lord's about to be up in 20 seconds. Taking best player down is going to be important. It's going to give them a nice position. Maybe they can steal some jungle. They can gain control of the map. And maybe even fight for this next Lord, as they're not too far behind in gold, right? It's still very doable if they get the correct positioning.
Yeah, and that was a perfect example of what I was talking about, is kind of chaining together that CC. You saw the spatial migration landed, and then the Violet Requiem, and then you saw the freeze come out from Hoon there. Oh!
Yeah, you're starting to see the I'm offended from Cold World. A little premature, though. I mean, you found Shark, but that's not really the one you want to set up, especially for this Lord play, and now a possible punish. Cold World will fall. Hoon finding yet another kill within the last minute for BTK.
The stacking of skills is definitely happening as Private Stead. BTK finding some flow in their fights.
Speaking of flow, special migration in and out as well, knocking up NACT, and now Cloud9 trying to punish, trying to force out BTK from the Lord pit, but they're not going to let it go for free. Conceal play called out from Shark, but not able to find the setup they're looking for.
Oh, and they're going to go ahead. They're going to reset that Lord right there. But you do have best player. He's still looking to go ahead and put on the damage there. Marcuti from the side finds himself some damage. And another reset. Man, both these guys dancing around.
Yeah, they got to watch out for Shark, though. Shark gets a big Violent Requiem, and he was searching for it there. He's been hanging out in that mid-bush so much around these neutral objectives, keeping his eyes out, but I feel like Cloud9, you know, they kind of sense that something's there. They know not to overextend, but if Shark lands something, if it's a big two-man Violent Requiem, it could definitely be the turnaround. Cloud9 at this point just need to play it safe. They need to be careful about the way they move on. They need to keep vision.
And Vision is really on Shark, right? He's able to let them know the state of the Lord, and now BTK trying to rush in. Not going to be able to close the distance. Best player will be able to secure it. Marcuti finding kill Zia, taking down Basic. Zane responding back, finds NACT. Basic taking down Zia. A 2-for-2 trade, but Cloud9 secures the Lord.
Man, that speedy light wheel. I mean, Zia was still able to find the kill onto basic, but the speedy light wheel already had like 3 or 4 auto attacks out there lying in wait for Zia by the time he found the kill. And even with dashing away, still gets taken down. Now, BTK going to have to answer a Lord.
I mean, with them taking down a few members of Cloud9, it should be a very, maybe not too bad of an answer. I don't think best player wants to push it. He might try here. We'll see. Hoon isn't waiting for him. But I think at this point, we're kind of still at the stalemate.
Yeah, good thing Mobazane did not step into that bush because he was going to get the fracture of a lifetime.
Yeah, and you see another diversion comes out there. This time, BTK, Fly Chicken, does catch a little bit of damage, but no worse for wear. And I want to say this is the kind of... Oh, Mobazane!
Oh, look how much damage he just dished out. Able to take down best player, but need to be careful. Cloud9 trying to circle around, but BTK following up to keep Zane in the battle. Zia finding NACT Cold World may be next. Not able to sustain himself, and Zia able to find the kill. 3 members down for Cloud9, and a chance for BTK to push.
From out of nowhere, 3 kills unanswered, starting with best player, moving into a bush. Mobazane finds the burst damage and quickly shuts his eyes on that.
You were talking about a fracture of a lifetime. Well, Zane had an enhanced chains of a lifetime right there. My guy responded. He heard you talking. He was ready for it. And BTK on the brink right now of bringing this to a game number 7. Shark still deathless, man. Has got plenty of defense to handle. Has the Athena shield. Looks like might even be going for an offensive item as his 3rd here, just to really rub some salt in the wound.
Yeah, the best player's been having a little bit of a hard performance, right? He's 1, 4, and 2 on this Nolan, unlike Zane, 2, 2, and 5. And I mean, he's just rotating around, getting these objectives and able to find the opportunity to even out the playing field. And not only just even it out, I mean, technically, BTK is pretty much in favor, especially taking down that tier 2 turret in the mid lane.
Yeah, and a firm, no, not a firm, but a decent gold lane. Like we've talked about before, BTK's shown how well that they can perform, even on the back foot, even when they're at a deficit. Having even just the littlest bit of gold in their favor means that they're starting to have a big positive upswing in these fights, in this game right now. And man, Cloud9 need to be careful. You cannot continually make some of those mistakes, because we were talking about the momentum that BTK has. They find 1 kill and they're able to kind of continue on with the snowball.
Yeah, I mean, and that momentum's definitely going to be tough to beat, right? Because as you said, they were behind in gold coming out on top of a fight. Now that they're ahead, does that mean these are definite wins for them? I think for Cloud9, they still, I mean, at this point, do they maybe go for more of the macro play? Maybe kind of get basic back in that off lane, send Cole World, kind of push BTK. I don't know if they can take BTK on just 5v5 right now. They need to play the map.
And, we were asking a question about the Guinevere and how effective it's been, and it's working really well for Shark, right? He has the spatial migration. He's given the vision every single second on these Lord plays, and that's making the difference for BTK to be able to rush in with a lot of information, and then also chaining it up. I mean, there's even times where you'll see Hoon. He sees the spatial migration go in. He knows he connects. He sees the Violent Requiem from Shark. And he uses even a flicker to close the distance with the Frigid Glacier to chain that CC.
Right now, a lot of worry from both of these teams, being very careful. Each one of them, I say right now, especially Cloud9, on their side, they're waiting to catch somebody out. They need BTK to make a mistake, because I want to say the fear has been put into them. A little bit of PTSD from some of those last fights right now. BTK ahead, starting on the Lord.
Yeah, Basic's going to join this fight. He uses the diversion play as well, so he's not going to go for the split push.
They do it. Whoa, wait a second, Shark.
Whoa! All the way downtown with that one. May have made a mistake, able to get back to the Lord pit, but BTK, they know their window of opportunity is short.
Oh!
Able to find best player. No retribution for Cloud9. Mobazane finding Ness. Next on the chopping block is Mark Cutie as Zia gets the double, and BTK takes the Lord.
I've been waiting for Zia to pop off. He finally does it.
Yeah, you were even talking about how far he was behind. He was going to be the 11 minute. It took 16 minutes, but he's there right now.
Only 16. It was only 16 minutes. All right, guys. Zia finally makes it. Lord pushing in, Wheezy.
Yeah, Lord pushing in toward the inhibitor in the mid lane, and BTK now gaining control of this game. Cloud9, a few mistakes may have costed them this game. They're going in. The window of opportunity is there. Lord marching to the base. Crystal. Zia taking an inhibitor. The knockup. Corona immortality proc. Marquini finding chicken. Another turret will drop. You're going to see Nat find Shark saying find Nat. Trading blows back and forth, but Cloud9 has the number 2. With the flicker in, trying to get a setup, trying to find a kill, but not going to find it. Only minions in the mid lane standing, and BTK forced to retreat.
Ooh, that game, they were really kind of dancing on that tightrope a little bit, lingering a little too long in BTK's oh, man.
Ooh, almost caught the cat by its tail, but BTK able to go back to safety.
All right, I'm standing up now, guys. I'm out of my seat. I'm standing up. We're on the brink of a possible Game 7. It's about to go down. And as you were saying, I want to continue what you're saying, Private, because they were playing with death right there. The 3 of them hanging out next to that crystal.
Yeah, we're gonna see. I mean, they were able to kind of pull back a bit. They saw it a little bit smarter there. There was that bloodthirst in them. You could sense it. They really wanted to close it out, but a smarter and cooler heads prevailed. They have the lead. Why start making crazy plays now?
Oh, here's a crazy play though. Conceal called in. Shark not gonna connect with the spatial light. Oh my goodness! Able to get it. Marquini finding Shark. Zia finding basic. Wait a second, that's gonna be a 1-for-1 trade.
What?
Will they be able to get more? Cobra very low. Zia, 50% HP. Minions may be the difference here. BTK still pushing through. Best player very low. Chicken able to find it. And BTK takes the base crystal. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to a game number 7.
Boy, oh boy, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, even I lost a little hope from those first 3 games, but BTK came to deliver.
BTK letting the world know that if Cloud9 can win 3 games in a row, so can we. And now it's the fated best of 1. I gotta give it up to Zia, man. I feel like I've been waiting all season for the Zia pop-off, and he finally delivered. Even after I cursed him a few times, even after I said it's gonna take a while, he took a while, but he got there.
All right, look, if we pull out statistics, right? The chance of BTK turning this around and going to a Game 7 was so unlikely. That is such a hard thing to be able to pull off, and you definitely got to give them credit where it's due. And not only that, this is officially the 3rd time we've seen the NACT go to a Game 7.
That just shows you the fortitude. It shows you the experience coming from BTK, not to be frazzled, not to be taken down, not to lose hope or confidence. They stayed stalwart. They stayed stone-faced in the face of a 3-game deficit. Now answering it back here, even with giving up the Phoveus there, even giving up the answer that we thought was in the Ruby, able to find a clapback.
Oh man, we're at a place right now that even though it is oh so familiar to us on the NA desk, it still feels fresh. It still feels impossible every time. And you mentioned statistics, Wheezy. I think BTK probably came into this with underdog statistics, right? They came into this maybe 40% win possibility, 30% win possibility, and then pushed all the way to match point. So the odds were just getting lower as it went, man, and they're still showing up. Man, and everyone on the team just played so cleanly on BTK. Cloud9, on the other hand, their approach to the game is changing, and I don't know if it's a good thing.
You want to know something crazy? This is a moment in the history where the Cloud9 fans and the BTK fans, they put down the pitchforks, they put down the torches, and they sit down and grab some popcorn, and they enjoy the show, because that's what we're about to be seeing today. The 50-50 is on the way.
America.
That was my eagle, by the way, in case you guys didn't know. But you can take a look here right from the game here, man. They were still, I mean, you saw there, even finding some of those diversions there, even being able to find Zia on there. It took some time for this to come online, but BTK stayed stone-faced. Like I said, they were able to kind of force a lot of these fights there. They forced it underneath the tower, and then when you got to the point where they were able to get the lead, where they were in the lead to be able to find some of these turtle fights, these objective fights in their favor.
Man, just taking a look at these replays, man, it's like, do we even talk about it? Do we even really focus on this? But we have to, because for a bit there, we could see it was C9 in the lead, and there was fights like this where they would get dragged out, and it looked messy. But they were always able to trade up, and I think that was the big turning point right there. We saw some insane burst damage. We saw the enhanced chains come out, best player off the map, more members of C9 falling, and this is when the gold lead finally shifted over to BTK.
It's the inner bloodthirst they're channeling right there to be able to make it work in their favor, because yeah, I mean, there was a lot of time in that match where Cloud9 was the one who was looking like the favorite in terms of the odds working in their favor, but BTK, they have the comeback potential, right? We know they have the grand finals buff, and right now they're buffed out.
Really buffed out. I mean, you know, it's even that last play there, the very last play when Shark, I thought it was bad, like the duality procs, and he's not able to get his jump to get the Violent Requiem. And he's like, he's got 1 health, and he's like, all right, one more try. Let's do this again. Still gets the double knock up, man. I mean, just that is the relentlessness of BTK. And I think if there's a way that I could just coin that team in one word, it's relentless, man. It is just that inability to give up, right? And that's what they bring to the table every year.
The one thing that kind of is on my mind is you may have faced a BTK in the season, you may have faced a BTK in the playoffs, but you have yet to face a BTK in the grand finals, which is, for almost all intents and purposes, is a completely different team on a different level right now. And we're going to see if Cloud9 can stack up to that. It's do or die time. We've been saying that the entire cast, but this is it. There's one game left. This is where all the marbles count. This is what it is all for.
It's make it or break it. We're at the top of the ladder, top of the mountain. You can't get any higher than this, and what better way to bring it than a game number 7 between BTK and Cloud9? I mean, we've seen it once, we've seen it twice, but hey, a third time, that's almost impossible. Literally like getting struck by lightning 3 times in a row, and that's just the luck that we've been having so far in NACT, and I love to see it. And also, you know what's crazy? Every time we're on a 3 panel with us 3, this always happens.
Yeah, it's the curse, it's the blessing, it's whatever you want to call it. It's the nobody's gonna sleep tonight, whether you're in NA or overseas. You've been up for a while watching this, but I think it's paid off, right? I think it's definitely paid off. I got a question for you too, though, right? If BTK came into this series as the underdogs at 30, whatever percentage you gave him, do we think it's 50-50 now? Is Cloud9 still the favorite, or is BTK even the playing field?
There is no way that anybody thinks that this is not a 50-50 right now. We've talked about it, and I know it kind of sometimes comes down to superstition and things like that, but the fact that you've said it before, that BTK has that dog in them. Zane has that dog in them. This is where that actually comes to fruition, is when you're at like your absolute worst, where like there's like you were looking at a sweep against BTK. Cloud9 had those 3 games here right now. This is where the men are made when it comes to these games, when it comes to keeping that focus and making sure that you continue on, not looking forward into all the next games, but just the game that's right in front of you. And BTK have shown how well that they can do that.
Yeah, that exact point, right? Don't focus on, oh, we got to win 3 in a row. We just got to win this game, right? Just focus on this one. We win it. Let's go on the next one. And that seems that was the game plan for BTK. And now, hey, here we are. Game number 7.
Private, I think you got something for us.
Gentlemen, we are going to be moving on to the final game here. It is game 7. If you have lost faith in it, here it is. If you had plans Sunday night, I'm sorry. You're talking about North America here, the NACT. We have the best of the best, both so evenly matched here. But we're going to jump right into the final draft.
It's the final countdown, the final stretch between both of top teams in North America, Cloud9 and BTK. Okay, the draft is in. Phoveus is still available. Cloud9 is first pick. Do they go for that, or do they actually banned the Moskov here, and we talked about the Moskov being a threat.
I was gonna say they finally had to switch up bans on C9. They had to throw something else in those 3 bans, man. The Moskov taken out. Respect to Zia. Julian picked up, and I feel like we've been talking about BTK all night long. C9, what do they do?
Man, so you have the Julian picked up here. I'm saying the priority for me here is Aurora, possibly Ruby, maybe Phoveus. They've let Phoveus go out there. I'm thinking that maybe BTK, they don't really feel like it is an issue for them, but they're going to pick up Zuxin.
Not question BTK anymore. We don't question BTK anymore. They've come back 3 games. This Zuxin's good. Anything's good.
We just got to let that draft roll no matter what it is, all right? But, I mean, maybe if he pulls out the Fanny, then I'll be like, okay, this is insane. That's the only thing that would surprise me right here for BTK is if that happened. But you are going to see the Zuxin pulled out over there from Hoon, and that's going to be a very big threat. They pick up the Julian. This is a textbook play, right? Hey, we can't ban out everything, but technically if you pick up the Julian, it's the same as banning it out from Zayn being able to pick that, which is going to force him in an awkward position. That's 3 technical plays that Mobile Zayn can't go. He can't go for the Alpha, he can't go for the Suyo, and he can't go in for that Julian.
Yes, I mean, at this point, I think Phoveus could definitely be a solid pick here. They can always jump back to the Akai, right? They can always just go to something like that. Ban out the Valentina in your second phase. Stop Mark Cutie from having that counter possibility. There are still plenty of answers for the side of BTK, at least from what we saw. But the Julian, the Ruby, and Basic on this Claude definitely looks fearsome, right? It is definitely comfort for the side of them, and it pulls away a lot of comfort for BTK.
And then we had talked about how strong some of these picks were. A lot of like what has been a factor in some of the last BTK victories has been taken off the board. Moskov out, Aurora out. Now they weren't picked up by the side of Cloud9, but they were banned out by both sides here. The Ruby now on the side of Cloud9. Wan, I mean, I want to say it's Zia's comfort pick. We didn't see a huge showing from it in the last few games when he was on it last. But I have to wonder. I mean, I'm glad that we're not prioritizing Zayn here. That was one of the biggest things that I was worried about when it comes to this draft. Is his pool, is our thought process that we need to get Zayn on something he favors early, or can we let that slide and get some other priorities on the rest of the team? And it looks like that's where they're going here. They're allowing the rest of the team to get comfortable, then allow Zayn to get on whatever he needs to. And he's shown that he can be flexible with some of these and doesn't exactly have to rely on just those 4 or 3 picks that we thought.
I think you're right on the money with that, right? I mean, I think Cloud9 gave up on the plan to ban out Zayn, especially because, I mean, he has the Akai still available. So they're not going to ban that one out. I think they're just going to take that risk. Now, the Valentina is still on the table. So it could be picked up from the side of Cloud9. So if we do see that Akai slip through here, that still can work in Cloud9's favor. Then maybe wants something that BTK wants to ban out for their final ban before closing out that phase of the draft. But you know, the Cho, first pick up on the board. I mean, it's interesting, right? Cho's been very effective. Is he first pick worthy? We'll see. But he can be flexed into that XP lane or roam position. And we've seen Chicken actually run the Cho this series nonetheless. And he did a pretty decent job on it.
I gotta say, those last 2 bans that just came in were so they were poetic for me. You get the Phoveus ban, and C9 immediately knows, oh, then you want the R-Lot. Well, we're getting rid of that, Chicken. Nope, not today. But the thing about BTK is they do have this Cho locked in, right? Same thing, Ruby on the side of C9. Both teams still have options to give their EXP laners something if they want to swap out. But I just like the way I feel like we've gotten to a place in Game 7 where there's so much respect going to different members of the team. It is not one-man focused. We have a real game going on right now. BTK, next pick, is going to show. I got a feeling, didn't think it was going to be that, but the Gatakacha comes in.
Yeah, I was about to kind of comment if we're going to have a little bit early game to kind of match out Julian, who doesn't need that ultimate, right after level 3. He's going to start coming online. He's going to be that progressive powerhouse for them. They're going to need something to be able to combat that. And they already have the Cho out there, which we've already seen has been... I want to say Cho has kind of snuck in the last few weeks as one of these really huge and strategic markups for any team that has it there. There's what he can provide for the team, the vision, getting in there and out with the Jeet Kune Do and being able to kind of bait out a lot of these abilities.
Yo, there it goes. The Paquito back in action again. Pac-Man is back in the land of Dawn. But something interesting also with the draft is Cold World, right? He picked up this Rafaela. I mean, it's not the worst option. Now they have sustainability in their kit. You already have a marksman who can play for the survivability aspect with the BMI. And you also have NACT to make up the difference with the crowd control on top of best player with some crowd control of his own for the side of C9. But for BTK, I mean, the draft is looking strong, a lot stronger than the first 2 games we got to see them run. And right now, I think both sides have equal footing, the 50-50 on the way.
Yeah, I mean, even with the Paquito last time, it was actually a decent game for BTK in the early and mid. It was just that big collapse. Once the Hayabusa got online, once Basic got online, that's when the problems started to occur for BTK. So I'm not counting this Paquito out at all. The CC is there for the team, but Cloud9 has a very clean draft as well.
It's the final countdown. Do-do-do-do. Ladies and gentlemen, we are at the final game. Game 7. Cloud9 taking on BTK. It's all or nothing.
And a chance at a reverse sweep. Who would have thought it? The BTK has been able to push on forward. Hoon meditating, laying on the couch. He knew the entire time. And right now, both sides at equal footing. A chance to claim that crown for North America.
All right, so do you think if BTK wins, Hoon will get up? Do we think he will get up if BTK wins? Or will he'll just close his eyes and go to sleep at that point? He's like, all right, it's finally time to rest. Coming into this game, though, looking at the drafts, I mean, I'm wondering, it already looks like it's getting pretty aggressive early on, and it does look like Shark is going to take the Gatad and Fried Chicken with that Cho and the XP.
Yeah, and Shark, we do have a little bit of a CC going on to Mark Cutie. He's going to dash himself to safety.
Yeah, going to go back to safety. I mean, there's a lot of sustainability for the Bloodthirsty Kings. And yeah, you are right on the money with Shark, right? He ran this Gatot in the roam position. And again, we're going to see Chicken on this Cho. He's going to be paired up against Nass on the Ruby.
Yeah, Basic doing a good job at freezing lane up there, trying to keep it on his side. Bazia not falling for the tricks. I'm wondering, I feel like mid is going to be so crucial in this game. Shark and Hoon, Mark Cutie, Cold World. It's been the matchup of the season. And honestly, both of them, it finally feels like BTK, their mid is rotating very well. Cloud9 as well. Cold World on this raft. We know how fast he moves around. We know his plan with this hero.
Man, and doing such a good job of kind of reading some of these. I know in the last game that Mobazane played Paquito, I was kind of wondering about some of these kills that Mobazane was kind of trying to initiate. He didn't get the kill. They were mostly assists. Ooh, we're going to go ahead and start a fight here.
Yeah, G-Kondo from Chicken may be the opportunity, but both sides fighting it out. The Lantern dropping down, and Zane able to get the retribution for the Bloodthirsty Kings. Hoon will punish best player. Mark Cutie responds back, finding Hoon. That'll be a 1-for-1 trade and a turtle over to the Bloodthirsty Kings.
That is a good trade for BTK right there. You get a little bit of gold, and the most important thing is you get the kill on the best player.
Yeah, and that's already going to go. You know that's the frustration is going to start setting in. They have really kind of honed in onto best player, and this is what I was kind of waiting to see from them too, especially with the focus that Cloud9 put in on the early stages of this series against Mobazane, being able to find him, being able to isolate him. Here, they're really kind of honing in down onto best player, especially because he has such a good early game spike when it comes to that Julian. You shut him down in the early game, there's not going to be much that hopefully he can do toward the mid and late game.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, speaking of these pickups, right, we know the Lantern can be very aggressive in the early phase. It can pretty much zone out an entire team. But Mark Cutie, he has this Valentino. We got to look at what ultimate he's going to use. Does he go in for the Way of the Dragon? Does he go for the AOG? Or does he go in for that Crimson Beacon, right, to be able to have that AoE damage to pretty much zone out the side of BTK?
Yeah, I think Cloud9 here, you know, I think they just need to take this, not be scared to take this game slow, not be scared to let this play into the, you know, maybe even the 15-minute mark. I feel like we've seen it time and time again that Cloud9 plays very comfortably when there's a bunch of towers down on the map, plays very comfortably when, you know, there's plenty of space to move around and everyone's got a lot of items. I really feel like Cloud9 needs to look for that type of position in this final game.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about where they shine, especially when it comes to macro, when it comes to the synergy. They've been able to really kind of slam down onto BTK. These last few matches, I've seen that same macro, that same synergy start to show its cracks, to the little bit of the frustration starting to show through here. Ooh, we have Mark Cutie with a possible flank.
Yeah, they're going to look for the trade. They're going to go in for the side lane instead of the turtle play. A smart decision. Zia will be punished right there. Shark with the AOG a little late to the party, and you will see Zia pay the ultimate price. But on the turtle, BTK looking to possibly get this trade, and it looks like they may be able to get it zoning out Nats on top of that.
I mean, BTK gets turtle, but honestly, I like gold. I like getting the gold laner. I like getting the gold plating. I feel like Cloud9, that's a big win for them.
Well, yeah, and then they're doing exactly what they should have been, what we were kind of critiquing from BTK, where they just let turtles go for no reason. There was no answer. There was no reply. Here, Cloud9, they know that they don't have the advantage at the turtle fight, so they're going to go ahead, put that pressure onto the gold lane, get that gold plating, start to get Basic fed so that he can start being the nuisance he needs to be by mid-game.
Yeah, right now, I mean, BTK, 2 turtles on their side, and when it comes to those win conditions, I mean, they thrive. Their chance of winning goes way higher, especially when they're able to take these turtles to have the slightest advantage. But I'm right there with you. With Zia falling on the top side, it could be a little questionable for the damage she's going to be able to dish out in these engagements. And you can already tell Cloud9, they're willing to give up these turtles because they go for the pickoffs.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost more than questionable, right? Because we saw last time Zia was on the 1-1, even after getting 3 items in, the damage wasn't quite there. I mean, yes, there was some threat, but it was tough. But this early on, taking a death, falling 500 gold behind Basic, could spell trouble. So I think at this point, BTK, maybe look for a gank of your own up in that top side. Look for some pressure to slow Basic down.
Oh, and here, a little bit of CC on the Mark Cutie, just narrowly avoids the pull coming in from Hoon. Now starting to kind of readjust around the map. A lot of pressure here. Like I said, they've really kind of honed in on Zia now because of that last game. He was able to, even at the 16-minute, you waited for Zia to come online, still became an issue for the side of Cloud9. Here, they're not going to be taking those and making those same mistakes.
Ooh, there goes the BMI and the Blazing Duet.
Whoa.
Back to safety. Crossbow Tang, he found the weakness points in a matter of seconds, so both sides will trade equal damage.
More of a defensive crossbow of Tang at that point. The damage still not quite there, but he does survive the gank. On the mid side, watch Hoon and Shark, man. They are moving. They're stinging all over the place, and that's a lot of times is one of the problems that I see with BTK currently. Hoon kind of hangs out a bit too much in the mid, but lately, these past couple games that they've been winning, he's been getting very involved.
Yeah, and they're going to go ahead, start things up. Another turtle that just is unable to be contested by Cloud9. This time, not much of a response coming from them.
I mean, and if they don't find a trade for a pickoff, then BTK is going to start scaling, and that could be the difference that Zia needs, especially falling that early. I mean, there already goes the DHS in his favor.
So, I mean, at this point, gold not really escaping BTK. I think Cloud9's job, again, they can still just take things slow, keep their lead, try to get a couple pickoffs. I think keep on focusing onto the gold lane, get those ganks whenever they can. And outside of that, I like their late game, man. They've got the Rafaela, who's going to heal more and more. They have this Claude, who's going to be moving more and more, outputting more and more damage. I do feel like they're in a comfy position right now.
Yeah, and especially because when we saw that was the Rafaela was kind of the answer to the crossbow of Tang when it came in through the late game. Even the damage coming out, there's just so much healing. And then you have the Flask of the Oasis on top of that, adding shield every single time the healing comes out there. Ooh, we have a little bit of a surrounding here for Basic.
Yeah, we were saying they needed to respond back, right? Needing to find an opportunity to shut down the gold laner of Cloud9, but Basic not going to go out without a fight. A great Blazing Duet to be able to stop BTK on the push.
Not only does he get away, but he scares them away while doing it. But a nice hook.
Ooh.
More damage.
Able to
Top
connect
side.
a little bit more damage. Oh my goodness, a double decondo. AOD with the follow-up and the crossbow tang. The finesse on the way. Basic will fall, but Zia may be punished. Best player able to shut him down. Shark needing to get back to safety. Hit with the I'm offended. Zane with the heavy light punch takes down Cold World. Best player gets the double. Finding Shark. Now 3-1 on the top side. Now 2-3 on the top side. And Zane and Hoon left to defend.
Yeah, and with that, you're going to be looking at a 2 down for BTK. They're going to go ahead and start looking for some positioning around this Lord. A little bit of an advantage to them now, about a 1K gold lead. They were able to answer back. This is the one thing that we've been talking about. You need to be prepared for the answer back from Cloud9. There, no matter when you get the kill, no matter what kind of pickoff you have, you need to be prepared for that response that comes out from Cloud9 because they're not going to let it go silently.
At this point, both teams definitely know what's on the line, right? Neither team letting anything go silently, not even a tower. I don't think we've been 10 minutes in where a single tower hasn't been taken. Hoon able to get out of that one. Still a little bit of a vie for the first Lord, but keep our eyes on Basic up in the top side. The question still rises, is this a good or bad thing?
Yeah, you can definitely tell a lot of nerves for both sides, not wanting to be too aggressive, not wanting to be the one to create the mistake that can ultimately cost them this series. You are seeing the Lord at about 45% HP. Chicken, a great engagement on the Nas with the way the Dragon set up. AOG from Marcuti dropping down. We'll connect on the Shark. Chicken will fall. Marcuti will be the one to find him. One member down for the Bloodthirsty Kings, but they're still going to push in for this objective. Best player a little bit quicker at the Retribution, able to get it. 4C9 finds a kill on Zane and Zia. 3 members down for BTK. Make that 4 as Cold World will find Shark.
Man, we were talking about the pressure, and it's starting to pay dividends now. Basic able to come in with the Blazing Duet. The amount of damage he's able to release onto BTK, allowing Best Player to come in to do the cleanup job. And just like that, 4 members of BTK fall.
Yeah, that is going to be devastating at this point. I mean, it is Mobazane goes down. Everyone takes a shot to the face there. And C9... they feel it. They have the momentum. They're going to start trying to make moves around the map. Look at everyone in a different lane.
Yeah, you do see the way the Dragon set up too from Chicken. Now forced to go back to safety as the Lord marching in on the top side. The knockup from the enhanced chains. A great setup. But can they follow through? Zia able to find Nats. Quick punish. Nats very low. Shark will fall. Cold World able to take him down. That is going to be a 1-for-1 trade for both sides.
Oh, man, and just like that, a 7K gold lead for the side of Cloud9, down to high grounds of BTK.
At this point, can they defend? Zia still dancing, still trying to make something work. Cloud9, I mean, I think as long as they play this safe, they're in complete control, and I think it's been the game plan from the beginning, right? Just play smooth, don't overextend, get our gold leads where we can, control the map.
And just look at the difference of what 1 minute can make as well, right? 1 minute ago, BTK had all their turrets. Now they're down to an inhibitor on the bot side, and Cloud9 having a lot of insurance to work in their favor. That just shows you how one little mistake can be the difference.
Well, and especially for teams like this who are just so well synergized, who have such a grasp on the macro and what they need to do and where they need to push, especially with the benefit of a Lord coming out. It's just, you cannot give up. You've talked about it before. You can't give up an inch because these guys are going to take a mile for it. Here, right now, 12-minute mark, a BTK on the back foot with a 7K gold deficit.
And look at this defense that Cloud9 has over the river. Look at the defense that they have. I mean, just this line of members, and they're getting back to that angled style play that Cloud9 does so well, especially in a game when your enemy has no towers. Best player going up to the top side. And at this point, they just wait. So the question is, like, how does BTK break through this, right? Either Fwy Chicken gets the big kick, gets the pickoff, or Shark gets the big AOG. But I think it's definitely, they have to find at least one member to kind of crack through the armor.
Right, I mean, it was just that one engagement that really opened up the map for Cloud9. I still think BTK can take the fight, when it comes to the 5v5, but they're definitely going to have to be more careful on positioning, because if they fumble that opportunity again, Cloud9 are going to look for the early finish.
When you see right here, Fly Chicken dancing around Cold World here. I'm not even sure if he knows if he's in that bush, if he's cleared it just yet. Cold World very patient right now.
I don't think I don't think Fly Chicken knows he's there at all. And Cold World, just like the patience is a virtue at this point. Hanging out, no vision, and there's the Cold World basic combo at the bottom lane once again.
Yeah, the split push in effect to be able to have the wave management. And now both sides find it out. Airborne knockup. Zane able to find Nats. That's huge for the Bloodthirsty Kings, but they need to get back to safety. Look at the lantern placement. Basic with the side play of the Blazing Duet to the full team. Best player finding Shark. That is going to be a 1-for-1 trade in the mid lane. Crossbow tank activated with the Winter Crown. Buy some time. Hoon will find Cold World. Basic goes back to safety to BMI. Mark Cutie finding Zia. They don't have the ADC. Zane takes down best player. No retribution for Cloud9.
3-for-2 trade over to BTK. Feeling good. I mean, they're starting to trade blows. BTK finally starting to being willing to take these fights and handling them well. Cloud9 as well, though. Mark Cutie helped to save that position by getting rid of Zia.
Yeah, I mean, and Zia's become a huge issue for the side of Cloud9. Even at 1-4 right now, 14 minutes, he's still got 2 more minutes before he hits that Zia power spike that we know him from the last game here. So still some wiggle room for BTK, but man, just right now, already kind of limiting it down to a 3K gold lead for the side of Cloud9. BTK just is still in it, but
Zane, a little bit of a miscalculated play, now working in his favor, finding Basic, able to sustain himself, and whom will find Cold World? Did he just turn this around? The bait working in Zane's favor. Now Zia will shut down Mark Cutie. Only Nats and best player left to defend, and the Lord will go over to the Bloodthirsty Kings.
We're talking one punch, one hit, a millisecond, one moment for MOBA Zane to take out Basic and completely put this game into their hands.
And just like that, turned it around with one hit. Takes down Basic. 3 down for the side of Cloud9. BTK have, at least a short answer just now and a 2K gold lead in their favor.
Yeah, but there's still a lot of turrets to go through. Even though they were able to get that objective, they still got to do a little bit more work to get to that base crystal. But effectively, that is a massive victory in terms of objectives, right? It's going to keep them on the playing field and force Cloud9 to be on the defense. But as the Lord marches in on the bot side, BTK will look for a possible punish, but they're going to go and try and burst down this Lord.
But I'm standing, I'm pacing in front of the monitor right now. Anything could happen. I think Cloud9 needs to do what they've been doing. Take it slow, right? They can't rush this. I think when they overextend themselves, when they go for these big plays, that's when the mistakes start to come in. They cannot underestimate BTK at this point. I think they really just need to let BTK come to them, and there it is.
Yeah, the initiation on the way. Zane able to find best player.
Oh!
Be able to get another. Zia finding Nets. That's 2 down for Cloud9. Blazing Wet into the heart of the battle. Shark falling for the Bloodthirsty Kings, but not going to stop BTK on the push. Minions in the mid lane. AOG Chicken finding Mark Cutie. Moments away with one final strike. Cloud9 will be shut down by the Bloodthirsty Kings. The thread of fate has been severed, and they reclaim the crown as North America's champions.
The whispers laid to rest. The doubts laid to rest. Cloud9 laid to rest as BTK reign victorious.
We said 4 games in a row would be hard. Every year, they do the impossible. The odds are stacked against them. But MOBA Zane with the pop-off, BTK with the pop-off right now. NA North America. I cannot right now. I'm speechless.
I think Zane just got the clip of a lifetime. I mean, the man just ran straight up. Bro, he got to that camera faster than BTK got to that base crystal.
Man, and he was ready. Did you see that room explode? Was Hoon still laying down though? Did he even get up there?
He stood up. He stood up.
Hey, he's standing on business.
Standing on business for sure. BTK, man. I mean, that's two-time reigning champions back-to-back right now. They're going to M6 for the redemption of North America.
Man, what a series from both of these teams. 4 games, 3 games down. You can see here, I mean, man, this one was a nail-biter. What a last game for this series as well.
Well, I'll tell you what. I mean, I've seen Zayn pull off the impossible. We've seen BTK do the unthinkable. We have never seen a team in a grand finals come back from a 3-0 deficit, and they have done it. The possibilities are endless when it comes to the comeback kings, BTK.
I think it all just, I mean, even this game itself, it just speaks to that point of relentless. The unforgivingness of BTK, man. Even this game, they were behind, all of their towers down, under the crystal, just looking for a moment, a thread, a rope, anything. And even here, I mean, this is one of the moments where they finally start to get a little bit of space. The pop-off starts to happen, and finally, they find that moment and take it.
Yeah, I mean, an amazing match coming from them. They were behind. You have it exactly right. And this was the point of turnaround here. Mobazane out of nowhere cleans basics clock, turns it around, survives, and then his team is able to get the Lord and turns this completely around. No towers. They had the threat of the Rafaela and basic that we had seen before win the game for them. And here, I mean, BTK, what more can you say about this team?
Yeah, definitely some top-tier gameplay at its finest. The Bloodthirsty Kings yet to disappoint, and I'm sure the BTK fans are out there going wild. I mean, we were going wild. Trex is standing up, pacing back and forth. Me and Private at the edge of our seats wondering which way it's going to go and who could have asked for a better ending all the way to a Game 7. And it's not just us over here, right? We got to see how Liz feels about the grand finals.
I'm just fixing my hair for the last minute, but oh my god. I think all the viewers share what we feel at this moment. We had our doubts at the very beginning. I mean, I kind of rooted for BTK the whole season, but still, before tonight, everyone was like, oh, we can't support the team we want to support, but, you know, at the end of the day, we felt like Cloud9 was coming in stronger. But that 4th game, starting from that 4th game, what happened, guys? They just powered through. They knows what makes a great show. And it seems like BTK just wants to give us that great show.
Haters will say it's scripted, but man, it's just North America and the shows that our teams can put on and that never die attitude. Man, just that single play is gonna probably be clipped 1,000 times. Is basic going in. He had so much success with the Blazing Duet every single time before that. This time, bites off just a little bit more than he can chew, and Mobazane like turned it around on him, and then after that it was all BTK all the way down to the core.
Man, I'm speechless. I mean, honestly, like we said, statistically the chances of this happening was very slim, and to be able to see it right before your eyes is hard to put in words. And I enjoyed every single second of it. I hope you guys out there in the audience did as well, as it was an amazing series, right? All the way to a game number 7, again, 3 times in a row, and BTK, the reigning champs, able to hold on to the crown. On top of that, denying Cloud9 their debut into the M Series was a show. It was definitely a nail-biter, and who could have asked for a better way for this to play out?
And, you know, you asked about the last game, Liz, and I think it was a perfect culmination of just the series itself, a perfect culmination of BTK in itself. They're losing the whole time, and they still come out and win. And we got to bring the call back. What is Mobazane's favorite hobby? Winning, baby. And that's what he did today. It's not just a game to him, man. We're not just playing ranked games for fun anymore. Mobazane wants to win, and that's what he did.
Yeah, and Cloud9 has been so persistent and so dominant throughout the entire season, and even the first 3 games. Is it really, I don't want to say it, but is it really like manifestation. Like the viewers just manifest the victory
The
for
spear
BTK
bomb?
every
The spear
time in
bomb
the
came
grand
in?
finals. This is crazy, guys. Every single season.
It's
far.
amazing to see. What's amazing to me more is that this will be the return of BTK to the M series. You'd think it had happened a lot earlier with how successful Zane has been, but this is finally, I mean, the same return. No coach, no analysts, no problem. Bringing back that oldie but a goodie.
Man, I got to figure out what's in the water in Oklahoma because, man, what a turnaround for the side of BTK. And, yeah, it sends Cloud9 back with their heads low. I mean, that's definitely a hard loss right there. But nonetheless, we got to shed some light on Cloud9 as well. I mean, they had an amazing series, right? Throughout the regular season, even throughout the playoffs, they had the best record. And ultimately, they took place in the best grand finals, but unfortunately not working the way they expected, but still providing us the best show that we could have asked for. So it's bittersweet to say goodbye, but we hope to again see them, and I'm sure we will as that coin gets flipped for another NACT. But today, the story is about the Bloodthirsty Kings. Congratulations on earning that crown as the grand champions for NACT.
No, Private just made such a great point. We haven't seen, it's been 3 years. 3 years since BTK has been at an M series. Yes, Mobazane's been there. Yes, Hoon's been there. Yes, these players have been there. But it's been 3 years since the name BTK has been in an M series, and there's just something special about that, man. There's just something kind of hype about that. So I'm excited for it. And Wheezy, you said it great. Cloud9 played amazing, and it is still heartbreaking to not to get to see Cold World on an international stage, not to get to see Mark Cutie go to the M series. G the Ico, we love you, man. I'm sorry I had to go down this way, but that's just the way it goes sometimes, man. And NACT, man, I know why I'm here. I love it.
We all love it, and it's truly bittersweet for Cloud9. They worked so hard, and the sponsorship with Cloud9, they've been so supportive to all our players, and we really wish to see this entire region grow. But at the end of the day, both teams tried really hard, and it just shows that both teams are neck to neck at the level that they play and their performance, and it's just at the end of the day, which team, their mental fortitude as well, sometimes luck even, can turn the tide around. So it does seem like BTK has that grand finals buff, and they were able to come up on top today. So great job to both teams.
I just to kind of piggyback off of what you guys said, what Cloud9 was able to accomplish here, not just in the games, but what they accomplished for the players is no small feat in North America. And being able to take BTK to the limits, as we can see here, MVP, none other than Zia.
Yeah, Zia on fire, but overall, I feel like it was a team in their entirety just being resilient, right? Bouncing back and falling down, and that's the story of today. It just shows you that anything's possible as long as you just continue to try, right? Never give up. And that's what we saw from the Bloodthirsty Kings on their epic clawback from that 3-0 deficit to be able to turn that around. And there you go right there, some great gameplay. And Zia, I mean, he's been very effective on a lot of these pickups, right? He's able to kind of survive inside of the goal lane. Basic going against them, both of them doing a great job. But overall, BTK as a team, as a collective, when their backs are on the wall, that's when they shine the most. And today, the champions of NACT fall season, who would have thought they would have been able to come back with a reverse sweep?
Yeah, I mean, what do we always say? Every grand finals, anything can happen, man. NACT, anything can always happen. Zia, that just hit me too, man. Super excited to see Zia at M Series, man, in the gold lane. You know, the hard work he's been putting in for a long time has paid off. But Liz, you got someone we got to talk to.
Yes, finally, the interview was full of BTK. Hello, guys. Congratulations. I'm sure that will get clipped. Great reaction. I'm not going to name that name, what word to refer to that behavior, but congratulations on that victory, guys. How are you feeling?
Happy.
Need a beer.
Happy?
Happy.
Happy. Well, for you guys, the first question I want to, for Hoon, how was the team like after the third game? What happened? What was a turning point that led to a streak after that?
We just found out the problem. We never gave up.
We are better players.
And then we believed in C9's ability in choking.
They made it fucking. Chris, you are boss.
Yeah, they made it easier.
Chill. Your turn comes. But yeah, we never gave up. We just, we never trash talk anyone. We just stick with the team. That's it.
Mm-hmm. And what was the problem that you guys had to fix to win the last series?
Stop trolling.
Well, we did stop trolling late game, but then it's mostly draft wise. We realized some heroes like Hylos was not working very well for us, so we changed that a little bit. And then obviously they're trying to ban MOBA, but can you do that? You can't.
MOBA assassin.
You cannot ban MOBA.
Once again, they made a mistake of banning MOBA again. And since Chicken, you're right behind us. For you performed really well consistently, especially in the last few series. Can you tell us about your thoughts on working around the Akai composition? Whose choice was that?
That was probably the rest of us telling Zane to. Zane didn't really want to. He didn't have any own faith in his own tank jungle. We were all telling him just to go in anyway because Cloud9 were clearly just focusing Zane only. So if we put him on a tank, like what are they going to do about it?
Yeah, and it worked so well for you guys. And for you consistently actually improved this season. Your team had a little doubt on you in the beginning, but it seemed like this bootcamp really helped you out. How is your day-to-day life now with ML and other stuff that you're doing?
I mean, we were literally waking up and playing ML like all the way tonight. And I think that's a very big reason as to why we're able to win. And something we also noticed is that it almost seemed like C9 was overconfident. They didn't grind really as much as we did. And even our total star count, I'm pretty sure, is like higher than them, despite them being in a boot camp for like much longer.
Yeah, so you guys finally pulled through. And now can you grab your teammates, Shark, Zia, and MOBA for their interview? We want to hear their thoughts after the games.
No, it says everyone come here. Wait, what do you want us to do? Well, there's his thoughts.
For Shark, I want to know, Shark. You made it to the boot camp finally after last week. How was the boot camp for you?
It's alright. We start losing when I'm stay home, but I think they near me that bad, so I have to come to the boot camp. Jesus Christ! So the battle, star battle. Hey Chris, if you need to Ruby, hit me up. I tell you how to play Ruby, okay? Chris, hit me up.
You proved yourself that you are if not the most important block in the BTK synergy, and with you being with them, obviously it really showed how well you guys did today. Nice hair, by the way. Is that a new hairstyle?
Oh yeah, I'm trying to look like you, so I dyed my hair. See, we are twins now.
You're trying to look like me. Okay, I think you need to go a little bit more blonde then. Yeah. And now for Zia, is Zia with you guys?
Zia!
Where is our MVP?
The fat boy right here. It was good. Hi Liz.
Zia! I don't know. I'm more shocked about your hair than Shark's. But I like it. Now, with today's MVP and your performance, I mean, you really carried BTK in some of the games. You have established yourself as the #1 marksman position in North America. Are there any secrets to how you play Gold Lane?
How I play E-Lots. I never said that though. I didn't say that. But it's baby gold.
Yeah. Enough said. I mean that. Yes, enough said. Last but not least, can we get the one and only MOBA Zane to join us for some last thoughts. We love the players' excitement. I mean,
What up?
what up? How are you feeling? I mean, I saw you make that face, some taunting after the games, but you did it. You made it back again.
Yeah, I feel tired.
Yeah.
Need a beer.
Feel tired?
Need a beer.
Anything you want to say to Cloud9 after that series?
No, I don't want to say anything to them, to be honest.
Yeah, you've shown them what you wanted to say with that performance. Anything you want to say to your team?
I think, yeah, I'm proud that we were able to keep ourselves together. And after we got one win, we just kept getting another and another and another. It's probably one of the most intense tournaments that I've ever been in. I've never done a reverse sweep ever. So it's a pretty big accomplishment. And yeah, I'm really proud of the team for sticking, even though it was a 3-0 at one point.
And you really did it. Like, I don't know how, but you always manage to pull your team together for the grand finals. Can you share to us, like, what is it that you do that helps your team get together?
I don't know. I was just having everybody making sure everybody was playing ranked and practicing and thinking about what they need to think about when this day comes. And at first it wasn't really working out, but you know, we persisted.
Yeah, and last but not least, a lot of fans have supported you this whole way through. Anything you want to say to your M6 fans who will be supporting you, or some people who might be hating on BTK?
I'm really sorry for North America's MSC performance, but hopefully in M6, BTK, the first time since M3 that it's back to international stage, I really hope that we can make it up to the fans that expected much more from North America these past 2 tournaments.
And that's what we want to see. Congratulations to you guys for that victory. You lost your voice again. I'm sure it's from shouting and communicating with your teams. So great job to everyone on the team. I hope you guys enjoy the last bits of your boot camp, or just staying around with you guys. Have some fun tonight. I don't know what fun there is to have in Oklahoma, but hopefully you guys find your way through. Yeah. We won't keep you guys up anymore. Congratulations. That's our champions for this season of NACT 2024 Fall, who will be heading their way to Malaysia to M6.
Yeah, a lot of emotion coming out from that team. A lot of well-deserved emotion coming out from them, and it's great that they were able to make those adjustments. It's amazing to me that it's just the players, and maybe that kind of adds something when it's not a coach having to feed something to you, when it's just the players naturally kind of talking amongst each other, realizing this isn't working, that isn't working. What do we need to adjust to make it to make this a success for us, and then stick to those guns throughout. Man, I'm not gonna lie, I'm wiped right now, emotionally, physically right now. What a series.
Yeah, I just gotta say, I mean, even Mobazane's statement out there to the fans, to the haters, you know, he addressed it in a very mature way, right? We've seen Zane go through the villain arc. We've seen him go through his success arcs as well. And now I feel like it's going to be the ultimate package for them to be able to step into M6. So definitely give them credit where it's due. And also, I'm like, if I wanted to just point out that interview in every single segment, there's just so much going on that it's hard to focus on a single point. But nonetheless,
and they said no M word, so I don't know how to describe that series.
There you go.
Yes. Oh yeah. I mean, listen, you know, another great NACT, another best of 7, man. It's time to rest. It's time for the, BTK, get some rest. M6 is around the corner in December. We got some time to hang out, but there's a lot ahead. So keep our heads up. Let's go NA.
Yeah, let's go NA. Let's go NA. This is the team that a lot of people in North America has been waiting for. See them unite in the international stage. Let's see Hoon and Zane come together. Now for our casters, you've been also wonderful this entire season, keeping the energy up to every last beat. What is your last thoughts of everything? I know you've shared a lot about your excitement. Anything else you want to say to all the fans out there?
Whether you're a BTK fan, whether you're a Cloud9 fan, I'm kind of hoping that we can quell any type of hate for either of the teams coming up in the next few months and kind of join together as North America to support our representatives going out to that M Series. That's all I really kind of care about.
Yeah, definitely. When I woke up today and started casting, I didn't think it was going to go to a Game 7. I mean, not after how we saw week 2, not after how we saw the upper bracket finals. But honestly, I always say it, and I'll always continue to say it, to be able to see something go the distance, it says a lot. And to be able to see a team go from 3-0 to a reverse sweep says even more. So I'm proud. I'm happy to be able to be a part of this. Definitely glad to be able to cast alongside you guys as well. And North America, it looks like we're in for some good hands. All you BTK fans out there, definitely support them on the road. But all you Cloud9 fans, still support BTK because they're representing North America and in turn will benefit all of us. So thank you so much, guys, and just glad to be a part of another amazing series.
Yeah, it's been a great season. Sadly, we won't get to cast NACT again until next year. You know, Cloud9 did a great job. I'm happy to be here, always happy to serve and just, you know, be a part of this esports scene. But in the end, you know, BTK won, so let's go BTK!
They're about
Let's
to
go
clip the mess out of
BTK! But for Cloud9 as well, I hope all the viewers out there know that with the rivalries going on, it's just poking fun at each other. The rivalries is what makes the competition exciting. It's not that the players actually hate each other. It's not like anyone has any bias towards any of the teams. Cloud9 shown how strong they are this season, how determined, how disciplined they are. And with that discipline, they can go anywhere. And they can go so much farther in the next season. So I hope everyone out there supports both teams, whether you're a fan of C9 or a fan of BTK. I hope you're a fan of North America and you will support us in our upcoming journey in the world stage. With that being said, it's been a great season casting alongside you guys. You guys have always been amazing, and it's just so much fun. And I cannot wait to see what happens at M6, and I cannot wait to see you guys again next year. So I hope everyone stays well, and yeah, that's the end of the season, guys. BTK for M6, and we are signing off. Love you guys. Good night.
been on their ass, bitch, I'm on the rail. I wrap it, I bag it, I pack it for sale. Got feeling on speed out, hit me to chill. I give it a thrill, I put it on film. Niggas facade, get applaud, that ain't real. Come to my section and flex, we can tell. I got a show where she dipping them nails. I'm flipping my L's, I know they could tell. I did it too major, they hit me for favors. Been him since the cable was cut in the crater. What's up, only right that I do it. Colossal until I'm a fossil, they want me to fail. Look, we prevail. Tell them to point out who said it, they run it. Bitch, I'm on your tail. Know that they talking, they telling them tales. Just know how to tell, that shit for the sale. Hey, they talk like they got it, but they need to stop it. I'm leading with logic, my heartbeat is frosted. I seen it, got optics I needed from Shawty. She mean with the top and it's obvious. They need him a target, I'm dodging their darts, make her